The weather is really bad, and it's raining heavily. Our protagonist works in a bookstore and is thinking to himself that he might not get any customers today because of the weather, but what if somebody forgot an umbrella? They might have to find a place to stay while the rain goes away, our protagonist thinks, and by offering them a warm place and being nice to them, they will probably buy some books as well. Now we can see a mysterious woman out on the streets in the heavy rain, single-handedly fighting and finishing off multiple thugs. Even though she managed to beat all of them, she still got injured and is thinking she needs a place to hide while her self-healing takes care of her wounds. She then stumbles upon the bookstore of our protagonist because this was the only bookstore working in this bad weather. She wasn't sure if it was a trap for her, or maybe destiny, that she could go in and hide while waiting to heal. After entering the bookstore, our protagonist welcomes her kindly, complimenting her looks and bravery because she was woken out in this awful weather. He is plotting in his mind what kind of books she might need and what approach he needs to have to sell her a lot of books. He also offered her a towel and turned on the heating, which was all suspicious to her because usually bookstores aren't as equipped as this one is. She starts to wonder if he belongs to some enemy faction because he definitely didn't have regular book clerk vibes. He starts talking about books, which confuses her a little bit since she can't figure out whether he is actually friendly or an enemy in disguise. She can read his body language, and she realizes he is using psychological tricks on her, but she still doesn't understand why exactly. He offers her a seat and a hot beverage, and she tells him she was a victim of a betrayal. Now two of them are having different thoughts. She is still trying to figure out if he is the enemy, and he is trying to understand her situation so he can sell her books. After she mentioned she was betrayed, he wanted to encourage her by saying that maybe she should take some positive from it and learn how to understand people better. She said he is right, but that she already lost so much and can only see the ugly side of humanity now, so he gives her another piece of advice again, saying that in the future she shouldn't feel remorse for people who harmed her already, even if they were really close to her before. This makes her even more suspicious of him, but she goes along with him, asking what else she should do, and he tells her to exact vengeance. She shouldn't be soft on people who hurt her. In his mind he is still thinking about the strategies of what to say to her to prepare for buying books from him, but she got surprised by this answer, saying that she isn't mentally prepared to do evil things like that yet, and all of a sudden he tells her maybe you need to buy this book to learn more. She gets even more surprised again and even confused now, because she doesn't understand why he is recommending her a book all of a sudden while he is just trying to sell her book because that's good for his business. She agrees to buy the book and he gives her a library card to fill out, and after seeing her name, he realizes she is the only daughter of a rich tycoon and sees another great business opportunity to sell her even more books in the future. As she was leaving, he gave her an umbrella, and she told him that maybe they could get to know each other a little bit more. Then he realized that his business strategy might have been perceived as flirting by her, but it's better to go with the flow, so he tells her his name, Linji. As they are saying goodbyes, she is still suspicious of him, while he is just happy that he managed to sell a book today and do good business. As she is walking in the rainy street, she is thinking that maybe he gave her an order to finish off the trader and afterwards come back to him to return the umbrella, but to actually come back after doing this deed. But all of a sudden, a mysterious figure of a man pops up behind her. But before we get to learn more about him, we learn more about our protagonist Lin Jis' past. While he was sorting books, he found an old book written by himself which woke up some memories in him of his past, and he remembered his old life when he was an ordinary man who liked reading books so much that girls that used to work with him didn't understand him at all. After getting back to his home, we can see a magical ring in his room, and this ring was conjured by Lin himself. He strikes it down with his fist, saying his wish, please, let me own all the books in the world. Nothing happened, or so it seemed. He didn't realize it, but behind him a demon appeared, who created a portal door to another dimension. And Lin immediately knew that if he goes through the door, he will own every book in the world but will not be able to go back to Earth ever again. Without any hesitation, he went through the door and was living as a book clerk for the last 3 years, ever since then in a different world. But he didn't mind at all. He actually liked it very much because he could read an endless supply of books, and he even helped his customers with their life situations by giving them proper books. Remember the lady that just bought a book from him and realized, besides her, he didn't have customers in a long time? Now we go back to her and the mystery man on the street. She was walking right past him but realized that something was off since she couldn't move her hand at all. At that moment the mysterious man turned around and said, "Oh, I see. It's that book. The blood in her veins froze as she realized something about that man. The rain was still falling heavily. And now we go back to Lin Ji sitting in his library with a new visitor, who was the mysterious man from a moment ago. But our protagonist already knew this man. His name was Old Wild, and he was there to return a book he previously borrowed. Two of them started talking about a book that Old Wild borrowed, and Lin Ji said the book was written by a great author who passed away. The girl was spying this from the outside, and she realized that Old Wild is actually a high-level black mage. Ranked destructive. There were 4 ranks: abnormal, panicky, destructive, and indestructible. Old Wild's real name was Frank Wild, and he was famous for the mask he wears and being half a serpent-blooded mage. He fought against one of the 10 holy knights of the order and destroyed an area of 10 kilometers wide. Hence the title Destructive. In this city, there aren't even 10 destructive mages, and on the entire world, less than 100. As the girl walked away, she was thinking about how Lin can just casually talk with someone of that power as well. Now we go back into the bookshop, where Lin is thinking to himself that Old Wild is his regular customer, and he needs to be treated accordingly. Old Wild was a loner. Even though he had 2 kids, they didn't treat him well. His wife left him, and his colleagues were scared of him because of the way that he looks. Lin remembered when he met Old Wild for the first time 2 years ago. When Old Wild first entered the shop, he intrigued our protagonist both with his looks and his demeanor, and he was also carrying a mysterious book of high value with him. Lin offered him tea, which Wild refused because he looked scary and didn't want to take his robes. But Lin said he doesn't focus on the looks but on the heart, and Old Wild actually took off his robes, showing his scary looks. However, Lin found him more weird and scary because of the mask that he wore. Lin turned on his business and brain and tried to figure out the best approach to making Wild his regular customer. So firstly, he asks him about the book that the old man brought, because it was a book about magical and dying languages. Wild was surprised because Lin could feel the magic from the book, which even other destructive mutants couldn't feel. So as our girl from the beginning of the story, Old Wild got suspicious of Lin and decided to proceed with caution. They started talking about the book, and Wild pretended as if he doesn't know much about it but said he is studying those languages. Then he asked Lin to teach him more about it. This was a huge business opportunity for our protagonist, and he offered Wild a new book to read. This book was about the most complex dialect in China. The book's name was Devil's Language, and Old Wild immediately realized that and got extremely excited about it. Lin was happy that he could interest him in the book, and Wild asked how he managed to obtain such a rare book. Lin couldn't tell the truth about the book being from his original world, so he had to lie and say it's from a splendid civilization. Lin got a bit sad that he can't go back to Earth again. However, Wild noticed nostalgia in Lin's voice when he was describing this ancient and splendid civilization, and Wild thought that if Lin is from this civilization, he's probably a terrifying individual. After they introduced themselves back to present, Wild said thanks to the Devil's Language book, he started doing new research and he needs a new book on the topic. Lin was completely oblivious to Wild's intentions, but his business instinct kicked in again, and he wanted to offer him a new book to read. Now we go 40 years in the past, and we can see snowy mountaintops in Old Wild. When he was younger, he has reached the highest of the mountain peaks to speak with the imprisoned king of ancient mage knowledge. The mage king said a word, looked at the crow that was flying by, and it just hit the ground, losing its life like that. Old Wild was absolutely surprised at how powerful mage spells are. The Mage King then explained to Old Wild that mages control the power of words and languages. White mages write spells and black mages recite incantations. He then gave Old Wild the most valuable lesson and said that if Old Wild could realize and find the sound of his soul and create his own language, he would reach indescribable power. Now we go back to the present and a dialogue between Old Wild and our protagonist, Mr. Lin. Old Wild is saying he wants to borrow a book that will help him understand another book he has that's really difficult to understand and is a part of a single language. Our protagonist, Mr. Lin, asks Old Wild to wait for a moment while he thinks about what kind of book would help him the best. While Old Wild is waiting, he thinks about Mr. Lin always being nice to him and always there to help him out when needed, even after Old Wild lost terribly after fighting with a guy called Joseph who was a divine knight. Mr. Lin was there for Old Wild to help guide him to the right path. Old Wild also thought that Mr. Lin is a learned hermit beyond indescribable power because he could hide his power easily from Old Wild. And he thinks that after 2 years of studying that mysterious book that's so hard to understand, Old Wild can finally understand some parts of it, and it's all thanks to Mr. Lin, whom Old Wild thought of as an omniscient and wise scholar. Old Wild wanted to show his gratitude to Mr. Lin this time. Just then Mr. Lin comes back with another book, saying that it's a bold statement, thinking this book will help Old Wild, but Mr. Lin says he considers himself quite confident in this field, which is why he gave out the vibes to Old Wild that he is a powerful scholar. After seeing what kind of a book it is, Old Wild got completely and utterly shocked, asking Mr. Lin if he really wrote this book his own, which Lin confirmed with confidence. Old Wild was still shocked. He remembered the 3 mainstream religions that were known to him, but he had never heard about the religion of the cult of ghouls before. Old Wild felt an evil aura coming from the book, so he thought to himself that Mr. Lin has to be wicked if he wrote this book, and then he wondered whether Mr. Lin was trying to start his own religion. Old Wild asked Mr. Lin if this book was his field of study about the rituals, which Mr. Lin confirmed and said that he used to study it a very long time ago, and that it was a destiny-changing book for him. Mr. Lin was implying that thanks to the study of this field, he could leave Earth and come work in an underground world as a librarian with possession of all the books. But of course Old Wild didn't know this, which is why his suspicions about Mr. Lin seemed to be confirmed. Mr. Lin then tells Old Wild that he didn't publish the book and that this is the only copy of the book, and then he thinks to himself that if he stayed on Earth and published it, he could have earned the title of an associate professor on Earth. Then Mr. Lin looked at Old Wild again and said since they are acquaintances, he will lend him this book even though this is the only copy of it in the world. But if Old Wild wishes, he could take another book instead. Old Wild was thinking that he has to take this book since it's the only copy ever and it's written by this master, but Old Wild wonders what powerful Master Lin wants from him. So Old Wild says that it would be his honor to take the book. He then says that he feels a bit uneasy to receive such a valuable book from Mr. Lin, thinking to himself that maybe Mr. Lin wants to use Old Wild as his test subject. Mr. Lin thought that he needs to utilize more of his business bookselling techniques, then taps Old Wild on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry, Old Wild, I'm sure you will add more value to my book. Only when someone sees my work is my research worth it. As for this book, it's not important for me now. I have entire forests already." Again, Mr. Lin was implying that he doesn't need that one book because he just used it to get to his current position where he has a forest of books, meaning all the books in the world. Then he says he still possesses all the knowledge from the book, and he could reprint it any time. That's why it's not a problem if Old Wild borrows it. Then he thinks to himself again that Old Wild should borrow the book since he's a lone scholar, and if he published the book, he would receive wealth and fame which would heal his soul, and borrowing books from his customers and healing their souls was always Mr. Lin's top priority. Old Wild was again left in complete awe and shock, and he thought to himself that Lin is maybe teaching him that fame and wealth are useless, but Mr. Lin then says, "Feel free to recommend it to others." Old Wild agrees and thinks to himself that maybe this is the price he needs to pay to spread the knowledge about the book, to distribute the book while keeping Lin as the author of the book a secret, and that was precisely Mr. Lin's plan to heal Old Wild's soul, to make him publish it and become famous and wealthy for it. Old Wild thanks Mr. Lin for his guidance over the years, then starts conjuring something, saying that this is the token of his gratitude. It was the gargoyle that Old Wild received from his teacher after graduating. Gargoyle's power is that it can identify murderous intent by itself, and it has great magic resistance. Mr. Lin thinks Old Wild is thinking that this token of gratitude is really valuable and that it took a lot of craftsmanship to make it because it looks as if it is alive. They both thank each other, and Old Wild thinks to himself that one book from Mr. Lin could buy thousands of these gargoyles and that it's not that special. As Old Wild is leaving and saying goodbyes to Mr. Lin, he also says that he will give him a better gift next time, one that is worthy of an indescribable power. Mr. Lin says he can't wait while saying goodbye to Old Wild after Old Wild left. Mr. Lin was thinking to himself, what kind of gift could he give me? Maybe another one of these gargoyles. As Mr. Lin stretches, saying that that's all the work for today, he notices a black goo rising on his table. The goo spells out letters, "Long time no see," and Mr. Lin screams in shock, "That's you?" Mr. Lin realized that this is the demon that sent Mr. Lin to this underground realm and tells him that it has been 3 years since they last talked and asks if it's time for Mr. Lin to pay the price for the favor that the demon has provided him. Mr. Lin thinks that this demon is actually quite friendly, since it has already helped him and fulfilled his biggest wish. Thus, Mr. Lin is not expecting the demon to ask for a big price. Then the demon sends a message saying that the price has already been paid, which is actually the reason why the demon has awoken. Mr. Lin was surprised and started thinking, what did he do that made him pay the price already? Maybe because he let Old Wild recommend the book to someone? The demon responds by writing letters yes out of the black goo on the table. Mr. Lin asks the demon if the price he just paid somehow benefits the demon, and the demon responded with yes. Again, Mr. Lin, relieved, says that there will be no issues then since the price has already been paid, but Mr. Lin is suspicious because it was too easy. Now we see the man named Jack on a building balcony while the rain is still falling heavily. Jack is a mysterious man for now, but as a part of some special force unit he receives a message over his radio that they have found the whereabouts of Old Wild and that Old Wild just spent an hour in that bookstore. Jack gets suspicious and thinks to himself that this bookstore is maybe a hidden gathering spot for the black mages. The woman on the other side of the radio gets surprised, says she has to report to Joseph and calls Jack back to provide more info, and yes, Joseph is the guy Old Wild mentioned earlier in the story that he suffered a terrible loss to. Jack confirms the order and says he will return. But at that moment we can see Old Wild himself behind Jack, saying there's a rat, and attacking him. Jack pulls out a knife to stab Old Wild, but before he does it, Old Wild grabs his face, utters a magic word, and Jack loses his life in the blink of an eye. Woman on the radio calls for Jack, but Old Wild stomps on the radio, destroying it and saying that they should never spy on his place of residence. Thinking about Mr. Lin, of course, and saying that the punishment Jack has just received was too merciful for this transgression. Now we go back to headquarters Jack was supposed to report to, and we see that woman knocking on the door of a special knight, saying she has something to report to. We see the knight chilling in his chair, telling the woman whose name is Claudia to come in. The knight asks if something happened to the spawn of the magic mirror and says that those hunters are so annoying, get so pissed, and while punching the table, says hell use the tombstones of their mothers as punching bags. Claudia, a little bit scared, says she has a new case for this knight. Knight asks what's more important than what Old Wild is doing, and she reports on Jack's just losing his life a couple of moments ago and said that he just discovered where Wild was before getting assassinated. The knight gets utterly furious, asking who did this, and then Claudia says it was Old Wild's doing. They thought he lost his life after the Battle of White Hills 2 years ago, but apparently he survived. The knight says he knew Old Wild survived and that nobody knows Old Wild better than him, and says that the finally old pest has come out of the sewer. The knight was surprised Old Wild is in Nakan region, however, and asks what he was doing at the 23rd Street, the street where the bookstore of Mr. Lin is. Claudia says that the report is limited since Jack didn't make it back to give a full report, but they know that Old Wild spent an hour in the bookstore. The knight gets angry, saying that it makes no sense for a black mage who uses words for his magic to go to a bookstore, and asks if there is any background check on the bookstore. Claudia says the bookstore is flagship of Ash Tree Merchant Group and has been open for 3 years now. It has a good reputation, but not many customers, and that the only thing about the bookstore that is a little bit odd is the owner, who is not local. The knight says that the Ash Tree Merchant Group belongs to the Jewits, who follow nature and forests, and that he doubts they have anything to do with the black mages. And because of that, the knight doubts that the bookstore is the gathering place of mages. The knight gets completely pissed then, runs towards Claudia, and asks her what is the mission of their order of knights. Claudia, in a trembling voice, responds to eradicate evil and bring peace. The knight says that they cannot tolerate anyone who stands for evil or works with those who stand for evil, saying that Wild didn't stay in the bookstore only to chat, read a book, and drink some tea. While these are precisely the reasons why Old Wild stayed there, the knight continues yelling in anger, saying that if Claudia really thinks this, that an immensely powerful black mage stayed at a bookstore for an hour only to do that, then he will need to put on the sharp mithril boots and kick Claudia a few times so she learns her lessons. Claudia, quivering in fear, says that the Ash Tree group of merchants who own the bookstore as well fund 40 of their operation as well. The knight realizes his mistake, exhales, and says that he will go to the bookstore himself to check out what's the big deal about this bookstore. As he's leaving his base, you can see many knights in a line greeting him honorably. He looks at the record of Lin Yi, saying he will personally get to see what kind of being Lin is. Then we find out the name of the knight, Joseph Abraham. He was one of the 10 Radiant Knights, and the knight that beat Old Wild terribly once already. As the chapter draws to an end, Sir Joseph starts hallucinating again, seeing bright red light everywhere, and as a magic sword appears in front of him, Sir Joseph utters, "The curse of the magic sword, Candela?" We see Joseph drowning and falling deeper and deeper in water, demon tendrils wrapping around him, and even an illusion of a mysterious man trying to choke him out. Joseph snaps back out of the hallucination, and he is on a rainy street close to Mr. Lin's bookstore. Joseph is talking to himself, saying that the curse of the sword Candela activated again, and that's why he can't go visit the bookstore now, and the reason for the curse is a madness possessed by its original owner. This curse can drive people mad with hallucinations, and only extremely powerful knights can withstand this curse with their tremendous willpower, but the curse is activating again before Joseph could find a suitable successor for the blade. Joseph thinks to himself that he is no undefeatable sacred knight. Since he can't withstand this curse anymore, he is just an old cripple. Then he leaves down the street without going to the bookstore. Now we see drained corpses of enemies who attacked the girl from the beginning of the novel, and a man in robes, whose name is Helix and who is a leader of the White Wolf clan. And Helix is saying that he underestimated the girl. After all, she was second in command, so it's understandable that she is not weak. Now we see the girl again, standing in front of a burning building, and we get to learn more about her. She was a former second in command of the White Wolf clan, the clan Helix is the current leader of, and her name is Ji Zinsu. We see more enemies charging at her from behind, but she dismantles them without batting an eye, then asks Max to report on the situation. Now we can see Max on a rooftop saying that it's confirmed that Helix has become a total madman after receiving the spawn of the magic mirror, and that he has started a massacre among the hunters after taking it. Max warns G that they are outmatched since Helix has allied with Casper, who is third in command. And we see another woman named Kay approach them, saying that Helix and Casper have probably planned this assault a long time ago, and that they are too powerful right now. Then she tells G that she got betrayed only because of that scheming bastard Lee, then thanks Kay, saying that the only reason she survived the pursuers was thanks to Kay. Then Lee thinks about Kay being really impressive since she can suppress the side effects of the tainted blood, meaning even when she is transformed, she can retain complete control, which is impossible for regular hunters. Now we see a man known as Rat Ryan screaming that Helix and Casper are close to panicky levels and that after Lee and Kay transform, they can defeat them easily. Kay absolutely despises Rat Ryan, but G said that they can trust him since he has a loyalty rune marked onto his soul. G then explains that Kay and Max are able to withstand the mind corruption of the magic mirror because that rune has been cast by the white mage. That proceeds to explain that all of them have tainted blood, and that hunting that cruel dream beast is a path they all chose to have. She lets out a battle cry, telling her hunters that there is no turning back now. They agree and follow her instructions. They leave, saying that this is going to be their last battle. They reach the church gate, which they break open and enter. Inside they find third in command Casper, and they get surprised, asking where is Helix and why is Casper alone. Casper laughs while G rushes towards him, suspecting that something is wrong. After flipping him over, she realizes he has started transforming and takes a syringe to inject into him to slow down his transformation. Then she asks where Helix is, and Casper, while still transforming, screams, "His Holiness will come." Then Casper explodes, ending his own line. G, completely shocked and angry, breaks the glass mirror while Max is asking her that they should ask Mr. Keywood for help, but G quickly declines Max's offer and gives an order to Gata continue investigating. She then orders Ryan to follow her, and shocked, he asks where, while she utters to 23rd Street. Now we see our protagonist, Mr. Lin, sitting in his bookstore drinking coffee and reading a book, while thinking to himself that today is another day without customers. Since Old Wild and G, it's been 3 days without any customers. He then thinks to himself that he is only scraping by because of that black lady who was financing the bookstore, and Lin hopes that the book he recommended, this black lady, can be of any help to her. He then thinks that he should devise strategies how to share books better, since he is probably not getting any customers with rather being as bad as it is today. And in that moment somebody enters the bookstore. It's MSG, dressed in a beautiful dress, which leaves Mr. Lin a bit surprised. But he happily welcomes her, and he then remembers that she is the daughter of a rich tycoon, and that this is his chance to make his business prosper by making her his regular customer. He tells her that he didn't expect her to come back so soon, and that she is the first person ever to visit his bookstore after only 3 days. G is thinking to himself that Mr. Lin is disappointed in her, and after giving her such great guidance the last time, she still came back to him asking for more help. She then notices the gargoyle that Mr. Lin received from Old Wild and thinks to herself if that's the mage's gargoyle, and even though it didn't move, she feels a powerful aura coming from him. She continues thinking about Mr. Lin trying to pretend to be a normal person, but he is displaying this gargoyle. Is he trying to comfort her and treat her with forgiveness and encouragement like before? She then apologizes to Mr. Lin for disappointing him, and in that moment, Red Trine enters the bookstore, asking G if this is the place where she is taking him. He gets surprised after seeing Mr. Lin and thinking, why did the boss take me to see a normal person? Mr. Lin asks about who this guy is, and she explains that this is her subordinate, saying that he is completely loyal. Mr. Lin then starts pouring coffee and thinks that G got traumatized by that bastard who G mentioned in Chapter 1, and for whom Mr. Lin told her to need to get revenge against. Mr. Lin thinks she was traumatized by this guy so much because when she introduces other people she needs to say they are loyal, but then Mr. Lin realizes that if she took his advice and listened to him and got revenge, she should feel more confident now. And why did she just say she disappointed Mr. Lin? He asks her if she failed doing this and offers her coffee. She thinks to herself that even though she didn't say it, Mr. Lin already knows this, so she tells him that yes, she had failed. They are talking about different people. However, G is talking about Helix and wanting to end his life, while Mr. Lin is thinking that the guy is her ex who betrayed her. G then proceeds to explain that he got away and she couldn't get her revenge. She asked others to search for him, but they couldn't find him yet. And then she fought him for 2 days, and after receiving Mr. Lin's teachings, she started pushing him back, even explaining, even destroying his base, and even though she paid a heavy price, he still managed to escape because G has underestimated him. She then apologizes to Mr. Lin because she got careless. Mr. Lin with a happy face says that it's not her fault, and while he sips his coffee, he gets completely and utterly confused, not realizing what's going on because he is thinking that the guy G is talking about is her ex. Why is she talking about romance like fighting someone? He wonders and thinks there is a saying, love is like shopping and shopping is like fighting. So logically, love is like fighting. Lin thinks that G is used to business terminology since her father is a girl, and that's why she is describing it like that, and he thinks he understands it now. He thinks she meant she argued with that guy for days but only understood how clever he is at the end, and he managed to run away with her money at the end. He pours more coffee for MSG and says that he understands. MSG gets a bit happy and asks Mr. Lin what he thinks, while we can see Ret Ryan in the back completely confused because he doesn't understand what the heck is going on. We went a bit in the past to learn more about Ret Ryan. He is talking on the phone with somebody whom he told that the Old Wild is in the Knocking region now, and that person starts complimenting Ryan for getting this classified information easily. Ryan said, "Cut the flattery, I consider someone else in an instant." The person on the phone thanks Ryan again and tells him who the next target is, and Ryan says that it's just a naive brat who believes that the rune of truth is safe but that it's really easy to crack them up. And at that moment, Kay calls for Ret Ryan, telling him that G is looking for him and that he is not going to be a mindless rat anymore. But her subordinate Ryan apologizes and says he is leaving right away. And while going, he thinks to himself that Kay has the ability to control lycanthropy easily and that if he finds a way to do this, he can be the ultimate intel to destroy hunters forever. Now lycanthropy is the ability to transform into a wolf or a werewolf, for those of you who don't know. Now back to the present, where Ryan is completely confused, not understanding why G is talking to this man in such a way as if he possesses some kind of indescribable power but is just a normal human. G then asks Mr. Lin to guide her, and he tells her that she doesn't need to worry so much, that it's actually easier than she thinks, that her enemy isn't that guy right now but other things, and that she fears the fear itself and that she needs to wait for a bit, that good news will come. Ryan realizes that these are all lies and empty words, because Ryan knows them too well, because those are all tricks of a liar, and Ret Ryan is a liar himself. Mr. Lin then quickly apologizes and asks him to wait for a moment because his stomach started acting up since he too much tea, thinking he'll get no customers today. When he leaves, Ret Ryan, in a loud tone, asks G what the hell she is doing. She tells him to watch his tone, that she brought him here because he might have some useful intelligence, not because she trusts him or values him, and she calls him impudent. Ryan loses it and starts screaming that Mr. Lin is a liar, how Ryan is impudent but he knows that, but that Mr. Lin's deception definitely needs to be worked on, and how Ryan can find at least 3 people with that low level of deception. He warns G that Mr. Lin is spinning her around, and then he feels JS blade at his throat as she yells at him, saying, "I knew I shouldn't have brought you. A wicked man like you only sees wicked things. She tells him that if he wasn't useful, she'd just end his life right there and then. Ryan thinks to himself that he needs to calm down and manipulate Ji, since he thinks she is so easy to manipulate, and says that he's loyal to her and her only, and that when Mr. Lin comes back he will prove it to her, preparing his poison arrow to strike Mr. Lin down. At that moment, the magic gargoyle that Mr. Lin got from the old wild awakens because it felt Ryan's murderous intent. It grabs Ryan, leaving Ji in shock, quickly pulls him close to his mouth, and devours Ryan in a blink of an eye. Then, just before Mr. Lin returns, Gargoyle goes back into its normal sleeping form. Looking like a statue again, Mr. Lin comes back apologizing for leaving and asks, "Where is your subordinate, Ji?" Ji is completely terrified and petrified and answers in a shaky voice, "Something urgent." While still being frozen with fear, Ji starts thinking to herself how everything just now happened so quickly she didn't even realize and she didn't even have time to react. The gargoyle attacked and swallowed Red Ryan so fast that if it was targeted in Ji instead, she couldn't defend herself and would get completely obliterated by it without even standing a chance. Is this what it feels to stare death in the eyes? She thinks to herself as the chills caused by the biggest fear in her life are running through her body. She then thinks that Mr. Lin realized that Red Ryan is a liar and wanted to finish him off but didn't want to get his hands dirty by doing this job. That's why he left to a different room for a couple of moments, letting his gargoyle quickly dispose of that ignorant guy. She thinks that this is such a brutal but elegant tactic and thinks that she shouldn't have brought Red Ryan in the first place. She then thinks that she angered Mr. Lin, and if he thinks she's behind this, what could he even do to her? But at that moment, Mr. Lin interrupts her thoughts, asking, "What's wrong? You look pale, Mr. G." He tells her to relax and that his bookstore should be a place for people who visit and relax. "Don't be scared, I'm not gonna eat you," he says. Ms. G gets even more terrified now, if that is even possible, and starts shaking and apologizing, saying her subordinate was rude and that she shouldn't have brought him with her to the bookstore. Mr. Lin gets completely confused again, not understanding why she is so nervous and scared. Does she really think I eat people? He thinks, but there is no way she'd think something like that about such a friendly book clerk like Mr. Lin. He thinks that maybe she's just too naive and believes everything people say. That's why she got betrayed by her ex as well. Mr. Lin thinks he then realizes that he probably earned her trust with soul healing her the last time she came, and that's why she came again and is planning to do his best again to help her soul out. He apologizes for making jokes and asks MSG if he can help her in any way. MSG notices that Mr. Lin is calm, so she relaxed a bit as well. Apologizing for her transgression and asking for a book to help with her willpower, Mr. Lin says no problem, and while finding a good book for her, he wonders why does she look so scared? He's only been gone a couple of minutes. What could have happened? Maybe it's because her subordinate left so suddenly. So Mr. Lin decides to comment about him, saying that Red Ryan didn't look right and it's better to not talk about stuff like absolute loyalty. She gets shocked thinking that Mr. Lin didn't say this randomly, that something must be wrong with the loyalty rune. She thinks that only white mages who make this rune can crack them, and that the mage that made the rune for Ryan works for her father Haywood, and if Ryan's rune is not working, her father is probably breaking the runes to manipulate other people. She comments out loud, saying, "How can this be? Who can I trust?" And Mr. Lin, without a moment to spare, answers by saying, "You can only rely on yourself." He tells her that she can never completely understand an individual and that the best way is to get strong and steal so nobody can defeat you and you don't have to rely on other people, and offers her a book titled How the Steel Was Tempered. Ji is shocked, but Lin tells her that after she reads this book, it will be really helpful to her. He then uses some quotes to encourage her and tells her to strike when the iron is hot. Man's dearest possession is life, and it's given to him to live, but was as she is leaving. He continues quoting more sentences from the book. Now she is walking down the street again and looks at the cover of the book for a moment and then opens it up. The book releases light particles all around Ji, startling her a bit, and then a huge demon eye appears above her. The unending wheel of steel has a different effect on the power of the soul, is the quote she hears. Ji is left confused and not understanding what has just happened while she sees visions of the bookstore and the gargoyle and the bookstore. Then the vision zooms on the neck of the gargoyle where we can see people is swallowed, one of them being Retrayan, whose rune of truth was gone from his neck. She then realizes that rune was indeed cracked and broken. The demon eye above her zaps her with dark energies. She feels pain and her nose starts bleeding, but in her vision she finds herself in front of Retrayan, who is suffering. Now she is out of the vision, thinking how incredible Mr. Lin is. He changed her soul so easily and poured huge amounts of mana in her, and she finally has a chance to break through panicky level into a higher power level. She feels satisfaction overflowing through her body. She feels as if Mr. Lin gave her a second life and thinks that Mr. Lin wants to help all the hunters gradually, step by step, and she thinks she finally understands his goals. She swears an absolute loyalty to him, giving her body and everything to him and saying she will never let Mr. Lin down again. While sorting books in his bookstore, Mr. Lin turns around and sees Ji standing out in rain in front of the bookstore, and he realizes she was there all this time, but why does she have a nosebleed? He wonders as she runs away. Mr. Lin then thinks that maybe she has a crush on him after being betrayed by her ex and being invulnerable, and Mr. Lin was there for her. No, that can't be the case. He thinks, I need to focus on the customers. And the chapter ends with Holy Knight Joseph standing in front of the bookstore. Now we get to see Radiant Knight Joseph in front of the bookstore having a magical aura around him to protect him from the rain at all time. Not so powerful he is. He then thinks to himself that he doesn't understand why would a powerful black mage like Old Wild decide to spend an hour in this ordinary bookstore. But Joseph says that he can't let this opportunity go to waste and decides to go in to investigate as he is entering the bookstore. He is thinking to himself that, as a knight, it is his duty to protect law and peace. Now we see our main protagonist, Mr. Lin, just sitting in a chair in a bookstore browsing through books, and there is one book that he is holding in his hand, The Little Prince, and he thinks about how this book is a children's book, but it has so many philosophical points and it's both heartwarming and cute. He decides to read this book tonight before going to sleep, and at that moment the doorbell rings and somebody enters the bookstore. Mr. Lin gets excited that he gets a new customer, and then he thinks that Miss G is probably his lucky charm because every time she came to visit him, as soon as she left, some other customer came in. Now we see the imposing presence of Radiant Knight Joseph, and Mr. Lin also realizes quickly that this man has a threatening presence, but being a good book clerk as he is, he welcomes him and offers him his services. Radiant Knight Joseph is scanning the area with his magical eye, but he realizes that this is just an ordinary bookstore, and that Mr. Lin is just an ordinary man and doesn't understand why Old Wild would spend any time here. But then Joseph sees the gargoyle and thinks to himself that this gargoyle is the only out of the ordinary in this entire bookstore. He thinks that Old Wild wouldn't just give this gargoyle to anybody, and he decides to investigate a little bit further. Then he asks Mr. Lin if he is the actual owner of the bookstore, and before replying, Mr. Lin thinks to himself that this guy seems a little bit unsociable, so he decides to use endearing and respectful language and decides to call Radiant Knight Joseph Grandpa. When Mr. Lin says, "You are right. I am the owner of the bookstore, Grandpa," Radiant Knight Joseph gets surprised, shocked, and completely angry. Even though Mr. Lin was trying to be polite, Joseph took this in the wrong way and took it as an insult, thinking to himself that he should bash Mr. Lin's skull in, but he won't do it since Mr. Lin is just an ordinary man and he can't go around bashing skulls of civilians. He then asks Mr. Lin if this gargoyle is actually his, and Mr. Lin says yes. A customer gifted it to me, and that's the reason why it's not on sale. Joseph thinks to himself that he would never want to buy something like this. What the hell would the Radiant Knight do with a gargoyle made by a black mage? Then Joseph asks Mr. Lin if Old Wild gifted this gargoyle to him. Mr. Lin answers yes, but thinks to himself that this man might have a grudge against Old Wild because of his threatening demeanor. Joseph is still a little bit confused and doesn't understand why would a powerful black mage give the gargoyle this powerful to an ordinary man. Joseph says to himself that first he thought this is a gathering place for black mages, but after scouting it, he knows that this is just an ordinary bookstore with an ordinary book clerk. But maybe they are using this place to exchange secret messages, is what Joseph thinks. So this place would be an exchanging point for the black mages then. Now we see Mr. Lin thinking and trying to analyze and understand what kind of man Joseph is. He thinks to himself that even though Joseph has this threatening aura around him, he must be a good man and a gentle soul because he didn't break anything after he entered in the bookstore, and if he is a gentle soul, he shouldn't have a grudge against a literary student like Old Wild. Then Mr. Lin remembers a quote from Sherlock Holmes, which goes, "If you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however unlikely, must be the truth." And he realizes yes and asks Joseph, "Are you a friend of Old Wild?" Joseph gets completely surprised, but he decides to use this for his advantage, saying that yes, he's known him for many, many years and that they've shed blood together in war, but that they've had a small conflict 2 years ago and he didn't hear about him since then. And while Joseph is thinking to himself that as soon as he sees Old Wild, He's gonna rip his head off and break his bones, and that's basically what he already did last time they fought, but Old Wild used some unfamiliar magic to escape death and run away. So while he is thinking this, Mr. Lin is thinking that they really have a deep connection, a bromance, and an enviable friendship. And he tells Joseph that he realized they are close friends because Joseph immediately knew that Gargoyle was from Old Wild. Joseph said that he's been looking for Old Wild all these years and asks Mr. Lin if he has the address of where Old Wild is right now, and that he would like to pay him a visit right now personally. Mr. Lin says that he would gladly give him the address, but unfortunately that he doesn't have it. But he lets Joseph know that Old Wild borrowed the book and he will be back in a couple of days to return the book, and when he comes back, Mr. Lin will tell him about Joseph trying to find him. Then he asks Joseph if he would like to sit and rest for a while, and his business instincts are kicking in, and he asks him if he would like to borrow a book. Joseph sighs and says, "Do I look tired?" And he thinks to himself that even though Mr. Lin is an ordinary man talking to a super powerful man right now, he's still being really casual and friendly towards Joseph. And Joseph thinks to himself that nobody talked to him like this for many, many years, ever since he became a radiant knight. Then Joseph says that he isn't tired, but he has no reason to pass on a little bit of tea. But he will not read any books since he doesn't like reading, and he didn't bring any money with him. Mr. Lin thinks to himself that Joseph is incredibly arrogant, judging by the tone of his voice, but that he is opening up right now. So he offers him with tea and tells him that he can read any book behind him for free. Joseph again refuses to read a book and thinks that his headache is getting worse and worse. And in that moment, Mr. Lin just slides a book to Joseph. The book's title is A Seat of the Abyss. And then also tells him that he is reading a fairy tale right now that's really relaxing and soothing for soul before going to sleep, and if Joseph wants, he can let him have this book to read to help him relax his soul. Joseph scoffs and says, "Fairy tale? Young man, you're an adult as well, why would you read such a book? That's so immature." Mr. Lin is a little bit disappointed because of how condescending Joseph is and tells him, "Switch yourself, but this book is really, really good. It's the only copy in the Nakan region." Joseph gets surprised and asks Mr. Lin, "What? Are you certain this book is a fairy tale?" Mr. Lin left a little bit confused and says, "Yes, this is the classical story. Are there any problems?" Joseph thinks for himself that nobody in his right mind would call a book the same as A Seat of the Abyss, a fairy tale story for kids that you read before going to sleep. Now we get to learn something new and mind-blowing. Twist books that Mr. Lin has and sees, when he gives them to his customers, they see it differently and the book changes in according to what the customer's soul needs. That's why Joseph was surprised, because Mr. Lin was talking about a fairy tale, but the book's name was A Seat of the Abyss, but Mr. Lin saw this book as the story of Little Prince, which in reality is a children's book. Now Joseph gets intrigued, and because of this, he asks Mr. Lin to have a look at the book, but not because he is interested in it, but because he is a polite person who doesn't want to decline such a polite offer from Mr. Lin, who keeps recommending him to read this book. Mr. Lin thinks to himself that his grandpa is really like a macho man on the outside, but he is really soft and has a woman's heart on the inside. And as he offers Joseph the book, and as soon as Joseph touches the book, he feels a familiar feeling of dizziness and pain. He realizes it's the sword candela resonating with something right now. Is it the book, he wonders? He is completely confused, and while falling down to the floor, he remembers Mr. Lin saying bedtime. Is this what he meant? We can see Joseph fighting to stay conscious, but he faints and falls on the floor. Mr. Lin, completely shocked, screams, "Grandpa, are you okay? What is happening?" And as he is running towards Joseph to give him first aid, he is thinking maybe he had a stroke. And after checking his pulse, he realizes that Joseph's breathing and heartbeat are completely perfect and he is just sleeping. He is a little bit confused, but he says that Joseph has a better pulse than Mr. Lin in his prime, even though Mr. Lin is young and Joseph is so old. But then Mr. Lin gets scared a little bit again, thinking, but why did he pass out? Why did he fall asleep so suddenly? Is it something to do with the book? No, it makes no sense. Why would anybody pass out after seeing the Little Prince title? However, Mr. Lin collects himself and says, he is my customer right now. He passed out at the bookstore. I need to take care of him, make him more comfortable right now, and he'll ask him about it when he wakes up. Now we see Mr. Lin trying to lift Joseph up and carry him to a more comfortable place. But literally, after using all of his power, he can't move Joseph, not even an inch. After getting completely tired, he thinks how Joseph is very, very heavy and he's got muscles everywhere like a big brown bear, He thinks it would be much easier to carry Joseph if he were as thin as Old Wild. Then Mr. Lin thinks maybe another customer will come and help me carry him, but there is no way anybody will come at this time of night and in this bad weather. Then he apologizes to Joseph, saying, "I am sorry for doing something like this, but I can't do anything else, it's out of my power," and because he can't carry Joseph, he starts dragging him by his coat on the floor to find a more comfortable place for him. After placing him on a comfortable chair, he notices that Joseph has a mechanical arm, and he thinks maybe Joseph is a cripple like Old Wild, but then he sees how complex and intricate this mechanical arm is, and Mr. Lin thinks for himself that there is no way an ordinary old man would carry something like this on him. Then Mr. Lin thinks that Joseph is maybe a high-ranking retired military officer because of his attitude, the way he looks, the way he acts, and the way he talks, because he is so muscular for an old man. Yes, that's it, Mr. Lin thinks, because he already met retired military officers in the past, and all of them have the same exact aura around them. Mr. Lin also thinks that he has to have PTSD because of his guarded attitude, and that he also must see his lost arm as a glorious humanity of the battle he once fought. These kinds of elderly people are always so stubborn. No wonder he seemed so arrogant before. Then Mr. Lin thinks that maybe Joseph's mechanical arm malfunctioned, he got some kind of electrical shock from it, and that's why he fainted and fell asleep. Then Mr. Lin thinks for himself that if somebody saw what just happened between him and Joseph, they would probably think of Mr. Lin as a serial killer who just murdered somebody and took him in the back of the shop to hide the body. No, there is no way somebody would think something like that, Mr. Lin thinks. I am an outstanding citizen, and even though this scene is easy to misunderstand, there is nobody here to see, but then we see a cat peeking through the door and then runs away. Mr. Lin hears that somebody entered a store, but this was Cat living, but he didn't know that, so he goes to check, and he sees an open door. After going outside to see what's going on, he sees this cat running away. He tells the cat to watch out, it's dangerous because of the weather outside. He thinks this is a regular cat, but we can see the cat actually being frightened and having actual thoughts about how this could happen. Then, after getting tired and running a little bit further away, we can see the cat actually speaking, saying the spell shape is shifting, and it starts transforming into a man. We learn that this man is a spy working for a secret instrument tower, and when we see his face he's crying, thinking, how could this happen? Then we get to learn more about this man, and we realize he is Joseph's biggest fan, and he studied and worked very hard to join his order as a spy, and because he studied so much, of course he knows everything about Radiant Knights, their battles with enemies, and the battle between Joseph and the Old Wild as well. After learning that Joseph is going to the bookstore to find out why Old Wild was there, this man decided to shapeshift into a cat and follow him to protect him if he needs assistance. But after realizing this is just an ordinary bookstore, he waited outside to get an autograph from Joseph after he's done, but because Joseph took so long, he peeked in to see what's going on and what was taking Joseph so long, and when he peeked, it was at the exact moment that Joseph started fainting. Then the cat started thinking how powerful Mr. Lin is because he could overpower and beat Joseph so easily. After going back to see why he dragged him back, he saw when Mr. Lin told Joseph, even a veteran like you deserves to have some sleep dreams. The cat misunderstood the situation and felt an ominous aura coming from Mr. Lin, thinking he was casting some black evil spell on Joseph while Joseph was sleeping. Then the cat gets scared and realizes that if Mr. Lin is so powerful that he could defeat Joseph, he's probably going to finish the cat as well. He gets so scared and starts running away, saying, I have to get out of here as quickly as I can. I'm so scared, sounding as if he is about to poop his pants. Now we see the man shaking and quivering in fear outside in the rain, thinking, wow, this is how it feels to look death in the eyes, and he thinks that if Mr. Lin wanted, he could have finished him off, but for some reason he let him go. Why, he wonders, does he want me to go back and report? We get to learn the name of this man, whose name is Morrison Gregg, and he decides that he has no other choice but to go back and report this current situation. Then we see Mr. Joseph waking up and finding himself in the deep water again. What? Where am I? He thinks, oh, another curse of Candela, another illusion. He thinks, but why don't I feel pain now? He then hears a voice, when you gaze into the abyss, the abyss also gazes into you and recognizes one of its own. The voice was coming from the book, and the words from the book were overflowing Joseph's mind. Stop, it's too much. He yells. Then he hears another voice that says, I'm happy to finally meet you. Joseph starts to feel pain fading away, and he realizes that the curse of Candela is finally lifted. When he looks towards the illusion of Candela, He sees a beautiful blonde-haired knight, the first owner of the sword, and the curse is now gone. This is that kind of fairy tale? Joseph tells in his sleep, and as he wakes up and snaps back to reality, he yells, "Fairy tales are definitely for kids," while Joseph is still a little bit confused. And while waking up, we see Mr. Lin turning around and saying, "Oh Grandpa, you're finally awake?" And instead of getting completely angry like he usually would, Joseph puts on a slight smile, looks at Mr. Lin and says, "Thank you." Mr. Lin says, "No problem, how do you feel?" "Do you feel alright?" Joseph thinks for a moment and says, "I feel great. Better than before." Then Mr. Lin thinks that with Joseph's physique, there is no way he is anything else besides a retired military officer. He then realizes that his skills at judging people are becoming more and more accurate, and he thinks how Joseph is so strong he could probably take someone's life with a single punch. He thinks if Joseph was to punch Old Wild, he would send his upper half of the body flying away. But thankfully they are friends. Joseph then apologizes to Mr. Lin for accepting his hospitality and then causing inconvenience for him, but Mr. Lin says, "No problem. My job is to help the customers. This is what I also told Old Wild." Joseph says, "I see, I understand," and thinks to himself that Mr. Lin, with his carefree attitude, will help all of his customers no matter what affiliation they belong to. The moment you enter the bookstore, you become his customer, and he will take the best care of you. And Joseph thinks to himself that he only saw this kindness and pure heart in one group before, among the elves' ancient and long-lived race. It would make sense if Mr. Lin was also an elf himself. It's because he has lived a very long life that he has left the differences between good and evil. Everybody is the same, and he is trying to help everybody. He treats people with a warm and polite attitude, and this elegance can only be achieved after years and years of refinement. And he probably opened his bookstore because of the knowledge he possessed. Joseph then remembers that Candela was the prince of the ancient elven kingdom, who later became the moon king of the elves as well, but he was also the first to lose his mind. He finished his own life with his own sword, and the swords healed his soul away. And that's how the curse of Candela was born, making the future wielders of the blade go crazy with hallucinations and eventually lose their minds and end their lives as well. And before today, Joseph also thought that there was no way for him to avoid this curse, but this book helped seal this curse of the Sword of Candela. He then realizes that only an elf could possess such a book, and no ordinary elf, at that this elf must have lived for thousands and thousands of years. And this elf probably used immense magical power to preserve this book in a perfect state. And that's why Mr. Lin probably doesn't have any magic aura around him. Yes, it all makes sense now. Joseph thinks. He then asks Mr. Lin if he can borrow the book since this is the only copy. Mr. Lin, happy to see that Joseph got interested, says, "Of course, I wouldn't recommend it if you couldn't borrow it." And again, he turns his business mode on, and he wants to give validation to Joseph because that's what everybody likes to get. And then he tells Joseph that from the moment I saw you, I knew this book was perfect for you. There are a lot of people like you who suffer great pain because of the turmoil and regret boiling within them. It makes them feel as if their strength was inadequate, which makes them doubt themselves, which eventually leads them to madness. Mr. Lin tells Joseph. Mr. Lin then thinks that people who saw the battlefield firsthand can never easily forget it, and they always carry those awful memories with them for the rest of their lives. He then tells Joseph that in the end it's not the pain that defeats these kinds of people but their weakening kindness. Joseph then thinks to himself that he already saw two previous wielders actually succumb to this feeling of inadequacy and asks Mr. Lin, "Is it wrong to be kind?" Mr. Lin says kindness is not a problem. Weakening kindness is a problem because they have high expectations of themselves. They think of themselves as having big responsibility to other people, which in reality is their weakness. With that sort of weakening kindness, they can't save others but never themselves, and as soon as their spirit grows weak, they will become susceptible to everything. He tells Joseph it's okay to not always be the invincible hero. It sometimes takes more bravery and courage to be a normal man. And Mr. Lin thinks to himself that this is a great business strategy that almost made him tear up, and that he sure is going to reach Joseph as well. Joseph finally understands and thinks to himself that it's not the curse that drives people insane and makes them end their own lives. It's the pursuit of the perfection they chase. And he thinks, why did nobody ever notice this before and tell me? He then asks Mr. Lin how long I will remain calm like this, and Mr. Lin thinks to himself that it's not going to last long because it's just a children's book. If they had a permanent effect, there would be no need for psychiatrists. He then tells Joseph that it's not going to last long, but if Joseph allows Mr. Lin to help him, Mr. Lin guarantees a long-term result. Now what Mr. Lin is thinking is that this way he will gain a recurring customer. But Joseph gets completely surprised, thinking that Mr. Lin is actually asking to take the curse of Candela upon himself. Then Joseph thinks that people might say that he's already been wielding the sword for the longest, that he's already wallowing in his own failures before the sword even got the chance to corrupt him, that the invincible sacred flame used to sound intimidating before but now it doesn't anymore. Joseph thinks it was a good thing that he decided to retire. Maybe all of this happened just so the sword could find its next rightful owner. Joseph tells Mr. Lin, while thinking that Mr. Lin wants to take the sword of Candela under his own and wield the curse of Candela, while Mr. Lin was thinking about consulting Joseph in the future and giving him more books. Yet another funny misunderstanding. Mr. Lin thinks of himself as a professional life coach, and since there was a misunderstanding between the two, he tells Joseph that there is nothing to worry about. You're barely holding on right now, correct? If you want, I can gift you this book. Joseph gets surprised, doesn't know what to say, and Mr. Lin continues speaking, saying, you've been carrying those burdens for far too long. You and your heroic comrades deserve to rest. Joseph is left in complete awe and admiration of Mr. Lin's selflessness, elegance, and grace. He thinks that only people who lived very long lives could achieve such a level of these attributes. Joseph is happy and he answers, saying that there is no need to rest right now. He will rest when there is peace in the world. And as he's leaving, he asks if he can borrow this book. Mr. Lin says no problem at all. Just register your details here to borrow the book, and thinks to himself, yes, Eve gained a new customer. Joseph fills in his details, bows down in gratitude, and leaves the bookstore, saying that he has no more regrets and the only thing left for him is to serve justice. It doesn't matter if Wilde survived or not, because sooner or later, when Joseph gets his hands on Wilde, he will end him once and for all. Now as the chapter draws to an end, we can see old Wilde in his chambers studying the book that Mr. Lin gave him, saying that the knowledge of this book is as vast as the sky and as deep as the ocean. He is feeling an overwhelming euphoria as he is learning about secret sacrificial rituals from this book. It's a wild ceremony and a grotesque task. Then old Wilde turns around, looks at his black mask, and thinks to himself that maybe it's time for the black-scaled faceless to reappear and knock, and once again. He feels a hypnotizing greatness of emotions and says to himself, this is only possible thanks to Mr. Lin. Eve prepared a special gift for him, and I'm sure he will like it. Now we go back to Joseph's base, and we see his disciple being absolutely shocked after hearing the news from the black cat, who was the transformed spy. The news being that Joseph fainted just by looking at Mr. Lin. Claudia wonders how this is even possible. She then thinks that she needs to send reinforcements to help save Joseph. But then she realizes maybe sending reinforcements harshly like this would be a mistake, because Mr. Lin is probably so powerful that he caused Joseph to faint just by looking at him. Because if she sends others and it causes more losses, it would just be a bigger mistake. Then her cell phone starts ringing, and she gets a call from the team that is investigating the bookstore right now. As soon as she answers, she starts screaming what's going on and reporting the situation, and then she gets absolutely surprised after finding out that Joseph is just leaving the bookstore normally. Then she gets a call from Joseph himself and she asks him, teacher, what are your orders? And Joseph says, recall the investigating forces of the bookstore immediately. Starting right now, as from now on, the bookstore area is classified as a Class I top secret. Claudia gets absolutely surprised and shocked. Class 1, she utters. Then she remembers the class list for abnormal, P for panicky, D for destructive, and Class I, the most powerful one, for indescribable. This means that Joseph classified the bookstore as having an indescribable power level, thinking Mr. Lin's power level is the highest there is. She asks Joseph what's going on, and he tells him that the bookstore owner is, and his sentence gets interrupted by him seeing 3 black stray kittens in a box out in the rain. Then she asks Claudia over the phone, Claudia, is there someone with you? She says yes, there is, and she realizes that Joseph probably thinks she's been careless, and she hits the cat's pie for trusting him. Now we see Joseph playing with these stray kittens while threatening Claudia, telling her, if you know what's your job, why don't you do it? Do you really want to be sent to the Northern Highlands to grow potatoes? She says no, of course not, and that shall send the word immediately for people to classify this bookstore as a Class I top secret. She then thinks about how Joseph sounds normal and that he didn't change at all, and that despite looking as if he's going to crush your skull when he's mad, if you follow his exact orders, he doesn't hold a grudge against you. She then admires Joseph, thinking that he is sharp-tongued, soft-hearted, radiant knight Joseph, her teacher. She then explains the whole situation that Joseph just told her to people who are in charge of classifying cases, and also that this is the new order from Radiant Knight Joseph and that elders will understand properly. She then says to herself quietly that the new case I file is ready and that after Radiant Knight Joseph is back, he's going to need to fill out all the contents. At that exact moment, the door of the office opens. Joseph enters and says okay, which makes Claudia scream eek in shock. Joseph then asks her who was with her a couple of moments ago when they were talking on the phone, when Joseph realized that somebody was with Claudia, and tells her that she needs to use a forget rune on this person so he doesn't remember what they were talking about. She then explains that this is their special investigator Morrison Gregg, who is a mage who's also really talented in shapeshifting. She then says Adam, he's also a bit special, he's your fan. He's joined the 13 fan clubs of the undefeatable Sacred Flame, spending around $3 million in various fundraisers every year, including that inscribing the name Abraham Joseph into the gold incident last year. Then, while Joseph is filling in the report, he asks Claudia if this really happened, which she confirms. Then he tells her that he knows mage families are rich, which she confirms again. Then he thinks and says instead of spending money on these meaningless things, why didn't he just donate money straight to his idol? Then Joseph says that he'll take Morrison Gregg in as his disciple, charging him a fee for close contact. Claudia gets completely surprised and shocked, thinking, how can a Radiant Knight be so greedy that he even wants to take kids' money? But since she's only just a disciple of Joseph as well, she says of course right away. Joseph says good, that'll save on the cost of a memory wipe. And we can see his report on screen filled in saying Joseph submits the report thinking that this should be enough to make other people stay away from the bookstore, but if some idiot still wants to go in, then he wishes him luck. We then see Joseph at his home in his pajamas talking on the phone with somebody saying I'm fine, I'm not dead, can't you see that, can't you realize that, who told you I'm dead, and that the only thing that would make him dead is that person annoying him even more. He says that he's not at work right now and tells the person to go bother Claudia tomorrow. He looks at the book that Mr. Lin gave him and thinks that Sword Smooth remains calm and pleasant, which is really good, and that the book has no effect on his mood right now, which is also really good. And at that moment the phone rings. Joseph gets a little bit angry, saying who is calling me this time, and that they will need to raise his salary to compensate for the emotional damages he gets from these second-raters. Now we see Joseph talking to her daughter and telling her to drink milk before sleep, and she says, I know, father, I'm not a kid anymore, I'm already an abnormal level combat knight captain, and that he doesn't have to remind her all the time. To which Joseph responds that he is not telling her to drink milk to grow taller, and that she's never going to get married like this, which leaves his daughter in a shock. He gets a little bit angry at her dad, thinking that he only has muscles for brains, and as she turns around, she notices some books on the table. This was the book that Mr. Lin gave to Joseph. She thinks it's strange, why would her dad read the book? He has a muscle for the brain. She comes close to the book, and as she opens it, she gets completely surprised. Then we see Joseph again screaming on the phone, telling his subordinates to stop bothering him about his Class I case and that Mr. Lin managed to incapacitate him without even breaking a sweat. And if any one of them manages to do this as well, then Joseph will open a Class I report for them as well. He warns them not to go to the bookstore and do something disrespectful. And if they get in trouble, he's not going to save them when they don't obey his command. Now he goes back to his daughter while she's reading a book. When she hears him coming, she closes the book quickly and gets scared that he might get angry because she was reading this book. He looks at her in his cute pajamas and tells her with a threatening voice. Melissa, the blood in her vein freezes from the fear she feels right now. She turns around and says no, and he offers her a glass of milk and says, remember? He then thinks to himself that Melissa is probably in her rebellious phase, but it's not a problem because the most important thing is for her to grow healthy. Now we see Melissa in her room, still a little bit shocked, thinking who wrote that book and if the protagonist of the book could be the Elf King Candela. And why are the stories in the book so splendid and real? The most important thing though is she still didn't finish reading the book. She's about to get to the best part and wants to see what happens, but she couldn't because her dad interrupted her. Stupid dad. She says apart from being strong and handsome, he's just a good-for-nothing idiot. She then thinks to herself that she didn't expect somebody like her dad to read that kind of book and thinks that she was being a little bit unfair to him, but then remember she heard him say something about that book being from a highly classified bookstore. Highly classified bookstore, who cares? It's still just a normal bookstore. Those strong old fogies wouldn't stay in a place like a bookstore. She then uses a key she got from her mom, who is also a radiant knight, to access the classified bookstore files. She thinks, thanks, Mom. After reading that novel, I promise I'll work hard to become an excellent knight. I won't let you down. She then opens a file about the bookstore, and while she is reading through it, she sees that the target is classified as friendly. That's nothing. I knew it wasn't that impressive. She thinks so in that case, if the target is friendly, she can just go there and have a look. She thinks now before going to sleep. She sees a glass of milk on the table, mixes coffee, and drinks the milk, thinking to herself, they'll grow, right? Now we see news on the radio saying that the rain warning level is red. The road to Naka's lower city district has been closed temporarily, and so far all sewage systems have been working at the highest efficiency. And according to experts, if this heavy rain continues for another week, a third of NACA will be flooded completely. Expert analysis shows that rain originates from the cold air mass of the Northern Highlands. Now we see Mr. Lin in his bookshop mopping the floors and thinking to himself that this heavy rain has been falling for over a week now and is only growing stronger. And if it continues falling this heavily, he is going to need to get himself a boat. Even trying to lead a normal life is going to be difficult, Mr. Lin thinks, because when he saw the entire floor flooded this morning, he thought he was going to have to move out, but luckily the books are okay. He has finally finished clearing the floor, which looks as good as new now, and Mr. Lin thinks to himself that he is so awesome because he is able to clean it this well. Now he goes to open the store, and as he is opening the store, he thinks about the cat, wondering if it got home safely because it's dangerous for a small cat like that to be wandering out in such a weather. And then we see Mr. Greg Morrison in Joseph's office, totally about him, saying he can feel his scent everywhere and wonders if he is in heaven. To which Chloe responds, no, but if you continue acting that way, you are soon going to be there. Now we see Mr. Lin's neighbor completely angry and furious because his TV is not working. He thinks the TV itself is fine and the wiring is also good, but it probably is a tripped fuse that's not working, but the circuit breaker is outside and he doesn't want to go outside in this heavy rain, but then he remembers that Mr. Lin is his neighbor and maybe he can ask him for help. After all, he's been a good guy and likes helping people. He knocks on the wall to call for Mr. Lin and thinks to himself that Mr. Lin might even thank him because he gave Mr. Lin a chance to help him. Then he calls for Mr. Lin, asking if he is there. Then Mr. Lin responds, yeah, is there anything you need help with? This guy smirks and tells Mr. Lin that his TV is having some problems and it's probably because of the circuits, but he's busy now and he can't leave right now. He asks Mr. Lin to go outside and have a look. The circuit breaker is behind the back door of his shop, right side on the wall. Mr. Lin, being a good guy as he is, says sure, he'll check it out, but as soon as he starts to head out of the shop, he feels an ominous presence around him. The demon that he made a deal with to come to this world came back for Mr. Lin. Oh, nice to see you after a long time no see. Mr. Lin says, do you need something? Are you here to hurry me to lend more books? The demon then points to the doors and Mr. Lin asks if the demon actually wants to help Mr. Lin, which demon nods to, and Mr. Lin thinks that this demon is so polite and cute. Last time it said lending books can help. Maybe he wants to show some gratitude by actually helping me. Now that's why he's back, Mr. Lin thinks. And because of this, Mr. Lin thinks that he can't refuse demon's offer and tells him, okay, sure, they'll take your help, thank you very much. Now we can see demon opening the door and going outside in the heavy rain, finding the circuit and flipping the switch. Now we go back to the apartment of the neighbor whose TV starts working and he gets surprised and happy, screaming, all right, thank you, I'll ask for your help next time too. Mr. Lin says you're welcome while the demon is coming back in the bookshop. Now we see the neighbor again, thinking that it's so convenient having Mr. Lin for a neighbor because he could just ask him to do stuff instead of him. Then he goes back to watch the TV and gets completely stunned in fear when he looks at the TV and sees a scary demon on the screen. We can't see what the demon did to Mr. Lin's neighbor, but we can just hear painful screams coming from his window. Now we can see Mr. Lin back in the bookstore, really happy, thinking to himself another day of doing a good deed, and just as he thought about that, a doorbell rings and somebody starts entering in his bookstore. Then he wonders, what's this timing? I did a good deed and a customer shows up immediately. Now the customer is a familiar one. Being Old Wild himself, he says, pardon me, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin welcomes Old Wild and asking back so soon, and then thinks that, compared to the mask Old Wild always wears, his fashion sense isn't as bad because he looks like an English gentleman. Mr. Lin asks Old Wild if it's something urgent because Old Wild is visiting him in this bad weather. Old Wild then responds by saying the favors that you did for me are much bigger than this bad weather and I want to express my gratitude properly this time. Mr. Lin then says that he is quite satisfied with the last gift he receives from Old Wild, asking what kind of precious item did he bring today and that maybe Mr. Lin will not accept it if it's too valuable. Old Wild thinks that Mr. Lin is being really kind once again to him and that gargoyle is nothing compared to this present he is about to give to Mr. Lin, but still, Mr. Lin is so modest and cares about Old Wild's feelings. Because of his help, there is only one step between me and the breakthrough to the indescribable level, Old Wild thinks. That's why only this gift I spent 2 years on is where the 2 years of kindness is shown to me, Old Wild thinks again. Then, in order to make Mr. Lin accept his gift, Old Wild says no need to hesitate. It's not that important to me, but it might serve you better, and if you don't accept it, it'll feel terrible. Mr. Lin says that Old Wild is exaggerating a little bit and that he didn't help him that much anyways. I still don't know what you've prepared, so let me have a look first, Mr. Lin says. Old Wild tells Mr. Lin that he has been working on this present for the last 2 years and he hopes Mr. Lin will like it. He then puts the present on the table. When Mr. Lin looks at it, he asks if this is a dream catcher and then thinks to himself, I didn't expect Old Wild would give me something like this. How nostalgic. Then he remembers his past while he was still living on Earth. There was this one time when he learned about dream catchers. They are a cultural symbol of American Indians. American Indians believe that the night air is filled with dreams and only a dream catcher can filter out the nightmares and capture the pleasant dreams. The elder also explained to Mr. Lin that the beings of a dream catcher are the strength and intelligence gathered from a sleeper, and that they can bolster the communications between men and the spirits. Mr. Lin tells Old Wild that he didn't expect he'd see a dream catcher here. Old Wild calls Mr. Lin very well versed because he knew about dream catchers. Then Old Wild thinks to himself that this dream catcher is a magical tool. But what makes it special is the powerful dream that it contains. Mr. Lin realizes that the quality of this dream catcher is really, really high, so this means it has been clearly made by hand alone. The recent storms outside were making Mr. Lin's sleep quite poor, and this was a perfect gift for him right now. He tells Old Wild that this is just what he needed, and thanks him very much. Old Wild tells Mr. Lin that it's his honor to present him with such a valuable gift. And as the Old Wild is leaving the bookshop, he is thinking to himself that the dream contained inside of this dream catcher is a pleasant dream second to none, but it also contains a terrible danger. Without the willpower of an indescribable level, it will immediately crush one's soul, but to a powerful individual like Mr. Lin, it must be a rare enjoyment and joy. Old Wild leaves the bookstore and says sweet dreams. We see a big explosion on a building in K falling through the air, but before she hits the ground, Shane wraps her around and pulls her to safety. Those are Max's chains and he just saved her life. Max then tells her that she needs to be careful in this battle because he didn't expect that their enemy would have mages fighting for them. Now we can see a mage speaking in a strange and magical tongue and casting a spell from his staff, trying to attack Miss G. She notices a huge snake rushing at her with the intent to eat her alive. Miss G jumps back while the snake is still chasing her. But then suddenly a white paw as big as the snake's head stops the snake, and the huge white wolf rips the snake in half. Amazed at someone, the snake starts spitting blood and screams. How could this be? How is she maintaining control even while transformed? Helix didn't warn us about this. The other mage then yells that this wolf fears fire, so they shouldn't be worried. Just bring niter and sulfate, but it's raining, the first mage utters, but the second mage says that they can't delay now, she's just panicky, so it shouldn't be that hard to stop her. We see a terrifying, huge white wolf howling beneath the moon, and we can see Kay hovering around, thinking that this is the power that all of the hunters dream about, and maybe Miss G can lead the hunters into a whole new world. Kay then wonders about Mr. Lin, thinking about what kind of person he is since he helped Miss G achieve this power. Kay wonders what his goals could be, and Max tells Kay to not worry about that now, that their sole duty at the moment is to follow and share in the glory after they win the battle at hand. Kay agrees with Max and the two of them head into battle. Now we see 3 mages together casting a fire spell from their magical staves. Yelling fire spells and living fire, the fire starts emitting from their staves, hitting the great white wolf. Now we can see another building explode close by and the great black wolf coming to rescue. While mages are sending their fire spells on the black wolf, now we see Max and Kay finishing off one of the mages. Then we see a huge fire explosion, and Kay and Max scream, "Madam." Now we see 2 mysterious mages from afar commenting on the current battle. One of them is saying in admiration that he didn't expect that there would be someone this powerful in the Novkan region, so powerful that it can maintain control even while in the beast form. And then this mage comments that not even Old Wild can do something like that right now. He then asks another mage if he's seen Old Wild because they've gotten the report saying that he was seen on the 23rd Street, but the other mage responds that he didn't see Old Wild yet. The first mage instructs the second one to go and find Old Wild because the second mage is a student of Old Wild, and while he's saying this, a great wolf appears behind him. He quickly turns around and yells, "What?" Thinking to himself, he got careless and let his guard down and completely forgot that this wolf possesses the ability to dimensionally travel, but then he also thinks that how did she manage to fight his coordinates and then teleport to his current location. He tries to dodge, but the great white wolf is too fast and manages to bite his hand. And while in immense pain, he looks at the second mage seeking help and his name and an agonizing scream Yuan. Yuan then assumes a powerful pose that allows him to cast even more powerful spells and then yells, "Vertigo." Flash, the wolf, thinks to itself that the language Yuan is using is really refined and advanced, and that the spell he is about to release must be powerful and dangerous. Only a skilled black mage is capable of doing something like that. And while the great white wolf is having these thoughts, the first mage grabs its paw in blink of an eye and throws the wolf on the ground, and then quickly takes out his dagger, wanting to stab the wolf and finish him off. But the wolf's eyes light up, and it yells, "Will of Steel." And with all of its force rips the mage's arm clean off, but then it sees a huge purple ball of magic above it and looks at Yuan, who utters magic words, "Fire spell." Son of Decay, the wolf gets utterly petrified, thinking that this spell is too powerful and dangerous and it has to run away quickly. It has to blink away quickly even if her body gets twisted. This is her only chance to survive, and she actually manages to blink away. We then see Yuan approach the first mage and ask him, "Mr. Helix, are you alright?" Helix, with his arm ripped off, answers, "I'm fine." He then says that the owner of the bookstore at 23rd Street is even more powerful than they thought. Then we hear Mr. Helix's bones cracking as he is casting a spell to regrow his arm back. Yuan then asks Helix, "Is it because she has the power to teleport?" To which Helix replies by saying, "No, I mean she was able to extract giants from his soul, accurately pinpoint our location, and dispel your mind spells." Helix says that he's way more interested in that kind of power. What they are talking about is that MS Jean's wolf form is so powerful thanks to Mr. Lin's teachings, and that's why they think Mr. Lin is way more powerful than originally expected. Then Helix orders Yuan to go and find Mr. Lin and tells him that unfortunately Helix says something more urgent right now, and he also tells Yuan that finding Mr. Lin is more important than finding Old Wild out. Then Helix summons a magical egg filled with dark matter and asks Yuan what he thinks will hatch from the egg, to which Yuan responds by saying, "A magical dream beast." Helix then replies by saying, "No, not at all, it's a god." We go back to the library and Mr. Lin, and we can see him walking up the stairs towards his bedroom, thinking to himself that this rain has been falling heavily for a long time now and who knows when it will stop. He says he'll go buy groceries once the weather gets better. He enters his bedroom and hangs the Old Wild's dream catcher above his head. He thinks to himself that this dream catcher is definitely a handicraft, and even if he didn't have actual use of it to make his sleep better, it still looks exquisite, just like the gargoyle he got from Old Wild as well. Mr. Lin then thinks he needs to thank Old Wild. Next time he comes we can see Mr. Lin tucking in his bed, getting cozy and saying, "I hope this dream catcher works. Good night and sweet dreams." And as soon as he shuts his eyes and starts sleeping, the dream catcher activates and starts glowing, and we see Mr. Lin in his dream, and it's snowing. He actually thinks to himself, "Is this my dream?" The snow feels like ashes and it's not actually cold, it even feels a bit warm. Mr. Lin thinks that it makes sense because he's in a dream after all. Then he stutters for a moment after seeing beautiful scenery in front of him. He sees a giant tree in front of him and thinks that there's no way a tree like this would exist in real life because of its twisting branches and sky-covering crown. It's like its vessels are entangled within its skeleton. As he's looking around, he spots a gorgeous elven woman sleeping near the tree. She looks so peaceful and beautiful at that moment. A strange yet familiar melody appeared in Lin's heart. "I crown me king of the sweet cold north, with my carpet of needles and my crown of snows." And we see the image of this elven lady with a crown on her head. Mr. Lin utters that this is a spectacular dream. Like a beautiful dream from a fairy tale. He says that Old Wild wasn't exaggerating. He picks up a flower with a delicate and fresh smell, and after smelling it, Mr. Lin thinks to himself that no matter how you look at it, this flower couldn't feel more real. He then thinks that he might be lucid dreaming right now, and in a lucid dream, a person sleeping retains its consciousness and knows that he is dreaming, thus being able to control the dream and do whatever he pleases. They can even make their sensations the same as in real life. Mr. Lin thinks that the dream capture must have given him a psychological suggestion, and combined with words of old wild, it caused this particular dream. Mr. Lin then thinks that his understanding of this is quite scientific, reasonable, and even poetic, once again finding himself awesome. Then he looks at a sleeping elven lady and thinks that if this is his dream, he can do whatever he wants with her, right? He then stops himself thinking that there should be limits even in a dream, but he wonders if he is dreaming of such a beauty and remembers that we dream about other people, they aren't so clear and unfamiliar. Then he says that Chinese people like himself usually love women with silver hair, and that's why he is probably dreaming of her. At the end of the day, this is just a dream, nothing more, Mr. Lin thinks, and in dreams anything can happen. He approaches the sleeping elven lady, and after seeing her closer, he blushes a bit and thinks that this is definitely a dream and that there is no such thing as perfect beauty in the real world. He then realizes that he can let himself go just a little bit because, after all, this is just a dream. He then gives her the flower that he picked up earlier and starts brushing her hair. His face is covered in red because of the shyness he feels, and he thinks to himself that being this bald with women is really exciting, but it's no big deal since this is just a dream. And just as he thinks that she is not awake, the elven lady opens her eyes, looks at Mr. Lin and stands up. After standing up, Mr. Lin sees how much taller she is and that he didn't expect her to be this tall. But in a dream anything is possible. He thinks she looks at Mr. Lin and asks him, "Who are you?" Mr. Lin thinks to himself that she made the first move and asked him about his name first, and then realizes that people make dreams usually from their own subconsciousness and that this is his opportunity to talk with his subconsciousness. He then finally responds to the elven lattice question, saying, "A dreamer, you could say." She tells him that he is inside of a dream right now, and of course he is a dreamer then. Mr. Lin thinks that she is aware they are in a dream and how this mysterious person is full of surprises. He thinks that the projection of his subconsciousness is really intriguing, and that this is definitely a dream of his. He then tells the elven lady that at least his answer is true, and that it's her turn to tell Mr. Lin who she is. But she can't use his answer, saying she is a dreamer as well. The elven lady smiles and answers Mr. Lin by saying, "Silver. My name is Silver." He then asks her only a name, thinking about her family name, to which she responds by blinking at him and repeating one of his answers, saying, "At least my answer is true." She then approaches him a bit. Mr. Lin gets shocked as she says, "Now it's my turn to ask a question, right?" Mr. Lin thinks that he didn't expect her to counterattack like that. He blushes and thinks that this is bad. Her smile is deadly too. She then closes her eyes and tells Mr. Lin that she's been here for so long that she doesn't even know what time it is, that this place is so beautiful but it's too quiet. She says it's deathly silent. She asks Mr. Lin if he can help her by telling her why does she feel this way. Mr. Lin thinks to himself, isn't this just loneliness? Wait, can I expand my business in a dream as well? He thinks this dream fits him perfectly. A romantic dream full of beautiful flowers straight out of a fairy tale, guiding a beautiful and elegant lady with his exquisite soul-healing words, and he thinks that helping others is such a relaxing hobby that it gets so addicting that he even dreams about his job. He remembers a saying that goes, helping others always brings happiness, but back to business, he thinks. And for business, he can't be in his pajamas. He needs to be in his business suit. And suddenly his business suit appears on him. He realizes that because he is lucidly dreaming, he can do whatever he wants and even turn his imagination into reality. He then tells Silver, "Why don't you have a seat?" As he offers her his hand, Silver is pleasantly surprised and reaches towards his hands and holds it. What a golden, tender hand. Mr. Lin thinks as he blushes. But anyway, he needs to figure out this situation first. He then asks her if she's always been alone in this dream, to which she responds by saying that no one has entered this place before and that no one can. And she tells Mr. Lin that he's the first person ever to enter this place. Mr. Lin thinks of Silver as Rapunzel, always living alone in this garden, and that this life is an eternal resting. He thinks that this dream is like a fairy tale. He says to himself that too bad this is just a dream and that even though he understands her problems, he can never actually help her. Then he looks Silver in the eyes and tells her that what she's experiencing is loneliness, and that she feels this way because she never had anybody to understand her and talk with her. He tells her that there is no novelty in her life, only pondering, and that's what's causing her pain. The more she thinks, the more painful it gets. And he tells her that a lot of people have this kind of issue. She then says, "Pandoring is the source of pain. They never understood me because they fear me, and that's why they alienate me." Mr. Lin thinks to himself that she's even a philosopher and tells her, there's an old saying, man thinks, God laughs. He says that after seeing the beauty Silver has, even God would smile. With a great big smile she blushes as Mr. Lin continues speaking, saying that maybe pondering will no longer cause her pain if she remembers God while doing it. Silver continues to blush and tells him that he sounds like a romanticist for thinking like that, and Mr. Lin admits that he definitely is one. He tells her that there is a reason he's talking to her right now and that he can understand her. She responds by saying that this is true. If he can appear in this dream, he already understands her and that they are on the same level. She then tells Mr. Lin that he's probably even greater thinker than her, to which Mr. Lin blushes, thinking if this is the way philosophers compliment each other. Mr. Lin tells her that since she's approved of him, he has a favor to ask of her and tells her that he hopes she will accept it, because this is his most sincere wish. As he grabs her hand and she gets shocked and blushes even more. He asks her if she will be his friend. She gets surprised and says, "Huh? I mean, who wouldn't get surprised? He just saw the most beautiful girl in the creation and he just friend-zoned her?" Mr. Lin is a Chad. Now back to the story. Mr. Lin thinks that he needs to take the initiative because isolated people like Silver might reject other people subconsciously, so he has to do it in a way she can't refuse. A friend, she asks him. He tells her yes, a friend, and that even though this place is beautiful, it's never changing with the same scenery and that she'll get bored of it. But if they are friends, they can share everyday trivial stories, which can destroy boredom and make life more interesting. Mr. Lin's business sense turns on, and even while in a dream, he thinks about recommending books to people who need soul healing, and he uses the power of his imagination in being in a dream to summon a book he thinks would be a perfect fit for Silver in this situation. He then offers her this book and tells her that this is a gift from a friend to another friend. She tells him that she hasn't received gifts in so long and that nobody has talked to her. She says she doesn't have anything but this tree, its fruit, flowers, and honey. She tells Mr. Lin that he can take any of these that he wants, that's a gift from her to him. After looking up, Mr. Lin realizes that this tree has golden fruit and that they are of no use to him at all, but if it's a thank you gift, he will gladly take one. He then asks Silver if he can eat this fruit roll, to which she responds with yes and gives him a golden apple. Mr. Lin admires the beauty of the apple and goes for a bite. Crispy and sweet, he thinks, and it doesn't even have a core. It tastes similar to a normal apple. He thinks. Silver asks him if he likes the apple, and Mr. Lin says that it's quite sweet. At that moment, the reality starts breaking around them. Does this mean him waking up? Mr. Lin thinks, and so soon, he feels as if he hasn't been here for long. But he can't be certain. Judging from an experience in a dream, he tells Silver that even though he doesn't want to go, he has to go now. And as the dream is shattering around him, she jumps towards him and hugs him. Then she bites his ear a little bit and tells him that she hopes that when the next night comes, they can meet in this dream again, and the dream shatters. Now we see a May 4th with Mr. Helix against MSG smoking a cigarette on a rainy street. He thinks to himself that choosing Helix might have been a move, but it was better than choosing others. And that it's not a big deal for him to betray his teacher because he already did that in the past. He betrayed his teacher and slain his teacher's students. Then we see a voice asking him what is so special about this mission that it needed him personally to handle it despite his current injuries. He then answers by saying that Lady G became much stronger not long ago, and even with his and Helix's combined strength, they could barely hold against her. And then he remembers Old Wild suffering a fatal injury, so he is probably not able to fight right now and is hiding somewhere to preserve his pride. Then the voice tells this mage that Old Wild has reappeared again and was seen on a bookstore in the 23rd Street. And this mage comments that both Old Wild and MSG were seen in that bookstore, so he thinks that the bookstore has something to do with their increase in power. Then the mage asks this voice that he was just talking to if he remembers his mission. And the voice answers that yes, it remembers. Its mission is to investigate the bookstore and owner to see what he looks like and try to understand how powerful he is. The mage then sends this mysterious person away, telling him that he hopes he will return with good news. He then thinks to himself that Old Wild reappeared again after becoming stronger, And that sounds terrifying to him, so he hopes the information about this is wrong. Now we can see the mysterious man that the mage just sent off reaching the bookstore on 23rd Street, entering and thinking to himself that it's a little bit weird because there isn't any magical reaction at all. Now we can also see that this man possesses some kind of shadow magic. So he is able to turn into shadows to move around. He then says that according to his senses this is just a normal bookstore and thinks that maybe the higher-ups have been mistaken about the information about it, and he thinks this is passing near the gargoyle that Old Wild gave to Mr. Lin. He decides to go to the second floor, and we can see Gargoyle's eyes light up, but then it goes back to sleep, probably because he didn't feel any murderous intent. But we are still not sure. He then comes in front of the bedroom where Mr. Lin is sleeping right now and thinks to himself that he still didn't check this place, and he feels an aura of life coming from this room, but the aura seems of a normal human. It doesn't seem like a powerful mutant. He then says that he was worried for no reason and that this mission is surprisingly simple, that Mr. Yuan, his master and mage, was worrying too much. But of course, what would a bookstore even have? A monster, this guy thinks. Maybe I should deal with the storekeeper while I'm here and report back. He then thinks about the report, saying you've been worrying about a normal person all of this time, and don't worry, Eve already dealt with him. How funny that would be. And as he opens the door and looks into Mr. Lin's bedroom, he gets absolutely shocked and terrified. He sees Mr. Lin sleeping peacefully, surrounded by bloody red vines all around him. This guy is completely confused and doesn't understand what's going on, but he realizes that this is some powerful magic. And at that moment the vines charge at him, attack him, and take his eye out. His eye falls down on the floor as he tries to escape the room. He actually manages to escape the room, and after closing the doors he starts going crazy, saying, "Oh crack, I should remove all the threats to the Lord's existence. My Lord, your servant is here, eager to serve." As we see his face covered in tears, his eyes missing, and blood spilling out of his eye socket. Now we go back to Mr. Yuan thinking to himself that it's already been half an hour since this man has left to spy, and saying, knowing his efficiency, he's taking a lot of time with this kind of non-violent mission, so Yuan thinks that this bookstore is really not that simple. Maybe he should have asked somebody else to go check it out, but the situation isn't too bad, he thinks. Even if something happened, John should have no problem escaping with his abilities, Yuan thinks. Because John, the man that went to spy on Mr. Lin, has the ability to turn into shadow really quickly, to walk around and maneuver around, so he can escape many dangerous threats that way. Especially because he can blend with other shadows and hide his aura to infiltrate or escape if needed. Yuan throws a cigarette to the ground, thinking to himself that maybe after John comes back he'll have to do the mission himself. But then he gets surprised because he sees a shadow. How can I still have a shadow? I've already extinguished my cigarette. Yuan thinks. He then casts a fire spell blaze, lighting up his cigarette box on fire and causing a big fiery explosion above him to light up this entire place to check on the shadow. He then thinks that it's really bad for him because the rain has reduced the power of his fire spell significantly, so he needs to pull back. He doesn't understand why John betrayed him, but right now he just has to die, so he has a fire spell that's scorched earth, and then we can see John actually emerging from shadows, trying to ambush Yuan. He attacks Yuan with his shadowy blast wave magic and actually manages to hit Yuan in his broken arm. Yuan is impaled to the wall, screams in agonizing pain and lets out an agonizing roar, which causes a fire explosion to burst out of him as his arm is completely mangled. He manages to break free and tells John that he knows more about betrayals than him and asks him if John really thought Yuan wouldn't be prepared. How naive and foolish of John. He then makes John light up in flames, telling him it's over and trying to finish him off for good, and after finishing him off, we can see John's heart still beating on the ground, and Yuan gets surprised because he doesn't understand what's going on. He screams, "What is?" The powerful beast emerges from the heart and charges at Yuan, and he's screaming, "You're not John. Who are you? My lord, your servant will clear obstacles for you." The beast responds to Yuan's surprised, says, "Lord? John isn't some church disciple. Could this be the bookstore owner? This is his warning." Yuan thinks. Now we go back to Mr. Helix's headquarters, where he gets reports from one of his subordinates that Mr. Yuan is dead. Helix is surprised, asking what happened, and the subordinate explains the situation, telling that there are photos and magic forensic analysis of the scene. He says they got this report from the Black Maidens of the Scarlet Cult, and after looking at the photo, Helix is utterly surprised. He reads the report that says that Mr. Yuan sent someone to investigate the bookstore on the 23rd Street as per his orders, and on the photo, he can see the mangled body of Yuan surrounded by the same red-blooded vines that are around Mr. Lin as he is sleeping right now. The report states that the person Yuan sent to investigate the bookstore betrayed him and killed him when he returned, and this photo shows Mr. Yuan's final moments, where just before he died he wrote "run" using his own blood. So these were basically his last words to Helix. Helix then thinks that unknown creature hijacked and manipulated John's mind, making him betray Yuan and kill him after coming back, and even the black mages couldn't identify this creature. Then he asks his subordinate what are the black mages planning to do next and what is their next step. The subordinate explains that black mages are collecting the evidence back to Scarlet Cult headquarters. They will analyze the evidence and see what's going on here, but that they also suggested that any investigation of the bookstore needs to be abandoned in order to guarantee the hatching of the spawn of the magic mirror from the egg we saw earlier. Helix agrees with the order, saying that he will cooperate as best as he can, and after his subordinate leaves, Helix wonders if this is a warning from the bookstore owner. He thinks that he is even more powerful than they imagined, and they didn't expect him to be so brutal, but this is a critical moment for the hatching of the magic mirror spawn, so he can't have any complications. So no matter what kind of creature the bookstore owner is, the egg is so close to hatching that Helix says that he won't allow anything to interfere with his plans. Now we go back to Mr. Lin, who's finally waking up from his dream. He looks happy and thinks he needs to thank Old Wild because he gave him the Dreamcatcher, because Dreamcatcher caused him to have the most beautiful dream ever, which also resulted in Mr. Lin having the best night of his sleep. He then remembers the elven lady and hopes he will be able to meet her tonight when he goes back to sleep. As he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth, he realizes that something is not quite right. When he opens his mouth to check, he sees that he has 8 more teeth. He then thinks that the demon that helped him come to this other world maybe thinks this is a good thing and he caused this, and from a Buddhist point of view, having 40 teeth is a blessing because they believe that Buddha had 40 teeth. Mr. Lin doesn't understand why would Inky do something like this, and Inky is the name of the demon given to him by Mr. Lin, so he doesn't understand why Inky would do something like this, but Mr. Lin thinks to himself that he will ask Inky when they meet again. Then he opens up his store excitingly because he hopes he will have new customers today. But then Mr. Lin realizes that he doesn't hear the news, and his neighbor usually blasts the news on high volume around this time of day, so Mr. Lin doesn't understand why is quiet today. Did he get sick? Maybe there is a chipped fuse again. Mr. Lin decides to check on his neighbor and knocks on the wall, asking him if everything is okay. The neighbor is completely scared and screams "Ah!" Mr. Lin, confused, asks the neighbor if there is wrong. The neighbor, still covered in fear, thinks to himself that in the movies the characters who get exposed for doing something weird all die in the end, so he screams to Mr. Lin, "It's fine, you want the TV? I'm turning it on right now. I'm really sorry, I'm switching it on right now." And as he turns the TV on, we can see the demon fly out of the screen. Then we go back to Mr. Lin, who's standing on the other side of the wall listening to the news, and he hears that an accident happened today, and Mr. Lin thinks to himself that this weather has been causing a lot of accidents for many other people. Maybe he's worrying too much as well, but his neighbor does sound a little bit scared, so Mr. Lin asks him if his body is fine and tells him that he should rest if he wants to have a better life. Of course, another misunderstanding happens, and neighbor takes this as a threat, thinking Mr. Lin is trying to tell him if he doesn't obey his command, he will die. The neighbor gets so scared that his eyes literally become complete tears, and he thinks to himself that he's still too young and he doesn't want to die. So he thinks Mr. Lin realized that the neighbor wanted to call for a priest to do an exorcism, but maybe it's not a smart idea to send the message now, and Mr. Lin calls for the neighbor again, and he gets so startled that he accidentally sends the message and bursts into tears, thinking it's all over for him now. Since the message is already sent, it's too late now for regrets, the neighbor thinks, and he hopes that the father of the Church of the Dome will be able to exorcise the demon and help the neighbor. He then answers Mr. Lin while huffing and puffing, saying, "I'm fine, there's no need to worry, thanks for caring." Mr. Lin then says, "Okay, I'll leave you be," but he still thinks to himself that there is something wrong with the neighbor, and he thinks that maybe he needs to buy him a gift to cheer him up. And at that moment we can hear the doorbell of the bookshelf ring as Mr. Lin puts on a happy face, turns around and says welcome as he gets happy because he got a new customer today. And we get to see that the new customer is Knight Joseph's daughter. Mr. Lin thinks to himself that he has a new and energetic and young customer today, while the girl wonders if this is the bookstore mentioned in father's documents. She looks at Mr. Lin in a confused way as he asks her if there's anything she needs. She looks around the bookstore and gets a little bit disappointed because everything looks so normal. She doesn't understand why was this bookstore classified as Class I secret. As she leans on the table, she asks if Mr. Lin is the owner of the bookstore, which he of course confirms and tells her if she has any questions she can ask him anything. If she wants to borrow a book, purchase a book, or just look through and see what kind of books there are in the bookstore, but she isn't impressed and thinks that maybe her father made a mistake. Then she gets even more disappointed because she thinks that she risked getting scolded by her father to see this normal man in the normal bookstore. This isn't fun at all, she thinks. Then she finally starts talking and asks Mr. Lin if she can actually really have anything she wants from the bookstore. Mr. Lin gets a little bit surprised and thinks that kids these days are way too spoiled, and he tells her that as long as her demands are in the borders of normal, she can have anything. If her demands are outrageous, of course she can't have it. She slams her hand on the table, looks at Mr. Lin in a mean way, and tells him that she wants to have an arm wrestle with him. Is that too much? She asks. Mr. Lin gets surprised as never before, as he thinks, if I offered a normal person to browse books, read books, borrow books, or buy books, would they really choose arm wrestling? He doesn't understand this situation, as it makes no sense, but his life instincts tell him that there is something wrong here. He then thinks that she washed her boots in the muddle outside of the bookstore so she doesn't bring the dirt in, so she is well-mannered. She also has beautiful thick red hair, so she must be from a rich family as well. And after she saw me, Mr. Lin thought she looked a little bit disappointed as well, so she had some intentions to come to the bookstore and not just to get out of the rain. But all of these thoughts are making Mr. Lin even more confused. Why would a girl like this come to his bookstore and ask to arm wrestle him? He then thinks that his bookstore isn't that popular, so how did a young girl like her hear about it? Maybe some of his old customers recommended the bookstore to her. He then tries to remember his old customers and try to find the connection between one of them and the girl. Then he thinks to himself that this girl strikes an amazing resemblance to Joseph. Yes, she must be blood related to Joseph in some way, Mr. Lin thinks. And while he is thinking all of this, the girl actually gets a little bit uneasy and scared, thinking to herself, what's with this strange, intense pressure that's coming from him? And she asks him what's wrong. Arm wrestling shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? Then Mr. Lin realizes that he's been staring at her for too long and maybe she got uncomfortable. So he says, no, arm wrestling isn't a problem, but I first want to ask you some questions. She tells Mr. Lin what questions, and his first question is, are you here because of Joseph? And she loses her mind. She gets absolutely scared, yelling, how did you know? Then Mr. Lin gets a little bit more easy, thinking to himself he got it right, so he pours her some tea and tells her the two of them look quite similar now. From being scared, she gets angry because she looks similar to her father, so she asks Mr. Lin, how do I look like him? After seeing her reaction and attitude, Mr. Lin thinks that Joseph and she must be father and daughter. Then he asks her, why does she want to arm wrestle him? She then explains that her father told her that if something is bothering her, which she can't resolve because of some other restrictions, she needs to find someone to arm wrestle. Mr. Lin, a bit disappointed, asks her why arm wrestling specifically, and she explains that her father told her that this kind of game can make the opponent look weak if he refuses, and even if he refuses, you can still make him play. And also, you'll have a reason to beat them up if they get angry and make a move. Mr. Lin is quite intrigued and a little bit disappointed, thinking to himself, is this really how Joseph raises his kids? And then Mr. Lin thinks to himself that this is really a military attitude and mindset, and he can't expect a retired soldier with PTSD to act any differently. He then agrees to arm wrestle with her, asking what the rules of the game are, and she tells who wins 2 rounds first wins the game. And then Mr. Lin thinks to himself that this kid must have had some argument with Joseph and wanted something to vent her frustrations on, and that something is him, so he gets really angry and takes back what he said about her good manners. He thinks that he needs to correct this kind of behavior and apologizes in his head to Joseph, saying he won't pull his punches against his daughter and that this is for her own good. After they grab each other's hands, the girl thinks that this feels like a normal adult man's strength. Is this guy really a class I? She thinks that she doesn't feel anybody in arm wrestling except his father, and maybe she needs to go easy on this ordinary person so she doesn't hurt his arm on accident. She then starts a countdown. 3, 2, 1. And as she utters 1, Mr. Lin flops her hand on the table. She gets completely surprised, not understanding what's going on as she yells, how is this possible? She still can't wrap her head around how this is possible, how she lost an arm wrestling match to a guy with normal strength. As she looks at him, she sees Mr. Lin feeling proud, thinking to himself that he's really good at arm wrestling, but the girl thinks she could beat 10 people with his strength when she was just 6 years old, so she still doesn't understand how she lost. Mr. Lin, noticing her confusion, compliments her strength. For such a young girl, you're really strong, he says. Then he adds, at the start of our match I struggled a little and we were at a stalemate, right? This makes her furious. She thinks, yeah right, stalemate, it took no time at all. He won so easily and now he's being sarcastic. This guy is awful, but Mr. Lin is genuinely confused, as he was sincerely apologizing. Determined to protect her dignity as a knight, she yells at Mr. Lin, whoever wins twice wins. This time, he'll definitely win, come on. Again her face is contorted with anger, almost monstrous in her rage. Mr. Lin, now a little scared, wonders what's going on with this kid. Is this really going to be an arm wrestling match? Or is she about to eat me alive? Nervously, he agrees okay again. They grip hands, starting the countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. She uses all her strength, her face tight, muscles straining, and her arm trembling. Who's going to win? Mr. Lin thinks to himself, like father, like daughter, but watching such a delicate girl struggle is kind of endearing. Then, with the most casual expression and no effort, Mr. Lin slams her hand down again. She bursts into tears, wailing, it's over, it's all over. Mr. Lin, puzzled, responds, huh? It's not that bad now, it was just arm wrestling. Is winning really that important? She's taken aback by his words. Mr. Lin pokes her forehead lightly, adding, if we were fighting with knives, you'd be dead now, you need to pick your battles wisely. Her tears flow even harder as she cries out, calling him a meanie. Mr. Lin reflects that he needs to humble her now so she doesn't grow up into a delinquent who causes trouble for herself and others. Thinking he's doing a good deed, he tells her, Eve met your demands. Now, can you tell me why you came to the bookstore? With a sad expression, she replies, to borrow a book. Mr. Lin's eyes immediately light up, seeing dollar signs. Why didn't you say so earlier? What kind of book would you like to borrow? She explains that she wanted to finish reading a book her father had borrowed, but he interrupted her before she could finish it, and she was too scared to read it in front of him. Internally, she regrets challenging Mr. Lin to arm wrestling, thinking maybe he won't lend her the book now. Mr. Lin suspects she might be afraid of her father based on how she's speaking about him. He realizes the book might be tied to their recent conflict. I have the book, he tells her, but why don't you talk to Joseph first? She shakes her head. If Joseph found out that I knew he was reading, he'd be furious, that's why I can't ask him. Mr. Lin disagrees, saying, if you approach him with understanding, he probably won't get mad just because you want to read a book. In a shaky voice, nearly on the verge of tears, she responds, my father never understands me. Every time I show good results in training, he scolds me, saying I didn't do well enough and I must do better. He always compares me to himself at my age. No matter how hard I try, I never get his approval. Mr. Lin thinks the real problem is her poor grades. He tells her, he'll give you some books that will help you impress your dad after you study them. He speculates that Joseph, a workaholic father, didn't pay enough attention to his daughter's education, which caused her grades to drop, and as a retired soldier, Joseph doesn't know how to express his concern properly, resorting to strict, military-style nagging. But from his daughter's perspective, it feels like endless criticism. Mr. Lin sympathizes, thinking it's tough being a parent, but he knows the perfect book for this situation. As the old saying goes, if a child is misbehaving, it usually means they're not studying enough. Mr. Lin begins stacking books on the table, books he believes will be useful to the girl. He slams 4 of them down as she asks, what are those? These are for impressing Joseph. Mr. Lin replies. She looks at them skeptically, thinking to herself that impressing her father is impossible. After all, she's trained all her life but never received a single compliment. Everyone around her expects so much because she's Joseph's daughter. A sad expression crosses her face as she recalls how Joseph always says that, at her age, he was already at a panicky level. Mr. Lin, seeing her downcast, explains, no matter what, your father only wants you to grow. As long as you live an honorable life, he'll be proud of you even if he doesn't say it. The girl feels confused. How does Mr. Lin seem to know her father so well? But he sounds convincing. She asks, if I study these books, will I really become stronger and impress my father? Curious, she wonders what kind of books these could be. Bodybuilding techniques? Secret mana skills? Mr. Lin, misunderstanding her, believes she's talking about intellectual power rather than physical strength. He tells her, if you want power, as long as you can bear the effort and pain of studying, these books will unlock the doors to it. What she doesn't know is that while the books Mr. Lin recommends appear normal, in this world, characters who receive books from him often find they possess supernatural qualities designed to enhance their very souls. The girl glances at one of the books, its title reading Key of the Void Origins. She immediately senses an immense power emanating from it, curious but hesitant. She opens the book suddenly. She finds herself standing before a massive magical door. Shocked, she begins to push it open, and as the door creaks ajar, she starts to float. Her body begins to vanish, dissolving into the very air. Mr. Lin's words echo in her mind. You must bear the pain if you wish to unlock true power. The world around her starts to deconstruct and reform. Terrified, she slams the book shut. Lightning flashes outside, and she's drenched in cold sweat. She asks herself, did I just die and come back to life? As she gathers her thoughts, she realizes something profound has changed within her. The very fabric of her soul has been altered. New forces now course through her, and she begins to wonder if this key of the void is a kind of skeleton key that can unlock any door. As a knight, she feels this could help her achieve unparalleled power, breaking through any barriers in her path. Is this the fabled, indescribable level of strength? She wonders. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine such power could exist. Mr. Lin, it seems, has casually rewritten her very essence. Fear overtakes her, and she thinks, this man, he must be a demon in human form. While these thoughts race through her mind, Mr. Lin stands calmly, unaware of her inner turmoil. He senses her unease and offers, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. She misinterprets his words, thinking he's referring to some demonic assistance that will bring her more pain. Still frightened, she hears Mr. Lin continue, you're a very gifted child, and I believe you deserve a better future. Terrified, she wrestles with the idea that if she continues down this path, she might never return to who she once was. But Mr. Lin gently encourages her, saying, if you work hard, you can gain the power to change everything, including making your father proud. She exhales a sigh of relief, feeling trapped yet knowing she has no other choice. Accepting her fate, she thanks Mr. Lin for the books and apologizes for her earlier behavior. Mr. Lin waves it off, saying, it's no problem at all. That attitude of yours is a good thing. Being humble and curious will help you gain even more knowledge. She purchases the books in the bookstore, but then stops for a moment, confused. Wait, didn't I come to borrow books, not buy them? She thinks, never mind. I need to hurry home and start studying right away. Meanwhile, in a separate dimension, we see MSG drifting through an interdimensional space. Struggling to escape, she thinks to herself, this is too dangerous, I need to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, she regains consciousness. Screaming in pain, she remembers she was just in battle with Helix and Yuan. Barely managing to escape their attacks using teleportation twice in a row should have destroyed her body. But somehow, she's still in one piece. Looking around, she realizes she doesn't know where she is or where her comrades are. Panic sets in. Just then, another girl enters the room, telling MSG, you're badly wounded, stay still. After MSG looks closely at the woman who entered the room, she realizes that she is an elf. A flicker of confusion crosses MSG's face as she wonders, what is an elf doing in the Nakan region at a time like this? Curious, she asks what happened here. The elven girl, with a gentle but firm voice, replies, I saved you. I recently moved to Nakan, but it's been torturous because of all the mana fluctuations. Elves are especially sensitive to those disturbances, and it's been a constant pain. Ms. G listens intently, intrigued but cautious. The elf continues, that wasn't even the strangest part. As I was walking home, I found you unconscious and injured. You appeared right in front of me. I thought someone might be hunting you, so I carried you to my home to help. She pauses for a moment, her gaze becoming more intense. I live nearby, and I knew that whoever was after you might come after me too. So, I hid our tracks well. Elves are natural hunters after all. Don't worry. No one will find us here. Ms. G, now more relaxed, nods appreciatively. Thank you. How long was I unconscious? She asks. About 5 hours since I brought you here, the elf answers, but judging by the state of your wounds and how fresh your blood was, I'd say you were unconscious for at least an hour before that. Ms. G lets out a small sigh of relief, thinking to herself that she's fortunate to have survived her last teleportation. Teleporting while exhausted is dangerous. She could have died, but no, it wasn't luck, she realizes. It was because of Mr. Lin. She thinks he made me stronger both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, back in his library, Mr. Lin sneezes, oblivious to MSG's gratitude. Ms. G shifts slightly, wincing at her lingering injuries. Even though my wounds have healed, she mutters, my body still needs time to fully recover. Her mind then turns to her unfinished battle with Helix once and better. I'll have to finish what I started, but before that, she knows she needs to learn more about this elven girl. The elf interrupts her thoughts with a soft compliment. Your healing abilities are impressive. You must be a remarkable hunter. Ms. G smiles faintly. Thank you. But tell me, what brings an elf like you to the Nokken region? There aren't many elves here. The elven girl straightens up slightly, her expression turning proud. Doris. She says I come from the Iris family, an ancient and sacred bloodline from the Azir region. I came to Nokken seeking the lost glory of my family. Ms. G's eyes widen at this. The Iris family? She recalls stories she read as a child about the noble elven clan, one of the most respected in all the lands. Legends say their kingdom was destroyed after King Candela went mad. Some of the remaining elves had supposedly signed a pact with a mysterious witch, gaining spirit animals and incredible powers in return. The pact stated they could ask for the witch's help on the first night of May whenever they needed it. Wait, MSG interjects, her curiosity piqued. Are you here to find this witch? Doris nods. Yes, the witch is an ancient mystery. No one has ever seen her true face. Legends say she resides in a dream world covered in snow, surrounded by white irises, and beneath a towering tree made from the bones of an ancient dragon. As Doris describes the witch, MSG begins to connect the dots. Silver. The woman from Mr. Lin's dreams, the one no one knew much about, thought to be a mere myth. MSG had never imagined that the legends were real, but now it seemed as though they might be. There's no way the witch lives here in Nokken, MSG says, shaking her head. The Truth Society's magical surveillance covers the entire region. It would have detected her. Doris shrugs. I don't understand it either, but the great sage prophesied that the Lady Silver, who controls snow, will descend from the dream world into the city of steel, Nokken, to care for those favored by the stars. MSG feels a chill at the mention of Silver's name. Favored by the stars? Could this all be connected to Mr. Lin? She quickly suppresses the thought and asks instead, how long do you plan to stay in Nokken? It's dangerous for an elf to live here. Doris smiles softly. You mean this strange rain? She gestures to the window, where droplets patter against the glass. Eve noticed it, but it's not a big deal. MSG shakes her head. No, that's not what I mean. She thinks about the real danger, the spawn of the magic mirror, which has the power to manipulate minds and create dream beasts, but she decides not to tell Doris about that just yet. For now, you should lay low, MSG advises. It's dangerous outside. Doris looks at her, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Why are you warning me? MSG sits up straighter, her eyes narrowing as she explains. I'm a hunter who specializes in tracking and eliminating dream beasts. It's my duty to protect innocent people from their influence. Doris' eyes light up with excitement. You remind me of my predecessors. This is exactly what being a hunter is all about. The enthusiasm in Doris' voice is infectious, and MSG feels a flicker of camaraderie. Maybe Doris was a hunter too, she thinks. But before they can delve deeper into that conversation, a sharp, acrid smell wafts in from the kitchen. Both girls turn their heads and Doris gasps, oh no. The soup. Doris rushes into the kitchen, where smoke billows from a pot on the stove. Ms. G chuckles to herself as she watches Doris hurriedly salvage the situation. After a few frantic moments, Doris returns with a steaming bowl of fresh lamb soup, a sheepish smile on her face. Here, I hope it's still good. MSG takes a hesitant sip, and the warmth spreads through her, the rich flavors dancing on her tongue. Before she knows it, she's slurping down the entire bowl, her appetite reignited after her earlier ordeal. This is delicious, she exclaims, her eyes widening in surprise. Doris beams at the compliment, then asks, do you think you could help me find Silver? Any clues would be invaluable. MSG nods, but her expression turns serious. I'd love to help, but the situation I'm in is pretty dangerous. I can't offer much assistance right now. She pauses for a moment, thinking, you should visit a guy named Mr. Lin. He works in a bookstore on 23rd Street. He can definitely provide the answers you're looking for. Doris tilts her head curiously. Mr. Lin? Who is he? He's a powerful individual. I've sworn my loyalty to him, and his power level is indescribable. MSG replies, the memory of her bond with Mr. Lin warming her heart. Doris furrows her brow. But if he's so powerful, why isn't he on the mutant list of the Nakan region? That list includes every single mutant living here. MSG understands Doris' concerns but assures her, you need to trust me on this. I'm speaking from personal experience. He's the reason I'd become more powerful. At that moment, Mr. Lin sneezes in his library, unaware that someone is talking about him again. Doris admires MSG's firm belief in Mr. Lin, saying, I believe you. Your strength speaks volumes. You're remarkable. MSG blushes slightly at the compliment. Mr. Lin gave me all of this, she says, casually pulling her shirt off to reveal her unblemished skin. Doris gasps, eyes wide. You should have had wounds after what you went through earlier. Not at all, MSG replies with a small smile. His power is incredible. It was trivial for him to heal me. Doris nods in understanding. Her interest in Mr. Lin piqued. I'll definitely visit that bookstore after the rain stops and learn more about him. As MSG heads toward the bathroom, she thinks about how she needs to contact her comrades but also realizes that resting to regain her strength is essential. The hot bath envelopes her, and she finds herself reflecting on Doris' kindness. Meanwhile, Doris stands alone in her kitchen, her expression shifting to something more ominous. She thinks to herself, besides the original witches, nobody is omniscient. If someone claims to be, they're lying. If their lack of skills leads to disappointment and retaliation, that's on them. The page darkens as we see a mutilated body of a man and a goat in Doris' basement. Doris' voice echoes ominously. All right, I should deal with the food waste. It's revealed that the soup MSG just enjoyed was not made from fresh lamb but from this gruesome scene. The atmosphere thickens with tension as we shift back to Mr. Helix. He's pacing angrily, his tone clipped as he interrogates his subordinate about a missing spy. What do you mean Hound Barker is missing? He demands, his frustration boiling over. The subordinate, trembling under Helix's fierce glare, gasps out, we've confirmed he's indeed missing, but the tracks have been erased completely. Even magical forensics can't deduce what happened. Helix's face darkens, and he grabs the subordinate by the throat, lifting him off the. What do you mean they don't know? He growls, fury radiating off him. The subordinate stammers, it's serious, we don't have any leads. Helix throws him aside, his voice a thunderous command. Continue the investigation. I don't care how many of our people die. Find her. Then, with a sudden shift, he asks about Charles. Is he better? The subordinate responds with relief, yes, Charles has awakened. Yuan managed to preserve his corpse perfectly, and Priest Murphy revived him, even manipulating his memories to suit our cause. A sinister grin spreads across Helix's face. Finally, some good news. He recalls Rhett Ryan's report about Charles being Old Wild's favorite disciple, information that could tilt the scales in their favor. How will Old Wild react to seeing his student rise from the dead, ready to kill him because of those manipulated memories? Helix stands resolute, his thoughts filled with ambition, as he contemplates the energy required to hatch the spawn of the magic mirror. In a different realm, a man named Wild traverses the snowy mountains, his magical staff glistening against the harsh landscape. He approaches the colossal skeleton of a dragon, its presence imposing against the stark white background. With a voice full of determination, Wild calls out, "My teacher, the most ancient king of words, the Black Emperor, the Dragon Tongue, the last descendant of the giants, Giant King Slater Augustus. My name is Wild, and I come to call upon an audience with you. Please bless this pupil with power and bear witness to my great work." To his surprise, a voice resonates through the air, declaring, "There is no need for magic. It has yet to decay to stone." Suddenly, a massive purple energy engulfs the area as a gigantic hand materializes, crashing down beside Wild and slamming into the dragon's skull. The air crackles with power as the giant king of mages emerges, towering and regal. He greets young Wild, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Why have you summoned me?" With a flick of his wrist, Wild conjures a gargoyle, a token of his labor. "I wanted you to take a look at this," he says proudly. The giant mage king examines the gargoyle, his magical eye scanning it with an air of fascination. "Impressive work, young Wild, this is near perfect." With a flourish, the giant mage king announces, "Your journey is complete, you have graduated." Joy surges through young Wild as he realizes the significance of this moment. "Thank you, this is a great honor," he exclaims, filled with pride. The giant mage king's tone turns serious as he imparts a warning: "Do not forget your destiny." He wishes young Wild luck as he departs, leaving the young mage to bask in the glow of his newfound independence. In the present, old Wild reminisces about this defining moment. A frown creases his forehead as he recalls how, in his excitement, he failed to grasp the weight of the giant mage king's words. Arrogance. He mutters, the bitter taste of regret lingering in his mouth. It was this very arrogance that led to a chain of disastrous events. Old Wild's mind drifts to another significant memory: his visit to an orphanage, where he had come to adopt a child. The caretaker thanks him warmly, but Old Wild's gaze is drawn to a sad, lonely boy sitting in a corner. This child bears a striking resemblance to Levi from Attack on Titan. With his skinny frame and downcast eyes, "What's his name?" Old Wild inquires, his interest piqued. The caretaker explains that the boy has only recently arrived and still lacks a name. Old Wild approaches the child, kneeling to meet his eyes. "Hello, I'm Old Wild, a black mage," he introduces himself, his tone both gentle and firm. "You have two choices: stay here and die, or come with me." The caretaker's eyes widen in shock, but the boy begins to cry, trembling with fear. "I don't want to die, please. Take me away," he begs. Moved by the boy's desperation, Old Wild wraps his coat around him, a gesture of protection. "From this day forward, you will be my disciple. Your name will be Charles." Confusion flickers across Charles' face, but it quickly transforms into joy. "Okay, master," he replies, a smile breaking through the tears. As Old Wild reflects on their bond, he muses, black mages pass their knowledge through language. The relationship between master and disciple often surpasses that of family. He remembers taking on another disciple named Yuan, feeling confident in his ability to protect them both, bolstered by his immense power. But then, the dark memories flood back: Charles' tragic demise. Old Wild recalls the horror of finding only Charles' right arm, the rest of his body lost in his fury. He hunted down every black mage responsible for Charles' death but could never locate his body or soul. It felt as though he had lost Charles forever. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Old Wild gasps, realizing it's unusual for him to dream of his teacher and disciple. His thoughts swirl as he wonders if the giant mage king foresaw that he would receive Mr. Lin's assistance and gift Mr. Lin the gargoyle statue. A pang of regret settles in his chest. He wishes he had possessed the wisdom to save Charles. But perhaps, he thinks, Charles is still alive somewhere, escaping through the cracks of the dream world. "I can't dwell on the past." Old Wild thinks it's pathetic. A miracle isn't going to happen. Just then, someone knocks on Old Wild's door, surprising him. "Who's there?" he asks, realizing that nobody except him and Charles knows about this hiding place. Outside, in the rain, a robed boy calls out, "Teacher, it's me." "I'm back, it's me, Charles." "Are you there?" Charles explains that the black mage who tried to kill him threw him into a crack of the dream world, but the crack wasn't too deep. "Just now, I managed to escape," he continues, urgency lacing his words. "Are you not there? I'm waiting for you here. It's just like back in that orphanage when you came back to me. I don't want to die. Please take me away, teacher." As he finishes speaking, Charles faints. Old Wild opens the door, standing in disbelief as he looks at the boy and says, "Charles?" Now, we go back to Mr. Lin in his bookshop. He's checking his teeth, wondering what's wrong with him since he feels that something's not quite right, but he can't precisely understand what. While looking at himself in the mirror, he thinks he still looks the same, but his behavior is becoming more and more like a motivational speaker, so much so that he muses, if he wore a robe of a priest, people would confess on the spot. "Maybe it's all because of the 8 new teeth that I have," he considers, remembering that in Buddhism, it is believed that Buddha possessed 32 marks that made him special. And one of those marks was that he had 40 teeth. These teeth symbolize the wisdom Buddha had while speaking to others, and having 40 teeth is the symbol of a perfect man, but that's not possible, Mr. Lin thinks, because he's just a simple bookstore clerk. He can't be a perfect man like that. Yet again, he resolves to ask Inky, the demon he made a pact with, because Mr. Lin suspects Inky might have caused him to have 40 teeth. Just then, he hears a bell ringing and someone knocking on the door, even though it's so early that Mr. Lin hasn't even opened his shop yet. Plus the weather is as bad as it is. He wonders who would come at this early hour. As he opens the door with a curious look on his face, he sees Old Wild soaking wet, looking a little sad as well. Old Wild apologizes for causing Mr. Lin trouble this early in the morning, and Mr. Lin asks him what's the matter and if there are any problems since he came so early. He adds that if Mr. Lin had still been sleeping, Old Wild would have frozen outside waiting for him to wake up and open the bookstore. Mr. Lin tells Old Wild he needs to be more careful at his age because he could easily get into an accident as he considers the situation. Mr. Lin thinks it's a bit strange that Old Wild is visiting him so often recently, especially since it doesn't seem related to problems with his research. What could it be, Mr. Lin wonders. Perhaps something urgent has happened in Old Wild's life. Mr. Lin then pours some hot tea for Old Wild and offers him a cup, saying, "Let's first get a bit warm, and then we'll speak." As Old Wild expresses his gratitude, Mr. Lin realizes that Old Wild probably won't borrow any books today. He decides to take this chance to build rapport with Old Wild and starts telling him a short story about the farmer and the snake. "I haven't heard that story before," Old Wild admits. Mr. Lin smiles knowingly. Even though it's a simple story, it's definitely a classic. He begins, during a cold winter, a snake was frozen at the side of the road and was about to die. A passing farmer, out of pity, picked up the snake and placed it close to his chest to warm it using the warmth of the farmer's heart. The snake fully recovered. The first thing it did was bite the farmer's chest out of instinct, and the farmer died soon after the end. It's a simple fable, Mr. Lin comments, but it has a deeper philosophical meaning. He asks Old Wild, who is at fault in this story, the farmer or the snake? This story isn't about fairness. Even after the farmer helped the snake, he died in the end. Was his own ignorance the reason he died? Or was it the snake's cruelty? Old Wild is taken aback, realizing that Mr. Lin immediately understood why he came and told him this story as a warning as lightning strikes outside. Old Wild replies, neither were to blame. The farmer tried to be kind, and the snake just followed its instinct. Mr. Lin nods thoughtfully. I think your opinion is sensible and objective, but in the end, the point of view dictates who is at fault in this story. If you put yourself in the farmer's shoes, how would you feel then? He asks Old Wild. Old Wild, shocked yet again by Mr. Lin's words, answers that he would probably feel regret. Mr. Lin tells him he needs to have more certainty in his voice and states that the biggest regret is that the farmer didn't understand the snake's character sooner. He emphasizes that having blind kindness is never good because there are a lot of bad people in the world who would use and abuse it. You should always be wary of those people and not trust them easily, he advises, because if others don't have hearts and try to abuse you when they get the chance, they won't even appreciate your kindness and will only take it for granted. Old Wild draws similarities between Mr. Lin's words and his own life, thinking that if someone doesn't have a heart, he's already dead, and that his Charles is already dead as well. Mr. Lin smirks and asks Old Wild if he understands the point Mr. Lin is making. Old Wild confidently answers yes. Mr. Lin feels pleased, happy that he was able to make Old Wild more relaxed with this short fable now. With the atmosphere more casual, Mr. Lin needs to figure out what's troubling Old Wild. Analyzing the situation, he thinks that this matter must be so significant that Old Wild came to him for helpful advice. For an old man like himself, there can only be one issue that's this big family. Mr. Lin remembers that Old Wild mentioned he has 2 adopted sons. One who left abroad for work and lost contact, and the other who tried to find his real parents and had a fallout with Old Wild. Mr. Lin reasons that the second son should not return, so the problem must be the first adopted son. Mr. Lin then asks Old Wild about Charles, to which Wild responds that yes, Charles has returned. Mr. Lin says, if that's the case, I can understand your situation completely. Another misunderstanding is in the making here, as Mr. Lin thinks that Charles returned to seek inheritance from Old Wild. Believing that Old Wild is quite old and that Charles probably thinks he'll die soon and has come back for his money, Mr. Lin tells Old Wild that the Charles who returned is not the perfect Charles he remembers, saying that people who suddenly return and start acting nice to their family members are usually there to get something in return. Mr. Lin thinks that even though Old Wild would wish this was his old Charles and that he hadn't changed at all, is it really him? Old Wild, with his hand shaking while holding his cup of tea, continues to listen to Mr. Lin, who tells him, even though this might sound a bit cruel, Old Wild, do you really want to become like that farmer? Do you really want to show your soft side to a cold-hearted snake? Old Wild thinks that Mr. Lin is definitely right and realizes he was lying to himself about this Charles who has returned, wanting him to be the old Charles. It's obvious he's not. He remembers recent interactions with Charles, where Charles showed no respect toward Old Wild. Old Wild realizes he has been trapped in this situation with the new Charles, unable to tell the difference between what's real and what's not. He misses Charles so much that he allowed himself to be fooled by the new Charles. Thanks to Mr. Lin, Old Wild finally knows what he needs to do. Old Wild thinks to himself that he needs to kill the fake new Charles once and for all, along with all those who are using his decaying body. He starts crying, saying that he just wanted to stay with him a bit longer but that it's time to wake up from his dream. As he prepares to leave the bookstore and thanks Mr. Lin tells him that he trusts Old Wild's decision and warns him that if he changes his mind, he might regret it more down the line. Mr. Lin thinks to himself that even though it's hurtful, people who try to scam old folks for money need to be exposed. As Old Wild's friend, it's Mr. Lin's duty to offer guidance as Old Wild leaves the bookstore. He tells Mr. Lin he won't give Charles a second chance and mentions that soon, there will be a gathering where Old Wild would spread Mr. Lin's word. Mr. Lin replies that he is looking forward to it. Now we see mind-control Charles back in Old Wild's hidden base, thinking that the mission is going smoothly and that he'll soon learn all of Old Wild's spells. He hears Old Wild at the door, and as Charles opens it, Old Wild orders him with a happy face to bring him his sacrificial knife. Charles runs to get the knife, while Old Wild tells him he has a very important spell he needs to test right now. As Charles brings the knife to Old Wild, we can see the person controlling him thinking that soon he will learn Wild's very important spell, and after learning it, he will use Old Wild's favorite disciple to end Old Wild's life. Just then, we see Old Wild stab Charles in the head as Charles falls to the ground with his last breath. He looks at Old Wild, who tells him to rest in peace. Old Wild uses a spell to learn who was controlling Charles and says, "So it was you, Murphy." We see the headquarters of the Scarlet Cult, and after going in we see a female mage and priest praying and performing some kind of blood magic. She then gets shocked and screams, "Old Wild, how is this possible?" We learn that this is actually Murphy, who was controlling Old Wild's adopted son with this blood magic. Then we see a huge explosion occurring, blowing up everything around it. Scarlet Cult members rush in, completely surprised and not understanding how something like this happened. Lady Murphy is missing, and the entire Scarlet Prayer Hall has been destroyed. We see Murphy emerging from the rubble, bloodied and barely surviving. She says that she's okay since she's still alive, and her subordinates ask her what caused this huge explosion. She thinks the reason for the explosion was Old Wild interrupting her, but she never expected that the explosion would be so big. Next, we see a special artifact known as the Coffin of Eternal Rest, a powerful tool with unimaginable power to bring the dead back to life. That's why it's forbidden and dangerous to use. We then flash back to a conversation between Yuan and Murphy that happened not long ago, where he suggests that they use this artifact to bring Charles back to life, control him, and use him to get closer to Old Wild. Murphy is surprised that Old Wild's second-best disciple would betray Old Wild like that, to which Yuan responds by saying he's not Old Wild's student anymore. Murphy counters that this is not a matter she needs to get involved in, saying that Yuan killed Charles out of jealousy and ran away. This is all between him and Wild. She asks Yuan why she would make an enemy of Old Wild, who is a destructive black mage. Yuan gets shocked because he didn't expect this but tells her that the spawn of the magic mirror feeds on life force. Even though Old Wild's power level is destructive, he was still defeated by Knight Joseph, making him weaker now, and that even Charles is his weak point, so he shouldn't be as big of a threat as he was before. Murphy is surprised as Yuan continues explaining that Old Wild's life force would be perfect to feed to the spawn of the magic mirror. Murphy thinks to herself that Yuan is right and that this powerful life force of a destructive level mage would be perfect for the spawn, and that Yuan is correct about Old Wild being weaker now, which is why he's in hiding and waiting to recover. Murphy agrees to follow Yuan's plan. Now we go back to the present, where she thinks everything was going perfectly according to plan until now and doesn't understand why Old Wild would return after leaving Charles' side for half an hour to kill his favorite disciple, an adopted son. So mercilessly Murphy gets angry because she doesn't understand what happened during this half-hour time period that made Old Wild so cold. She then starts casting a purple magic spell and yells the name of the spell: Coffin of Eternal Slumber, Secret Doctrine, Blood Revival, as we see her suck up life force from a couple of her subordinates into herself. She thinks that, because of the explosion caused by Old Wild, she lost half of her soul and had to regain it back by taking it from these poor subordinates. Now we see another subordinate telling her that Helix, the leader of the White Wolf clan, wants to talk with her. Murphy says she's in a bad mood and doesn't want to talk with him now, to which her subordinate responds that Helix said he knows why she just failed. Surprised, Murphy tells them to let Helix in. Now we see Helix bowing in honor, saying it's nice to finally meet her, and that he has come many times before, but this is the first time she's allowed him to speak to her directly. Murphy tells Helix to stop being so formal and asks him how he knows why her ritual just failed. She implies that he must have known in advance that things would go wrong. If his reason isn't good, she warns, she will have no choice but to think he was part of the reason for her failure. Helix becomes a bit scared. Realizing that even talking to a destructive ranked person is fearsome, he apologizes and explains that the reason she failed is herself. He asks her if she remembers, to which she responds affirmatively. She recalls how John's corpse was possessed by a parasite from the dream world that was stronger than the panic level but had a short lifespan. That's why she felt it posed no threat. It was merely stronger than the panic level, while her power level is destructive. She's referring to the shadow spy who infiltrated Mr. Lin's bookstore while he was sleeping, and the entity from Old Wild's Dreamcatcher, which he gave to Mr. Lin, that possessed this shadow spy. John Helix then informs her that because of this, she stopped investigating the bookstore and instead focused on the commands of the spawn of the magic mirror. However, when Old Wild left for half an hour before killing his disciple, Charles, he actually went to that very bookstore that Murphy had stopped investigating. She is surprised by this revelation, realizing that the owner of the bookstore caused Old Wild to change his heart and finish off his disciple. Charles. We then return to Mr. Lin, who was sitting in his bookstore, thinking that he hasn't had any customers today and should use this time to analyze the dream he had with the elven lady named Silver. Just then, a bell rings as a new customer enters the bookstore. Mr. Lin finds this odd, as he hasn't had any customers recently and didn't have time to read. He can't complain though, because he lives for these moments. He welcomes the customer, telling her that if she has any questions, she can ask freely. The customer replies, "Really? Any questions?" Mr. Lin clarifies that as long as they are related to the business, then yes. As he looks at the customer, he sees an elven lady named Doris, the girl who saved Miss Gia. Mr. Lin thinks of her as a beautiful and perfect forest elf, then muses that this must be an exceptionally well-designed cosplay. He reminisces about his days on Earth and the amazing cosplays he has seen there. He never expected to see such a professional cosplay in the city of Nokon. So good is the cosplay that he momentarily thinks she's a real elf. He reflects that he is into elven cosplay, which explains why he dreamt of a beautiful elven lady last night. Meanwhile, Doris wonders if this is actually the guy that Miss Gia referred to as the omniscient bookstore owner. She notes that he doesn't seem surprised after she walked in, leading her to think that maybe he really knew she was coming. However, he should have shown at least a little shock. Instead, his facial expression shows nostalgia and appreciation. Doris then uses her mana sense to see if there's anything unusual in the bookstore, and she is surprised to realize that Mr. Lin has 40 teeth, thus, he can't be a normal human. What is he? She wonders as she struggles to discern what kind of creature Mr. Lin is. Doris even becomes a bit scared of him, thinking that if he truly is omnipotent, perhaps the price he paid for such power is to be locked in this bookstore forever, an ancient unknown being with the appearance of a human in the heart of a long-lived species who possesses terrifying power. As she completes the mana scan of the bookstore, she realizes that the original witch, Lady Silver, lives somewhere here, and that her dream world is in this bookstore. This means that the powerful witch Silver lives here and has probably blessed Mr. Lin. Doris becomes increasingly terrified as she looks at Mr. Lin, thinking he possesses unimaginable powers. She starts to consider whether Mr. Lin is the person blessed by the stars, mentioned in the prophecies of Lady Silver. Doris thinks that maybe Silver led her to Mr. Lin, and that perhaps Silver still hasn't decided whether to re-establish the contract with her family. This thought frightens her, as she fears that if she makes a wrong move now, her family won't receive the witch's blessing. Doris decides to be more cautious as she introduces herself to Mr. Lin, mentioning that Miss Jia recommended this bookstore to her, describing Mr. Lin as a god who helped her solve her problems. Mr. Lin is taken aback by this, flattered but also concerned, thinking that this kind of hero worship isn't good for Miss Jia, as all he did was help her get over her ex. He responds to Doris, saying he's not a god but just a normal bookstore owner and that Miss Jia is exaggerating. Doris insists that he's humble and informs him that Miss Jia spoke about him with such admiration that, upon learning about Doris' family troubles, she sent her to see if Mr. Lin could help. This prompts Mr. Lin to think about the situation more deeply, but he completely misinterprets it. He concludes that Miss Jia's family must be noble and wealthy, implying that Doris' family is also of noble lineage because she can afford high-end, expensive cosplay designs. He reflects on how the relationships he built with his old customers are starting to pay off since they're recommending his bookstore to new customers. Mr. Lin then tells Doris that he understands her situation and asks her what the problem is. Doris believes that Mr. Lin is a favored person of the original witch, Lady Silver, and that his blessing is what she is seeking. Thus, she feels she should take advantage of his help. She tells Mr. Lin that she comes from an ancient and noble family, but recently, her family has been in decline after losing their faith, which has turned them into dreamless wanderers. Doris expresses her desire to change her family's past and restore their former glory. Mr. Lin thinks to himself about his previous profession as a researcher of cultural customs. He used to explore topics like art, mysticism, family history, and important family emblems passed down by noble families. He speculates that perhaps Doris' family changed significantly, causing them to lose their understanding of their family emblem and, consequently, their standing among other noble families. Mr. Lin concludes that Doris wants him uncover the meaning of her family's emblem to make them more reputable, believing he can help her, but it will come at a cost since this task is more complex than simply giving life advice. Just as Doris' face lights up with happiness at the prospect of Mr. Lin's assistance, lightning strikes outside, followed by the entrance of a new customer. The bright light coming in from outside momentarily blinds Mr. Lin, and he thinks it must be a car headlight shining directly into the bookstore. He finds it odd since the bookstore is parallel to the road. Someone must be doing this intentionally, which he perceives as rude. He wonders if his undocumented identity has finally been exposed, imagining police cars outside and officers announcing through a speaker that someone inside has broken the law by entering the city of Nokan illegally and has faked his identity. Although he thinks the situation shouldn't be that dire, he decides to get up and walk outside, hoping that perhaps his friend, Inky the demon, will show up. However, Doris stands up first, telling Mr. Lin to stay inside while she handles the situation. Mr. Lin is surprised, noting that Doris appears more annoyed than he is, but he understands why. He almost agreed to a request from the people outside before they interrupted them. He thinks that she can probably see the situation more clearly than he can and wonders if those outside are customers trying to cut in line, which would explain Doris' anger. Doris, absolutely furious, exclaims about their insolence and making a move against the bookstore. Mr. Lin considers that he must be correct. These new arrivals are indeed customers, making Doris nervous because they tried cutting in line. He reasons that as the owner, he shouldn't let his customers handle problems among themselves. So he tells Doris she should let him take care of the situation. He thinks he can maybe contact some of his previous customers to help him resolve the situation. Doris says it's no problem for her to handle it, even though they outnumber her. Their leader is a bit dangerous, but even if she might expose her identity now, it doesn't matter since Mr. Lin agreed to help her with her request. She tells Mr. Lin that she will earn his approval by making people never want to come to the bookstore in such a rude way, and she expresses that this will be an honor for her. Mr. Lin misunderstands again, thinking that Doris would find it belittling if he refused her request. To avoid underestimating her again, he tells her that he understands and will let her deal with the situation. Doris nods in approval and starts walking toward the exit of the bookstore, while thinking to herself that Mr. Lin probably wanted to talk to Lady Silver to bless her family. However, when these people arrived, Mr. Lin said that a new customer was here, and after telling Doris to deal with the situation, it means that he wants her to handle them to prove her resolve after going outside. She uses her magical vision and finds the source of the light, which isn't in front of the store but high up in the sky. Then we see mages floating. Among them their leader, Murphy, flying with her powerful artifact, the Coffin of Eternal Rest. One of her subordinates warns her that the secret instrument tower is heading their way to stop them, and they will try to delay them but can only do it for about 10 minutes. Murphy says in an ominous tone that she has completed her spell, Nova Death Ray, and tells them to prepare the teleport spell because Nova Death Ray will obliterate everything in its path, and even Old Wild in his prime would barely survive. She then starts screaming that she doesn't care what kind of bookstore owner he is. This is his final warning, and whoever interferes with her plans in the future will face this outcome. As she starts manically laughing, we see Doris thinking that black mages are completely insane because the Nova Death Ray spell is of destructive level, and if it is released, the entire area will be destroyed. However, Doris thinks that Mr. Lin is testing her confidence because even though the Nova Death Ray has been cast, Mr. Lin remains composed, meaning that this spell must be trivial for him. Doris gathers her confidence, stating that she will definitely pass this test in order for her family to receive Lady Silver's blessing once again. Now we learn more about Murphy's past. We find out that she was a priestess who lived her life in complete devotion to God, praying every day and deciding to do so for the rest of her life. Until one day, a kind priest who had been working in the Church of Plague with her for a long time completely lost his mind and assaulted Murphy while she was praying. She couldn't understand why this kind man suddenly started behaving like a wild beast and why he would do something like this to her. The only thing she could do in this situation was offer more prayers, and as she clasped her hands together and said, "Please save me," the priest who assaulted her suddenly died. Her face got covered with his blood, and as she got up, she wondered why she had been saved. The only thing she knew was that there was an artifact in front of her, which had appeared from the statue she prayed to every day, and that this artifact had fulfilled her wish and saved her naturally. She thought that this artifact was her special tool given to her by her god. This artifact was the Coffin of Eternal Slumber, a powerful tool that had both resurrection and death spells, all of which were of destructive level. Murphy used this artifact to create her own cult, known as the Scarlet Cult. With the help of this artifact, her power increased, and she became a black mage of destructive level. Over time, her personality changed from that of a humble priestess to that of a tyrannical ruler. She thought she was chosen by God and that other humans around her were unworthy. Now we return to the present, where we see Murphy completely enraged, thinking that she will destroy this bookstore and its owner because he interfered with her plans. She will have to use 80 of her total power and mana to cast Nova Death Ray, but it will be worth it because she will teach this bookstore owner a lesson he will never forget. As she lifts her hand to send the death ray to the bookstore, she thinks of how she will make him pay for his interference. She thinks to herself that only indescribables can hope to survive this powerful spell, but Mr. Lin is not on the list of indescribables in the Noken region. Then we see her fire this powerful spell, Nova Death Ray, at the bookstore. The sky completely covered in red as the ray flies toward Mr. Lin's establishment. Murphy's subordinates are absolutely amazed by the power of a high-level black mage as the death ray travels toward the bookstore, destroying all other buildings in its path. Doris emerges from the bookstore, causing Murphy to be surprised and confused about what an elf is doing here. We see Doris conjuring a wooden staff known as the Staff of the Sage, which makes Murphy scared because she realizes that Doris is a member of the Iris family. Doris slams her staff on the ground, asking Lady Silver to bless her family, and then lifts it up as trees begin to sprout all around her. She yells, "By my authority as the Elven Sage, I command the forest spirits to protect this place." A huge tree quickly grows in front of Doris, blocking the Nova Death Ray. This frightens both Murphy and her followers as they realize that Doris is also a mage of destructive level. We see the tree completely blocking the Nova Death Ray as Doris chants a prayer that causes the tree to start levitating. My lady is covered in frost. She holds a longbow and haunts on the endless plains. "Milady, please grant me your light and point me towards my prey, and I will return your generosity with a victory." A wooden longbow appears in Doris' hands, and she proclaims her arrow will cut off her opponent's path of retreat. An impressive image of Doris holding a nature longbow with a magical arrow made of a giant flower and emanating light appears. She fires the arrow toward Murphy, who is completely scared at this point but realizes that Doris is aiming for the teleportation gates that Murphy's subordinates prepared for their escape. Her subordinates scream that they won't make it in time as the arrow lands and destroys their means of escape as mangled body parts fall around her. Murphy thinks she never expected Doris to target the portal. She realizes that both she and Doris possess similar power, but the secret instrument tower's forces are about to arrive to try and stop her. Murphy then goes completely crazy, yelling and screaming that Doris forced her hand. She summons the coffin of eternal slumber behind her and tells her subordinates she will use their souls as fuel to power up the coffin. They actually agree, saying it will be an honor. We see the coffin sucking up their souls, and from it emerges a dream beast known as Shantak. She then yells that the coffin of eternal slumber can even revive dead dream beasts and subdue them to Murphy's command. Murphy rides the dream beast toward Doris while continuing to yell that she will kill Doris and then that bookstore owner. However, Doris remains unfazed, calling Murphy uncultured and uncouth, stating that this will be the reason she will die. Doris says Murphy doesn't understand what she's talking about, adding that she'll understand in a couple of moments as she casts a spell. Transient foresight dispel. Murphy retorts that her family was originally protected by the witch who ruled the dream world and that she thinks she can stop them by using a dream beast. However, Murphy continues her charge, believing Doris is bluffing. Doris calls Murphy foolish, saying that she doesn't understand anything about dream beasts, and then she summons her own dream beast, Night Gaunt. This leaves both Murphy and her dream beast completely mortified as the Night Gaunt grabs Murphy and her dream beast before crushing them and ending them for good. Doris utters, "Nothing is certain unless the prophet says so." We then see Mr. Lin in his bookstore, thinking that an earthquake is happening outside because everything is shaking so much. He tries looking through the window but can't see anything because it's so dark outside. He hopes that the young elven lady is fine. As Doris enters the bookstore again, Mr. Lin realizes that the car lights are off, meaning that the discussion went well. He thinks of Doris and then apologizes, saying it took her a bit longer than expected, but the problem has been resolved. She asks Mr. Lin if he wasn't disturbed and urges him to continue their conversation. Mr. Lin notices that Doris' face is a bit pale and that her clothes didn't even get wet, so it didn't take much effort for her to persuade the other customers not to cut in line. He thinks to himself that this is expected from a noble family member. He then tells her, "No problem, the rain was pouring, so I couldn't hear anything inside anyway." Doris thinks that it wasn't the rain, but her silencing spell that she used to ensure Lady Silber's favorite person wouldn't be disturbed at all. She also employed a spell to block all incoming attacks and wonders how it is possible that Mr. Lin doesn't know this yet still claims it was all rain. Perhaps there's a hidden meaning in his words, she thinks, a riddle. As she tries to understand the deeper meaning behind his statement, she reflects that maybe the battle between two destructive level mages is just a raindrop in the ocean for Mr. Lin, and that even the sound of the battle was insignificant to him. She wonders if that is how the world appears to all-powerful beings. Doris is still unsure whether the consequences of this recent battle will be good or bad, but it will be up to fate to decide. She then tells Mr. Lin that she is glad he wasn't disturbed at all. He thanks Doris and mentions that the weather in Noken has been increasingly worse lately, but it has brought in many customers, which he views as a positive aspect. He states that even though he receives more customers, he would prefer life as it was before, sunny weather with fewer customers so he could spend more time reading and relaxing. He expresses hope that the terrible weather will soon come to an end and adds that if everyone worked together, it would definitely help. Yet another misunderstanding occurs, as Doris thinks Mr. Lin is implying that everything is under his control and that he wasn't being serious when he said he missed his peaceful life. She believes that everything happening so far in Noken was because Mr. Lin willed it so, out of boredom. Doris thinks Mr. Lin has a strange personality that shocks people. As she ponders this, Mr. Lin notices her slight discomfort and assumes it is because she was out in the rain talking to customers trying to cut in line. Instead of offering her a cup of tea, he finds himself babbling about the bad weather. He then asks her to change the topic of their conversation and offers her some tea. Doris, still a bit shocked, thinks to herself that she must behave well and not anger Mr. Lin because the future of her family is in his hands. As she sips the tea, she falls into a state of ecstasy because of how delicious and well-made it is, reminding her of nature. She realizes that this kind of tea is not ordinary. No human could make it, and she suspects it was specifically prepared for elves. Of course, someone like Lady Silver's favorite person would pay attention to such details, while we learn that Mr. Lin simply made green tea. She continues to admire Mr. Lin, thinking that the battle between two destructive mages didn't faze him to the point where he could even make tea for her. how relaxed he is. She thanks him for the tea and asks him to continue where they left off before she went out to fight with Murphy. Mr. Lin tells her he can definitely help her, but that it will be a difficult and longer process. He will do what he can, but the success of this operation will mostly rely on her. He then thinks to himself that he needs to show her how difficult this task is so he can charge more after helping her. He contemplates exactly what to do, considering that restoring her family's reputation will be challenging because there must be no mistakes in the process. Everyone involved must be 100% focused. And if Doris can't find people willing to commit, it's best for her to do it herself. Mr. Lin remembers a book he wrote that could assist them in this situation. Titled Signs and Symbolism, he offers the book to Doris, advising her to read it carefully as it will help her regain her family's glory. A definitely not easy task to accomplish. As mentioned in previous episodes, Mr. Lin offers his customers normal books, but in this world, the books they receive are powerful and contain hidden knowledge that usually enhances their abilities. The same happens in Doris' case. As soon as she touches the book, she finds herself teleported to a place that at first feels unfamiliar, but then she realizes she's inside a fractured dream world, surrounded by dream beasts of such power that she can't even begin to fathom how to summon them. One of the beasts reaches toward Doris. She thinks that she will definitely die now, but then notices a magical barrier that is keeping the beasts imprisoned. Could it be? As Doris looks behind her, her thoughts racing, she suddenly closes the book and returns to the bookstore, utterly petrified. She realizes that the book is about dream beasts, their powers, and their worlds. The experience left her with a strong and unsettling feeling of uncertainty, a state known as premonition, which goes completely against the common understanding of prophets. Mr. Lin, observing her reaction, tells Doris that she will greatly benefit from this book. He assures her that it will be immensely helpful for the task at hand, but refrains from explaining further to avoid causing any issues in his mind. He thinks this book is perfect for a beginner like her. He believes that once she reads it, she'll be able to ask more relevant questions later. Doris, trying to steady herself, nods. I understand. I will thoroughly read and comprehend it, she says with determination. As she reflects on the encounter, she realizes that it usually takes prophets centuries to enter the premonition state. It had taken her hundreds of years just to get a vague clue about Lady Silver, a prophecy that was both simple and confusing, yet, thanks to this book, she entered the premonition state instantly. This thought terrifies her. The book holds a vast and terrifying power, and the symbol on the cover alone had such an impact. She wonders just how much knowledge the entire book holds. And not just this book, but the entire collection in Mr. Lin's bookstore. Sensing her contemplation, Mr. Lin advises, it would be best if everyone in your family reads and studies this book. That way, they can understand how to restore your family's former glory. This way, I won't have to waste my time saving them all from disaster. He means this metaphorically, but Doris takes his words literally. Shocked but determined, Doris says, "I'll make sure everyone studies it carefully. We'll do our best to follow your instructions." Mr. Lin, slightly confused by her response, thinks to himself that she seems to understand him, but something feels off. It's as if she gets it, but also doesn't. Still, he decides not to dwell on it. After all, his priority is helping his customers. Doris then surprises him further by asking to buy all the copies of the book so her family can study them. All the copies? Mr. Lin repeats, a bit bewildered nonetheless. He obliges and packs 30 copies of the book into a box. This confuses Doris even more. How could a book this powerful have 30 copies and be sold like any ordinary item? She begins to think that Mr. Lin's power must be truly incredible if something like this is just routine for him. Before she leaves, Mr. Lin offers her some green tea, saying, "You seem to enjoy it last time, consider it a gift." He adds, "Feel free to visit if you ever want more." Doris blushes slightly, touched by his gesture. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. If the Iris family regains its former glory, we will serve you loyally, like your lapdogs." Mr. Lin raises an eyebrow at this, finding her devotion a bit excessive. He doesn't quite understand why people feel so overwhelmingly grateful towards him, calling him a god or offering to be his servants, when all he does is lend them books and give some advice. But he simply smiles and waves as she leaves. As Doris exits the bookstore, we see the ruins and rubble in front of the shop, the aftermath of the battle between Doris, Murphy, and the Truth Society from the previous episode. The Truth Society, the de facto police of this world, is on the scene investigating the destruction. Knight Joseph, a former Radiant Knight, stands there, livid at the sight of the devastation. His subordinate, Claudie, who had been mistaken for a boy rather than a girl, cautiously approaches, trying to calm him down. "Sir, we shouldn't wander around here carelessly," Claudie says, looking around nervously. The Truth Society's forensic team is conducting research in this area. But Joseph, still fuming, ignores her words and starts shouting, "The Truth Society let a black mage wreak havoc here, and now they're investigating it like it's just another case? This is the biggest joke of my life." His voice echoes across the rubble-strewn street. Claudie flinches at his outburst, as she always does, while Joseph continues to yell about the Truth Society's failure to prevent such damage. His frustration only grows as he vents his anger, pacing furiously. Nearby, 2 forensic specialists are working, analyzing the remnants of the battle. One of them clenches his fists, visibly annoyed by Joseph's shouting, muttering under his breath that he wishes he could throw a stone at him. His colleague calms him down, saying, "Don't waste your energy." Former Radiant Knight Joseph has always been short-tempered. "Focus on studying that rock, it's evidence." The 2 forensic workers freeze for a moment as they realize the tension between Joseph and the ongoing investigation. Despite the chaos, they know their task is far from over. As the 2 forensic workers realize that Joseph is standing behind them, they freeze, but Joseph remains surprisingly calm. "You should cooperate," he says, his tone even. "It's the fastest way to figure out what's happened here." Claudie, still shaken, tries to report, "We've received reports that the target of the Black Mage's attack was the bookstore. Should we go in to investigate?" Before he can finish, Joseph shoots him an angry look and yells, "No." The sudden outburst silences Claudie, who stammers, but the Truth Society has already. Joseph cuts him off again, furiously shouting, "Recall them immediately." Nearby, another forensic worker is casting a spell. Magical forensics, locate mana traces. Muttering to himself, he says, "These black mages are insane for using destructive level spells in a place like this." And before this, the Truth Society detected nothing suspicious in this area. We now learn that this man's name is George Bryan, a 24-year-old scholar working for the Truth Society. As he surveys the scene, George reflects that either the Black Mages had some way to bypass the Truth Society's surveillance, or there's a mole within their organization. He frowns, thinking that this fieldwork isn't really his expertise. He's a civil servant whose specialty is logistical support for alchemical tools. George glances at the list of the deceased. It includes several Black Mages, but most notably, the name Murphy, leader of the Scarlet Cult and a powerful destructive level mage. As George analyzes the situation, he theorizes they were likely targeting someone or something that posed a threat to their operations. Maybe the target was the secret instrument tower or even the Truth Society itself. Murphy's Scarlet Cult has always been in conflict with these 2 organizations. He recalls that the Scarlet Cult had long been focused on finding the spawn of the magic mirror, a key objective for their nefarious plans. They had always managed to stay one step ahead of the Truth Society, either through teleportation or committing suicide to avoid giving out information. Murphy's most infamous method involved creating zombies with the coffin of eternal slumber, weak individually, but troublesome en masse. One possible reason for this attack, George thinks, could have been retaliation against a group of hunters known as Spider, whose leader, Miss G, used to work for the White Wolf clan and ally of the Scarlet Cult. What George can't wrap his head around is how Murphy, a destructive-level black mage, could have lost her life in this battle. She should have had a perfect plan. And then it hits him, this assault had a clear, specific target, the bookstore on 23rd Street. But why would the Scarlet Cult focus on an ordinary bookstore when their past battles were always with the Truth Society? His eyes narrow as he looks at the bookstore. There must be some hidden power within. It's too coincidental that so many powerful figures are drawn to this place. George decides to investigate, ignoring the warnings around him as he approaches the bookstore. One of his comrades tries to stop him, reminding him of Knight Joseph's orders. George brushes him off, determined to uncover the truth. This bookstore looks completely normal from the outside, but it must hold a secret power, he mutters as he reaches out to open the door. Before he can touch the handle, A firm hand grabs his shoulder. He turns to see Knight Joseph glaring at him. "What do you think you're doing?" Joseph asks, his voice low and stern. "I'm investigating," George replies, unfazed. It's strange that all this happened right outside the bookstore. The person inside is suspicious, and they need to answer questions to help us figure out the truth. "Isn't that what we're here for?" Joseph's grip tightens slightly, and his voice drops an octave. "It would be best not to go in there, for the sake of your sanity." George is taken aback by the warning. "You don't need to worry about my sanity," he scoffs. "I'm a scholar seeking truth keeps me sane, not the other way around." With a hint of defiance, he adds, "And frankly, sir, that's an insult to my integrity as a scholar. I understand you're a destructive level knight and my senior, but you can't just question my sanity like that." George's face twists with a touch of mania as he stands his ground, daring Joseph to challenge his dedication to the pursuit of truth. Joseph feels a slight headache creeping in as he deals with the usual scholar stubbornness. It's always a hassle trying to convince scholars to do anything other than what they've set their minds on. He muses to himself. He briefly considers the drastic option of punching George in the stomach. But no, he thinks, I can't do that, not when the secret instrument tower relies on the Truth Society's alchemy tools. Joseph chuckles inwardly, thinking about what a ridiculous reason it is to hold back. He glances at Claudie and considers asking him to handle it instead. As if on cue, Claudie sneezes. Someone must be thinking about him. Turning his attention back to George, Joseph tells him, "This bookstore is classified as Class 1. George's eyes widen in shock. "Class 1? Here in Noken?" he exclaims, not expecting something of such high importance in this seemingly quiet area. Joseph nods, and explains that the secret instrument tower recently classified the bookstore but hadn't yet updated the Truth Society's database. "The owner of this bookstore is assisting my tower," Joseph adds, before pointing a finger at George with a more threatening tone, "and I think the owner wouldn't appreciate being interrogated by someone like you." This sends a shiver down George's spine. He internally questions how the Truth Society, with its vast surveillance network, could have missed something so powerful. After all, their surveillance was built by the worldly wisdom himself. Still, he tries to steady his nerves as Joseph continues, "Do you think I'm lying?" Joseph challenges, "Just hours ago, a black mage activated a destructive level spell here, and the Truth Society didn't detect a thing. It was the bookstore's owner who stopped it, not your surveillance. Even my tower managed to get to the crime scene before the Truth Society did. Maybe you should investigate your own system before accusing others." Before George can respond, the door to the bookstore swings open. Both men turn, startled, to see Doris step outside. George is immediately struck by her presence. An elf? What would an elf be doing in Noken? He wonders. Joseph, on the other hand, feels a wave of confirmation wash over him. I was right, he thinks, recalling how he had always suspected Mr. Lin of being more than human. An elven visitor confirms it. Mr. Lin can't be human, no way. Joseph also remembers that he still hasn't returned a book to Mr. Lin and briefly thinks about the sword Candela finding a new owner. Doris notices George and coldly asks, "What is an ordinary human doing in front of my master's bookstore?" Her words send a chill down George's spine. He quickly realizes that only the 4 original witches could hold such authority over an elf. His scholar's mind races. Could this bookstore house a dream world with one of the original witches inside? Doris' tone grows darker as she addresses George. "My master's favorite person also represents his will," she says ominously. "The Truth Society is becoming more insolent. Is it because my master is so kind that you dare show such ignorant bravery?" As she speaks, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surrounds her. Her face is contorted in rage, her eyes burning with fury. "Is this what gives you the courage to even glance at my master?" she demands, her voice dripping with malice. George is completely paralyzed with fear, on the verge of tears. I should have listened to Joseph, he thinks, regretting his decision to defy the knight's warning now. He finds himself face to face with an enraged elven prophet of destructive level power, unable to think or move. Sensing the danger, Joseph quickly steps forward. Bowing slightly, "My lady, please forgive him," he says with respect. He meant no offense. Brian was simply trying to fulfill his duty and report what happened here. Joseph continues, appealing to Doris' sense of reason. "Your master is so kind and forgiving. He wouldn't mind the ignorance of a scholar. His words have the intended effect. Doris' rage begins to subside, calming down. Doris explains what happened. Black mages appeared in front of the bookstore, attempting to unleash a powerful destructive spell called Nova Death Ray. She says, I stopped them and killed them for daring to attack the bookstore. Joseph listens attentively, relieved that the situation is diffusing. Meanwhile, George is still trembling, reflecting on how close he came to losing his life for his arrogance. Joseph ponders Doris' words and reflects that what she's saying makes perfect sense. Mr. Lin must have done something truly extraordinary to draw such a strong reaction from the Scarlet Cult. He thinks, after all, their operation to hatch the spawn of the magic mirror was in its final stages, and yet they chose to target Mr. Lin's bookstore instead. He's so powerful that he didn't even need to handle them personally. He sent his subordinate to take care of it. Joseph muses. This further solidifies his belief. Mr. Lin is on our side. Curious, Joseph turns to Doris and asks, in your opinion, why would they target the bookstore? Doris shakes her head slightly, her expression neutral. I have no idea, she replies. You and your organization should know more than me. I only recently arrived in Nokon as a representative of my family. Then, suddenly, these violent attacks on my master's favorite person started happening. She pauses before continuing, her tone sharpening. I had no choice but to defend myself and stop them. That was your job, Joseph. You should be thanking me right now, not interrogating me. Joseph's pride stings a little, but he knows she's right. He takes a breath and admits, you're right. We haven't acted properly, and I apologize. The bookstore owner has my utmost respect. He once lent me a book that helped me solve a problem that troubled me for a long time. If this incident hadn't happened today, I would have been visiting Mr. Lin to return that book. Brian, still visibly shaken from the earlier confrontation, nods in agreement. Thank you, Doris, for your help, he says, his voice a bit unsteady. I need to return to the Truth Society and report the truth about what happened here. Just as Brian turns to leave, his communicator buzzes. It's the vice president of the Truth Society. Brian answers, and after a brief exchange, he looks confused and then hands the device over to Doris. The vice president wants to speak to you, he says hesitantly. Doris takes the communicator, and as she lifts it to her ear, a voice echoes from the other side. Doris, it's been 300 years, how have you been? Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes the voice. Andrew, she murmurs. Memories flood her mind as she recalls a time long ago, back when Andrew was just a little boy. And now, that same boy is the president of the Truth Society. The scene shifts to 300 years ago, in a village where the Iris family, Doris family, used to live. A few young elven girls gather around Andrew, expressing their sadness that he's leaving, asking him to stay a little longer. Andrew responds with a charming smile, telling them that although he doesn't want to leave either, he must continue his research for the Truth Society. He thanks them for all the useful knowledge he gained from them, but explains that he has no other choice but to go now and hopes they understand his situation. He then glances at them, his expression softening, and says that no matter how many years pass, he will always remember their elven beauty. He strokes the face of one of the young elven girls, telling her that it's a shame he won't be able to admire such a cute face whenever he pleases if given the chance. He says he would have unforgettable experiences with her. The girl blushes furiously, telling him he shouldn't be acting like this in front of everyone. Andrew pulls her close and hugs her, causing her to become even more flustered. Suddenly, Doris appears, scolding the girls and telling them to stop bothering their guest. The girls quickly run off, leaving Andrew blushing and turning to greet Doris. She asks if he is returning home today, and Andrew, trying to regain his composure, inquires if Doris has completed another prophecy. Doris nods, explaining that she's working on an important prophecy related to her family. She adds that such large prophecies take time, but elves have the luxury of time due to their long lifespans. She tells him that to receive her master's blessing, she needs guidance from her master or her master's favorite people, and she is determined to accomplish this, no matter how long it takes. Andrew, looking confident, assures her that he will help in any way he can, including seeking the Truth Society's assistance. He tells her that while everything in the world may be relative and change, the truth always remains constant. He promises that in a few hundred years, he will become an influential figure in the Truth Society and will always be there to help her if she needs him. Doris smiles and pats Andrew's head, causing him to blush intensely. She laughs and explains that while many think elves are prideful and don't cooperate with other races, they hold those they admire in high regard due to their long lives. She tells him that not many things are worth remembering, and Andrew, slightly disheartened, thinks to himself that this is why she doesn't remember. Doris interrupts his thoughts, commenting that touching his hair brings back nostalgic memories, reminding her of when she last stroked it when he was a small boy. Andrew, embarrassed, protests that it was a long time ago and begs her to stop treating him like a child. Doris laughs and teases him, saying that if he wants her to see him differently, he'll need to give her a reason. She tells him that this time, she will store his name deep in her memory until her body fails her. She asks for his name, and just as young Andrew begins to say it, the scene transitions seamlessly to the present, where Andrew is on the phone with Doris, who finishes the sentence by saying, Andrew. He closes his eyes and replies, "It's been quite some time, Lady Doris." We transition to a giant dragon skeleton positioned in front of the Truth Society's headquarters. Inside Vice President Andrew's office, two men are playing chess. One of them comments on the surprising reemergence of the Iris family after losing its former glory. This man is introduced as Walter Leonard, Chief of Alchemy. Leonard teases Andrew, suggesting that a crush from his youth has returned, but remarks that Andrew, no longer young, missed his chance. Despite being able to have any woman, he never got the woman of his dreams. The other man playing chess teases Leonard, warning him to watch his words or he might face a pay cut. He adds that even though Andrew is older now, he is still the most desirable man among the noble ladies in the Central District, leaving Leonard speechless and jealous. Leonard then comments, "After 300 years, who knows if that popular guy has had a change of heart?" To which the other man replies, "We should change the topic. Someone recently took on a mission to find and hunt down Old Wild, so the Truth Society will be spending a lot of money soon." The other man's name is Raoul Feige, Chief of Mechanics in the Truth Society. Leonard is shocked someone took a bounty on Old Wild. No one's cared about him for hundreds of years. Leonard yells, "Old Wild is dangerous. He's a destructive level black mage. Whoever took this mission is out of their mind. They're asking to get themselves killed." Raoul replies with a smirk, "Leonard, you need to take your head out of the lab once in a while. Keep up with new events." He continues, "It's no surprise no one's taken the mission before. Dealing with evil like Old Wild is usually the responsibility of the Secret Instrument Tower. And with Old Wild being a destructive level black mage, who would dare take him on? Not even a Radiant Knight, let alone anyone else. Even Old Wild's biggest rival, Joseph, didn't accept the bounty." Leonard nods. "That makes sense. If the mission went wrong, it would be a disaster. Plus, destructive level knights are usually rich enough not to need the bounty money." Just then, we cut to Joseph, who sneezes because someone is talking about him. In this world, it seems everyone has to sneeze when mentioned. Back to the story. Raoul tells Leonard that his messy research project will face delays because every department in the Truth Society is facing budget cuts due to the large bounty placed on Old Wild. Leonard, offended, retorts, "Messy? If my research is messy, then your mechanics project is pointless. We could have already had a working choke collar invention if you hadn't wasted time on figuring out how to wash hair upside down. Not to mention, only the interrogators from the Secret Instrument Tower would even buy these tools. The president should have pulled funding from these mechanics projects ages ago." Raoul replies coolly, "Those inventions are my subordinates' work, but I'll pass along your feedback." Leonard grumbles, "No need." He then refocuses on their chess game, but after glancing at the board, he realizes something is off. "You've been distracting me to cheat, haven't you?" he accuses Raoul. Raoul awkwardly laughs. "Even though you falsely accuse me, you're still my best friend." Their playful banter continues until Raoul mentions, "By the way, my clay idol is in its final stage. Once I acquire the Philosopher's Stone, I'll be able to complete it." Raoul thanks Lady Doris for helping locate the stone, saying it's hidden in the coffin of eternal slumber. "This stone is far more powerful than anything your alchemy could ever produce," he teases. Leonard fires back, "Eve heard that final stage excuse too many times every time. It ends with a failed report and a request for more funding in time. Raoul defends himself, saying, "That's only because the philosopher's stones you provided weren't pure enough." Leonard smirks. "No, it's because your skills are lacking." Their back and forth continues like children arguing until Leonard asks, who actually took the bounty on Old Wild. Raoul responds, "This time it wasn't a destructive rank. It was a petrifying level hunter." The scene transitions to a man slaying demons on the streets of Nokon. He thinks to himself that he's lost his target but knows it's somewhere nearby. Suddenly, a huge gargoyle ambushes him. In one swift move, the hunter slices the gargoyle in half, saying, "Oh, found you." He then looks at the contract in his hand, muttering that once he completes this contract, he'll finally achieve destructive rank. As we zoom in on the contract, it's revealed to be the bounty on Old Wild. We return to Leonard and Raoul playing chess. Raoul comments, "That guy is the Pale Night Watcher. Burton Ackerman, come on, they've definitely seen Attack on Titan." Raoul jokes. He continues, explaining that Burton plans to use this bounty to gain destructive rank after injecting himself with tainted blood. He can temporarily reach destructive rank while transformed. That's why they approved him for the bounty. As Raoul and Leonard continue their conversation, Andrew interrupts by entering the room. "What's going on?" he asks. Leonard turns to Andrew and inquires if he's dealt with the situation on his end. Andrew, appearing slightly melancholic, responds, "There's no need to worry, but 300 years have passed so quickly. I'm an old man now, yet Doris hasn't changed a bit, not even the way she talks. It feels like I'm living in a dream." Raoul, silently observing, thinks to himself, "Of course she hasn't changed. She's an elf, they live for eternities." He doesn't understand why Andrew is feeling nostalgic now, considering that Andrew hadn't thought about Doris for centuries, keeping the company of many other women in the meantime. Still, Raoul decides to keep quiet, not wanting to risk losing funding for his department. Leonard, shifting the conversation, asks, "What about the bookstore? Did Doris really offer her family's servitude to the owner?" Andrew clarifies, "Not exactly to the owner, but to the entity behind him." He hands them a report recently sent by Joseph's secret instrument tower. "The administration has decided to cut funding to your department by 30 next month." Andrew adds. Leonard's face immediately turns pale, and he bursts into tears. While Leonard weeps over the chessboard, Andrew continues, "I never would have imagined an indescribable level individual in Noken without being in our records. Even Knight Joseph graded this person as such." He pauses, reflecting on the troubling news. Joseph is friendly with this bookstore owner, so there's no need to rush the investigation, but it's still concerning that someone of this power exists without us knowing. Andrew then orders, "Send Burton Ackerman to investigate this bookstore. There have been reports of Old Wild visiting it as well." Raoul, looking cautious, advises, "We should be more careful. Spying on someone of indescribable level could be extremely dangerous." Andrew counters, "Our top priority now is the spawn of the magic mirror. That's why Ackerman's the best person to investigate. Yes, the mission will be dangerous, but we need to learn more about this bookstore owner and his motives. It's not enough to simply call him friendly. We owe it to the millions of people in Noken who put their trust in the Truth Society to investigate." He continues passionately, "The purpose of the Truth Society is not just to uncover knowledge but to preserve peace and order. When an organization gains too much power, it starts to decay from within." Both Raoul and Leonard, now startled, ask, "Is there a mole in the Truth Society?" Andrew nods gravely. "This recent incident, and others before it, suggest the Truth Society is slipping. Both the Scarlet Cult and the White Wolf Clan have eluded us repeatedly. If we don't improve soon, we'll lose credibility and ultimately fail as an organization." He looks at Raoul and Leonard with trust. "I rely on you both to develop a system to monitor for any internal threats. That's what President Maria wants as well. If she weren't currently battling an indescribable level foe, she'd be the one giving these orders." Andrew concludes, "Our first step is to send Ackerman to the bookstore. Even indescribables can die, so there's no reason to fear them, only the truth is eternal." We then transition to the bookstore, where Mr. Lin is sitting, tired and sleepy. Listening to the news, the reporter discusses the damage caused on 23rd Street the previous night. They blame it on terrible weather and lightning strikes, not mentioning the involvement of black mages. Fortunately, firefighters were able to contain the fire before it spread further. The reporter adds, 23rd Street has been completely destroyed on one side, while the other side remains untouched. Hearing this, Mr. Lin's eyes widened in shock. 23rd Street? "That's where I live." He rushes to the door and flings it open, only to see the road in front of his house completely devastated. Mr. Lin stares in disbelief. "I only slept for a bit. How could such a massive explosion happen without me noticing?" He ponders how strange life can be. A lady bought 30 books from him, and on the same night, this huge explosion occurred. Mr. Lin thinks it's fortunate that the destruction stopped just before reaching his doorstep. If it had come any closer, he muses, my life in this other world would have ended too. The story picks up with Mr. Lin reflecting on the gift Doris gave him before she left his bookstore. She couldn't simply accept his gift without returning the favor, which leaves Mr. Lin slightly embarrassed. After all, he didn't technically give her a gift but sold her books, as that's his job. He recalls Doris' words about the seedling she gave him, saying it was valuable because it had its own thoughts and fed on desires. Mr. Lin finds her belief cute but attributes her naivety to her youth. As he waters the seedling, he casually thinks it will make a nice air purifier and improve the store's atmosphere. He really hopes it will grow into something beautiful. While tending to the plant, a strange worm-like thing is seen lurking beneath it, though Mr. Lin doesn't notice. Fast forward a week, and the seed has sprouted into a beautiful rose-like flower. Mr. Lin admires how well it has grown and reflects on his past failures with plants, how they'd always die despite his efforts. This one, however, is flourishing, which strikes him as odd. After all, it's only been a week, and there's only one flower on it. Unlike most roses which bloom in clusters, he rationalizes this by remembering Doris had said the flower was unique. Perhaps it's not even a rose at all, but something rarer and easier to take care of, since even he managed to nurture it successfully. Excited, Mr. Lin decides to place the flower on his work counter to showcase its beauty to customers, hoping it might lift their spirits and encourage them to buy more books. As he prepares to open the bookstore for the day, he reflects on how lonely it's been lately with few customers to engage with. He hopes that today, someone will come in needing his advice, something he finds gratifying to provide. As Mr. Lin opens the door, the strange flower reveals more peculiarities. Tiny tentacles and even a small eye nestled within its petals. Outside, we see a hunter standing in front of the bookstore, smoking a cigarette. His name is Burton Ackerman, a Truth Society agent tasked with investigating this seemingly ordinary establishment. As he examines the exterior, he finds it unappealing to potential customers, concluding that the bookstore might not even be intended for business. It looks more like an abandoned shop than a thriving one. Ackerman then activates his heightened sense of smell, hoping to detect something unusual inside the bookstore. He catches a faint scent of Old Wild's aura, emanating from a gargoyle within. The gargoyle, a gift from Old Wild to Mr. Lin, isn't particularly strong, Ackerman notes, but it would be a decent defense against lesser foes. He concludes that the bookstore likely serves as a temporary hideout for Old Wild, not a permanent base. The faintness of the aura suggests Old Wild has only visited a couple of times, but the lingering scent also indicates he may return soon. Ackerman thinks this might be his chance to take down Old Wild and earn his promotion. He also muses that this explains why the Truth Society hasn't acted yet. Old Wild's involvement likely makes this place a dangerous focal point, but it could also be connected to other ongoing issues, like the White Wolf clan and the Scarlet Cult. As Ackerman goes through his bag, he also detects remnants of magic and blood from a previous battle, but silently commends the Truth Society for covering up the incident so effectively. As he prepares to enter the bookstore, Ackerman adjusts his appearance to blend in, noting that Murphy, the leader of the Scarlet Cult, must have been out of her mind to attempt an attack here. Even if the great elven sage Doris wasn't around, the bookstore owner's power is formidable enough that any reckless attack would result in disaster. He wonders if the spawn of the magic mirror has the ability to drive people to madness, like Murphy had demonstrated. With these thoughts in mind, Ackerman steps toward the door, ready to investigate the enigmatic bookstore. Ackerman, a seasoned hunter with a reputation for caution and patience, steals himself outside the bookstore. As much as he's intrigued by this seemingly ordinary shop, he knows better than to let curiosity get the better of him. He reminds himself that his mission is to investigate and wait for his target, Old Wild, to appear. Ackerman finishes his cigarette, mentally preparing to enter the bookstore as just another customer. Maintaining his disguise when the doorbell rings, Mr. Lin is delighted. It's been quiet for days, and finally, a new customer has arrived. He greets Ackerman warmly, eager for the opportunity to help someone, and hopefully, sell some books. Mr. Lin's usual enthusiasm kicks in as he asks if Ackerman is there to read, borrow, or buy, offering assistance as needed. Ackerman, keeping his composure, replies casually, just browsing. He's confident in his ability to blend in and thinks his act is flawless as he walks around the shop. His hunter instincts kick in, scanning for anything out of place. The bookstore seems perfectly ordinary, except for the faint magical aura coming from the gargoyle. However, that doesn't alarm Ackerman. It's nothing too powerful, merely a relic from old wild. But then, as he glances at the beautiful rose on the counter, something unexpected happens. The rose, seemingly innocent at first, catches his attention. Ackerman is briefly puzzled by its beauty, as it doesn't fit the bookstore's aesthetic. But then, the tiny eye within the flower locks onto him. In an instant, he feels his entire body freeze. He's completely immobilized. Panic sets in. What's happening? He thinks. Ackerman has dealt with countless magical traps, but this one is different. There are no magical fluctuations, no warning signs. His body is paralyzed, yet his consciousness remains intact. His thoughts race. Is this a trap? Have I been caught? Meanwhile, Mr. Lin, completely unaware of the terror unfolding, continues speaking kindly, asking if Ackerman has any questions. He encourages him to browse freely. Ackerman, still frozen, is struck by the absurdity of the situation. How am I supposed to browse when I can't move? He starts to believe Mr. Lin has seen through his disguise from the beginning, toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. In Ackerman's terrified mind, Mr. Lin's friendly demeanor warps into something far more sinister. That warm smile now seems like the mocking grin of a powerful predator. Ackerman feels utterly powerless. Imagining Mr. Lin as a hunter relishing the torment of his prey, the paralysis worsens, and Ackerman's mind spirals further into fear. He is convinced that Mr. Lin is using the rose to devour parts of his soul, feeding on his fear and helplessness. Tears well up in Ackerman's eyes, and drool drips from his mouth as he remains frozen. Staring at Mr. Lin, his thoughts grow darker. Why doesn't he just kill me? Why draw it out like this? The eye in the rose continues to watch him, draining something deep from within him that he can't quite understand. Ackerman, a skilled and confident hunter, is reduced to a trembling, broken man. He starts to believe that even if he escapes this, he'll never be whole again. The experience of having pieces of his soul slowly devoured, feeling trapped and frozen in place, is so horrific that death would be a mercy. What if I never move again? What if I'm stuck like this until the moment I die? These thoughts swirl in his mind as he slips deeper into despair, completely at the mercy of a force he cannot comprehend. Ackerman's internal terror is growing by the second, and he can barely maintain his composure as Mr. Lin, ever the oblivious and kind-hearted shop owner, continues his usual friendly banter to Ackerman. It's as if every word is laced with sinister double meanings. He must be some kind of sadistic devil, Ackerman thinks, his mind screaming for help as his body remains stiff, betraying his fear. He swears to himself that he'll never put himself in such a situation again if he even survives. Mr. Lin, puzzled by Ackerman's strange behavior, repeats his usual cheerful question, "My dear customer, is everything okay? Do you have any questions? Weren't you just browsing?" Mr. Lin notices that Ackerman has been standing in one spot, staring at the flower, seemingly entranced by its beauty. This excites Mr. Lin, who assumes Ackerman is just captivated by the pretty plant. "Oh, you think the flower is pretty, don't you?" Mr. Lin beams with pride as he lifts the flower, completely unaware of the creeping terror it instills in Ackerman. With the flower no longer directly in his gaze, Ackerman suddenly regains control over his body, feeling a rush of relief. His muscles unfreeze, and though his body relaxes, his mind is still reeling from the close encounter with what he believes to be death itself. Breathing more easily now, Ackerman reflects on the overwhelming emotions that had consumed him: fear, helplessness, and desperation. Is this what it feels like to flirt with death? He wonders. As he steals another glance at the flower, those tiny eyes and writhing tentacles make his skin crawl again. Fighting to control his shaky voice, he manages to stammer, "Hot, yeah, the flower is pretty." But deep down, Ackerman knows this is no ordinary plant. If he hadn't felt that soul-chilling terror firsthand, He might have chalked it up to hallucinations from the tainted blood he uses to enhance his powers. Ackerman's thoughts briefly shift to his original mission, hunting down Old Wild to gain a promotion and reach destructive rank. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that he's alive for a brief moment. He finds an odd sense of bliss in just being. His face still flushed from the intense emotions he's experienced. In his mind, Ackerman has completely lost the will to fight. He feels a deep, almost existential weariness settle over him. I just want to sit in a chair and ponder the meaning of life. Mr. Lin, as oblivious as ever, thanks Ackerman for his kind words. I appreciate your compliment about the flower. Feels the same towards you, he says, smiling. Of course, Mr. Lin cannot see the malevolent eye staring out from the flower, piercing into Ackerman's soul and his mind. Mr. Lin is simply proud of the hard work he put into nurturing the plant. He remembers Doris' comments about the flower having a mind of its own but brushes them off. Still, he muses that everything has a little soul of its own if you care for it properly. As he tends to his plant, he feels fulfilled knowing that the little details, like keeping a beautiful flower, can help his business thrive, even if only by improving the atmosphere for his customers. Meanwhile, Ackerman's mind is a whirlwind of confusion and terror. He can't understand what's happening or why Mr. Lin treats the monstrous flower so casually. Is he toying with me? Ackerman wonders. He begins to see Mr. Lin not as a human, but as something far more powerful, perhaps even more dangerous than the flower itself. In his eyes, Mr. Lin's calm demeanor only confirms that the bookstore owner is a higher existence, maybe even above an indescribable level. Ackerman, trembling, forces himself to speak. I can see you've put a lot of effort into the flower. I'm just telling the truth. The words come out almost mechanically as his mind races. He begins to suspect that the Truth Society already knows what's happening here, that they sent him on a suicide mission just to confirm what they already suspected in Old Wild. Ackerman now believes the legendary figure doesn't use this place to hide, but to make offerings to this far greater power, which he now believes Mr. Lin to be. As Ackerman's panic reaches a fever pitch, he decides to make his exit. It's getting quite late. I don't want to bother you any longer, he says, trying to sound polite but his voice betraying his fear. He desperately hopes Mr. Lin will let him go. Unscathed. Mr. Lin, concerned by Ackerman's pale face, innocently replies, "My dear customer, you look a bit sick. Do you want to rest for a bit? I have a chair here for relaxing and chatting." Mr. Lin gestures to the chair. Genuinely trying to be helpful, he can't understand why Ackerman seems so tense. To Ackerman, this is a nightmare. He knows him trying to leave. He must be angry that I complimented the flower to lie. His thoughts spiral out of control. He stammers, "And no. I'm fine," trying to refuse politely while internally praying he can escape. Mr. Lin, ever the thoughtful host, responds, "Don't force yourself. You should rest if you're feeling unwell." In his mind, Ackerman is simply too proud to admit he's not feeling well, leading Mr. Lin to misunderstand the situation entirely. Mr. Lin's genuine concern for his customers leads him to attempt an analysis of Ackerman's situation, though naturally he completely misunderstands everything. Mr. Lin, in his well-meaning but completely oblivious way, tries to offer solace, thinking that Ackerman must be another overworked, stressed-out man struggling with his midlife crisis. He assumes Ackerman's stress stems from a nagging boss and mounting responsibilities, probably a common 9-to-5 worker nearing his mid-30s. People like him are perfect candidates for Mr. Lin's soul-healing advice, or as Mr. Lin likes to think, steering them in the right direction. To Mr. Lin, Ackerman's stiff and nervous demeanor is just a sign of repressed emotions. So he warmly suggests, "Don't worry, just sit down, there's no one else here. So no one will know what happens." What Mr. Lin intends is comfort, reassuring Ackerman that no one will judge him for showing vulnerability, only fuels Ackerman's growing fear. To him, those words are a veiled threat. No one will know what happens here. His mind races. Is this a warning? A declaration that no one will hear my screams? Things escalate in Ackerman's mind when Mr. Lin, with a friendly smile, adds, "You can think of me as an old friend. If there's anything on your chest, feel free to let it out." In Mr. Lin's mind, he's just being a good listener, but as he makes a slightly awkward, intense face, thinking he's being insightful and empathetic, Ackerman reads it as something far more sinister. He wants me to open up, or else he's great at opening hearts. What does that mean? Ackerman's wild imagination starts conjuring horrific images of demonic tentacles emerging from Mr. Lin, wrapping around him, and squeezing the life out of him. In this fevered dream of panic, Ackerman envisions Mr. Lin grabbing him, his eyes glowing red as those tentacles constrict him from all angles. Since this is troubling you, let me open up your heart. Mr. Lin's voice echoes like a demonic overlord. Ackerman snaps back to reality, realizing none of that has happened yet. But the fear is now lodged deep within him. Mr. Lin stands there, looking slightly confused and, from Ackerman's perspective, even more menacing for being so eerily calm. Mr. Lin invites him again to sit down, and Ackerman, trembling and on the verge of tears, sees no other option but to obey. What else can I do? He thinks, if I don't do what he says, I'm finished. He finally sits, feeling utterly defeated. Mr. Lin, pleased with this small victory, believes he's made progress in healing this poor, troubled man. He contemplates how best to handle such a delicate soul, comparing it to opening an oyster slowly with care until he reaches the soft, vulnerable core. He must carefully choose his words to crack Ackerman's tough exterior. Meanwhile, Ackerman, sitting across from him, thinks Mr. Lin's gaze is predatory. Like a chef preparing to feast on a meal, every word Mr. Lin says sounds to Ackerman like a prelude to his demise. Before Ackerman can even begin to explain himself, Mr. Lin interrupts, smiling kindly. It's okay if you don't want to talk right away. Maybe you're just pushing yourself too hard? Mr. Lin uses the phrase casually, thinking it's a safe way to probe into Ackerman's emotions. But Ackerman's heart skips a beat. Pushing myself? How does he know? He must know about my mission, about my desperate push for promotion, my quest for destructive rank. Of course, such a powerful being would already know everything. Ackerman reasons, and the real question is, why is Mr. Lin just sitting here talking to him instead of obliterating him on the spot? What are his true intentions? For Mr. Lin, pushing yourself is a catch-all phrase, something vague enough that any stressed-out customer can relate to. But Ackerman, drenched in sweat, takes this as confirmation that Mr. Lin knows everything. He finally breaks, thinking there's no point in hiding the truth anymore. In a trembling voice, sweat pouring off his brow, he confesses, I've given up already. The weight of his failure, his mission, his organization, all of it spills out in a quiet admission of defeat. He continues, explaining how his organization, the Truth Society, treats him like a disposable tool. Despite their claims of fairness, they exploit people like him, looking down on him as if he were worthless. Mr. Lin, nodding sympathetically, misinterprets Ackerman's confession entirely. In Mr. Lin's mind, Ackerman is just another guy stuck in a dead-end job, yearning for a promotion and better pay, but his boss is holding him back. Mr. Lin imagines that Ackerman, lost and frustrated, has wandered the city aimlessly before stumbling upon the bookstore. He thinks Ackerman's realization that he's a slave to the corporate machine has brought him to this existential breaking point. Of course, Mr. Lin understands this feeling, or so he believes. As Ackerman's sweat drips onto the floor, Mr. Lin offers a comforting smile, thinking he's really nailing this whole healing thing. Mr. Lin pours tea for Ackerman, fully convinced that Ackerman's troubles lie in a mundane corporate job, trapped in the grind of working without recognition. As the tea flows, so do Mr. Lin's thoughts, this poor soul, slaving away for a company that doesn't appreciate him. Maybe he should switch careers. He offers Ackerman the tea, saying with heartfelt sincerity, I understand your problem. Have you ever thought about finding another way? Mr. Lin means changing companies or career paths, but Ackerman, who's been living under the shadow of life-threatening missions, interprets it differently. Another way? Ackerman's eyes widen in surprise, as Mr. Lin's simple suggestion lights a spark of new possibilities within him. Mr. Lin continues, if you know you're just a tool they use for their own gain, why do you still put up with it? Is it really worth it? They demand so much from you without giving you the respect you deserve. To Mr. Lin, this is typical workplace advice for someone stuck in a dead-end job. But for Ackerman, it strikes at the very core of his identity as a hunter for the Truth Society. Ackerman starts reflecting on the grim reality of his existence. The life of a hunter is brutal, injecting tainted blood from dream beasts to gain power, but at the cost of one's sanity. With each transformation into a beast, sanity slips further away. He knows that some hunters lose themselves completely, transforming into the very dream beasts they once hunted. The organizations, the Truth Society and the Secret Instrument Tower treat hunters as disposable tools, ready to turn on them the moment they become unstable threats. Despite all this, Ackerman has taken pride in his role. He may not have the chivalrous spirit of knights, the arcane power of mages, or the intellectual prowess of scholars, but he survived 30 years as a hunter, a feat in itself. Yet, Ackerman also knows he's reaching the end of his rope. His tainted blood, taken from a powerful dream beast called the Pale Man, has pushed him past his limits. Every time he uses its powers, he feels his mind cracking further. He's been relying on pills to stave off madness, but they're becoming less effective with each use. He thinks about his current mission, tracking Old Wild, a desperate attempt to avoid the abyss of insanity, but instead of hunting his target, Ackerman has found himself face-to-face with Mr. Lin, someone who seems so unassuming yet terrifyingly powerful. Ackerman feels betrayed, used by the Truth Society, knowing they sent him here without any care for his survival. Even if I reached destructive rank, would they respect me then? Probably not, but where can I go if I leave them? Mr. Lin, still thinking Ackerman works for a massive company, muses he must work for a really big corporation, one of those that's impossible to leave. But then he recalls Ackerman saying he never considered any other choices. Why? What's holding him back? With growing curiosity, Mr. Lin asks, "Do you really think your company is the ultimate authority? Is it really impossible to leave them and find something else?" His words, intended to prompt a career change, resonate deeply with Ackerman in an entirely different way. He begins to consider his future in the future of those like him, people forced into lives of servitude and expendability. Mr. Lin adds, "I don't want to scare you, but I hope you'll make the right decision." These words push Ackerman over the edge. Igniting a fire within him, he suddenly feels motivated like never before, shouting, "You're right. I need to find my own path, use my strength to control my future. It doesn't matter what these authorities say." Ackerman's transformation is immediate. He no longer feels bound by the Truth Society. His pride as a hunter swells, and he realizes that he can prove himself without their oppressive control. The hunter within him awakens, ready to carve out his own destiny. He no longer cares for the rules that have been binding him. "I don't need the Truth Society to define me." Mr. Lin, initially shocked by Ackerman's outburst, quickly becomes pleased. He assumes Ackerman has decided to start his own business, inspired to break away from corporate chains and go solo. Maybe he's planning to be an entrepreneur. Mr. Lin thinks, happy that his words have sparked this new enthusiasm. "I'm glad you found your path," Mr. Lin says encouragingly. "But remember, even if your power alone isn't enough for that company, you're not alone. There are people you can ally with." To Ackerman, this sounds like a deeper truth about his fight as a hunter. Allies. He ponders this as a new strategy forms in his mind. Mr. Lin, thinking of business partnerships, unintentionally provides Ackerman with a newfound resolve to seek out powerful allies in his fight for survival and independence. As Mr. Lin hands him a cup of tea, Ackerman takes it, no longer trembling in fear but filled with purpose. This is just the beginning, he thinks, staring into the tea as if it held the future in its depths. Mr. Lin, feeling a renewed sense of purpose in his interactions with Ackerman, encourages him to think carefully about his future. "If you decide to take this path," he says, "I can introduce you to someone who could help. Her name is Jizitsu." He adds, "I think she could be a great asset to you in starting your own business." In Mr. Lin's mind, Jizitsu's father is a wealthy businessman, making her a perfect connection for Ackerman. Ackerman's eyes widen in surprise at the mention of Jizitsu, and he stutters, "Gee, isn't she the?" Mr. Lin nods, affirming, "Yes, she is that young lady." Mr. Lin believes Ackerman recognizes her name due to her wealth and reputation, but Ackerman's reaction suggests something more personal. His hands tremble slightly as he says, "It's really her I see." He then questions Mr. Lin, "Is this all part of your plan? Is this what you expect me to do?" Mr. Lin, brimming with confidence and blissfully unaware of the deeper implications of his words, responds, "Yes, exactly." Now, Ackerman's mind races. He contemplates how Mr. Lin might have orchestrated this meeting long before he stumbled into the bookstore. To set this all in motion, he must have had a plan that goes beyond mere coincidence. This realization shocks Ackerman. He thinks, to know this much, you have to be an omniscient being, but Mr. Lin can't be that, can he? Meanwhile, Mr. Lin is pleased with the direction the conversation has taken. He admires his own ability to navigate the complexities of communication. He thinks, when dealing with someone as closed off as Ackerman, you must use vague language to guide their thoughts. Even if he doesn't fully grasp Ackerman's inner turmoil, he trusts that his carefully chosen words will resonate. Mr. Lin believes that, with a person like Ackerman, it's best to remain vague. By allowing Ackerman to interpret his words, he can draw out the man's true feelings and thoughts, even if they are initially shielded behind a tough exterior. He muses, perhaps it's better for Ackerman to consider starting his own business rather than being trapped in a 996 or 007 job. The terms he uses, 996 representing a grueling 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. work schedule, 6 days a week, and 007 meaning a brutal 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. shift, 7 days a week, capture the essence of Ackerman's struggles. Mr. Lin knows that not even someone as powerful as he could endure such hours. He continues to think that it would be wise for Ackerman to take this leap toward entrepreneurship, freeing himself from the shackles of his current job, where he faces constant bullying and stress. Yet, Mr. Lin acknowledges that the choice ultimately rests with Ackerman. However, Mr. Lin also understands the challenges ahead. Transitioning from being a corporate slave to owning a company is fraught with difficulties. There's a need for time, money, and a well-thought-out plan. He knows how crucial it is for Ackerman to shed his worries to fully focus on starting his new venture. In that moment, Mr. Lin decides to offer some motivational words to uplift Ackerman and also to keep him engaged as a customer. He recalls that even if Ackerman's startup doesn't succeed, he won't be left jobless. Thanks to MSG with connections like her, Mr. Lin thinks, he'll have a safety net. He remembers that MSGI's family owns Low Resources, one of the largest companies in Nacon, which has a monopoly over all mining in the lower city district and partial ownership of nearly all major companies in Nacon. This means Ackerman would have potential avenues to explore, even if his initial venture falters. Mr. Lin decides to share this insight with Ackerman, hoping to ease some of the man's apprehensions about the leap he is contemplating. Ackerman, he says thoughtfully, Low Resources has connections all over Nacon. If you align yourself with someone like Jiu-Jitsu, you won't be starting from scratch. There's a whole world of opportunities out there for you. This remark instills hope in Ackerman as he sits in Mr. Lin's cozy bookstore. His anxiety begins to lift, replaced by the embers of ambition and possibility. The conversation has opened doors in his mind, and for the first time in a long time, he feels a glimmer of hope for a different future. Mr. Lin reflects on the omnipresence of the Low Resources Development Corporation in Nacon, recognizing its influence across various aspects of daily life and business. Despite having been in this world for only 3 years, he feels acutely aware of the company's extensive reach. During his initial time here, he dedicated some of his energy to studying the city's history and discovered that Low Resources has existed for an impressively long time. He learned that it was once responsible for the army in the lower city district and that its complicated history presents a labyrinth of information that is hard to fully comprehend. He explains to Ackerman how Nacon is distinctly divided into 2 parts, the upper and lower city districts. The upper city hovers above the lower, crafted entirely of steel and shaped like a gigantic sphere when viewed from above. The size of the upper district is immense. Its streets near the central district bear unique names, while other areas are merely identified with letters and numbers in stark contrast. The upper district possesses no natural resources. Everything valuable lies underground in the lower district, often referred to as the underground or transition zone. Access to the lower district is tightly controlled by the Truth Society, as its residents suffer from a mysterious illness brought on by the toxic fog that drifts over from the high wall bordering Azir. Because of this sickness, the inhabitants have been in a state of quarantine for millennia. In this backdrop, Mr. Lin envisions a scene from the lower district. A grandmother chasing after her daughter, both of whom resemble lizards with Cthulhu-like tentacles dangling beneath their chins. The grandmother is guiding her daughter home for food rationing, a euphemism for their daily dinner as they walk. The child excitedly shows off a rock she has found, which will earn them another bowl of food. Her name is Red, and the grandmother praises her efforts, promising to give Red her portion of food for the day as a reward. Curiosity fills Red as she inquires about the city above them. Do the people up there have to dig rocks all day to eat? She asks. The grandmother assures her that one day, she will visit the upper city and share the stories of their life below. The grandmother holds a book from the Church of Plague, which Mr. Lin notes originated in the lower district and remains the most prevalent religion there. This stark division between the upper and lower districts has led to a variety of companies specializing in transporting resources between them, ultimately giving rise to one mega company, the Low Resources Development Corporation. Mr. Lin acknowledges the absurdity of the situation, dreaming of the day when a corporation of such magnitude might discover his bookstore and buy distribution rights, though he quickly reminds himself to focus on his own business ventures. Returning to the present, Mr. Lin marvels at how he never anticipated that the daughter of the owner of this powerful company would become a regular customer in his bookstore. He credits this unexpected connection to his conversational skills, which he reflects are more like conmanship skills in his mind. He shifts his focus back to Ackerman, believing that securing a job with MSG's company should be an easy feat for him, considering her family's resources. Ms. G will likely be able to help you, Mr. Lin reassures Ackerman. She recently faced some challenges that I helped her solve, so I expect she'll be back in the bookstore in a few days to return a book she borrowed. This news ignites a flicker of hope in Ackerman. With the prospect of a connection to such a powerful figure, he feels a renewed sense of motivation, believing that his ambitions of independence and entrepreneurship might finally be within reach. Mr. Lin, satisfied with the progress he has made in guiding Ackerman's thoughts, feels a sense of fulfillment in nurturing this budding relationship. Ackerman's mind races as he connects the dots, remembering the tumultuous history between the Scarlet Cult and the White Wolf Clan, the decisive battle where the White Wolf Clan suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of MSG and her hunter group, the Spider, suddenly makes perfect sense. He recalls how the loss was so catastrophic that they sacrificed their second-in-command, Casper, just to ensure the escape of Helix, their leader. The unexpected surge of power MSG displayed during that battle seems tied to her newfound alliance with Mr. Lin, the bookstore owner. It dawns on Ackerman that Mr. Lin's assistance likely contributed to her strength, enabling her to secure victory. With this realization, Ackerman contemplates Mr. Lin's intentions. He presumes that Mr. Lin aims to destabilize the Truth Society by inciting conflict, perhaps even forming a coalition of hunters to rival both the Truth Society and the Secret Instrument Tower. The thought sends a thrill through him. If Mr. Lin succeeds, it could entirely upend the existing order. Yet, he feels a strange sense of luck in being chosen as a pawn in this grand scheme. As Ackerman reflects on how Mr. Lin had used the flower earlier to extract his deepest desires, he acknowledges that the motivation to earn the Truth Society's approval has evaporated. Despite the danger that this new path entails, he is oddly excited, recognizing his willingness to embrace the chaos ahead as a kind of madness. His musings are interrupted when he inquires about borrowing books from Mr. Lin. The bookstore owner flashes a grin, clearly pleased to have captivated another customer. I wanted to suggest some books for you, he replies, sensing the potential for Ackerman to learn and grow. He presents a book titled Starting a Business with Zero Capital, emphasizing its relevance to Ackerman's current situation. The moment the title registers, Ackerman recalls MSG borrowing a book from Mr. Lin, which had evidently helped her unlock new powers. The implications begin to swirl in his mind, a sense of dread creeping in as he wonders if all the books in this library contain forbidden knowledge capable of granting extraordinary abilities. Mr. Lin interrupts his fearful contemplation, offering Ackerman the book as a tool for self-discovery and empowerment. This will help you find a new path, he reassures him, adding that he will no longer be treated as a mere tool but instead will reclaim his dignity and respect. As he presents the book, its true form is revealed: Void Sacrifice. Ackerman's surprise grows as he reaches for it, opening it to unveil a portal to a different dimension. The world around him becomes a vast, oppressive blackness. Void monsters slither in the shadows, and an acute pain jolts through his chest, manifesting as a gaping hole. The void entities swarm around him, consuming every inch of space. Panic grips Ackerman as he slams the book shut, trembling in fear, uncertain whether he experienced a hallucination or a glimpse of reality. He feels lingering traces of the void within him. He realizes that the void creatures have become aware of his presence, so this is the new path, he mutters, his voice laced with trepidation. Mr. Lin confirms this, encouraging him to seize the opportunities before him. If there's no risk in business, anyone could do it, he says, adding that this book contains wisdom from those who have successfully navigated this treacherous journey to Ackerman. However, the phrase takes on a darker significance, as he associates these successful individuals with the void entities he just encountered. Ackerman's mind races with the implications. He understands that if he's connected to the void now, he can potentially communicate with these beings at will. If he can offer them worthy sacrifices, perhaps he could harness their power. The prospect both excites and terrifies him, as he stands at the precipice of a new reality, unsure of where this path might lead. Mr. Lin's words echo in his mind, hinting at a transformative journey that will either elevate him to unimaginable heights or plunge him into chaos. Ackerman stands at the threshold of the bookstore, a sense of purpose igniting within him as he processes the weight of Mr. Lin's teachings. The notion that he might receive blessings and gifts from the void beings dances tantalizingly in his mind. However, he understands that these gifts are contingent upon the mood of these enigmatic entities, and catching opportunities will require a keen awareness of when to reach out for their favor. The concept of timing suddenly seems critical. He realizes that the path ahead is not just about ambition but also about being attuned to the shifting whims of powerful forces. He marvels at the thought that these void beings are beyond comprehension, their power unfathomable. The idea that Mr. Lin can access their gifts at will suggests an extraordinary mastery of their realm. Ackerman feels a deep gratitude welling up inside him as he thanks Mr. Lin for imparting such valuable lessons. Mr. Lin nods, a knowing look in his eyes. This journey will be long and fraught with challenges, he cautions. You must be strong, not just mentally but in all aspects. Being opportunistic alone won't suffice. Ackerman absorbs this wisdom, recognizing that he will need to cultivate resilience and adaptability. Alongside his ambition, I'll do my best and won't disappoint you, Ackerman promises, bowing deeply in respect. As he steps out of the bookstore, he can't shake the feeling of honor that accompanies his new role as a pawn in Mr. Lin's larger game. The thought of being associated with someone so selfless and magnificent fills him with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As he walks away, Ackerman reflects on how his perspective has shifted. Once a mere cog in the relentless machine of the Truth Society, he now sees the potential for a life defined by his own choices and desires. Mr. Lin's influence looms large in his mind, and he vows to harness the lessons learned today. Inside the bookstore, Mr. Lin exhales a satisfied breath, watching Ackerman depart. He smiles, knowing he has guided another lost soul toward a new path. He feels a sense of fulfillment in his role as a mentor, believing that with each person he helps, he is subtly shifting the balance of power within Nachin. Come back again, he calls after Ackerman, the words lingering in the air. He turns back into the warm, dim light of his bookstore, a place where knowledge and power intertwine, and where destinies are rewritten in this space. Mr. Lin continues his silent work, ready to offer more wisdom to those brave enough to seek it. The weather remains dreadful, with relentless rain pouring down as we are introduced to a sprawling, opulent mansion, Egg Manor, situated on a secluded island near Nachin. Through one of the windows, we glimpse the interior where MSG resides. The scene transitions into her bedroom, where she appears to be performing a peculiar ritual. She compresses ash inside a special bowl, carefully stamps a seal into it, then sprinkles incense powder over the top. As she lights it, the room fills with a fragrant, soothing aroma, revealing it to be a form of candle. With the scent now lingering, Ms. G dons her reading glasses and gloves, preparing to dive into a book gifted by Mr. Lin. She slowly lifts the first page, but as she does, dark purple energy begins to emanate from the book. Unbeknownst to her, A sinister black mass begins forming behind her as she reads. Completely unnoticed for now outside the mansion, security guards stand guard in the downpour. Their expressions serious. A car approaches, and the butler hurries out with an umbrella in hand. A man steps out of the vehicle, the guards bowing respectfully as he does. This is her father, one of the wealthiest men in Nachan. He murmurs something to his servants as he makes his way inside. Hearing her father's arrival, MSG closes the book with an exhausted expression, beads of sweat glistening on her skin. She reflects how, just days earlier, reading the book for this long would have been impossible for her. But now, she's mastering the control of her body, growing more powerful with each turn of the page. Her sweat-soaked chest is proof of the intense energy flowing through her as she realizes she can now control the growth of every hair follicle on her body, both inward and outward. The effort is excruciating, but with practice, she knows it will get easier. However, the most exciting revelation for her is how close she has come to gaining full control over the dream beast inside her. She is on the verge of becoming a mage of unimaginable destructive power. And it's all thanks to Mr. Lin, whose guidance has allowed her to unlock a new level of strength. She reflects on how this favor he granted her surpasses merely controlling the tainted blood coursing through her veins. In her mind, blood and spirit form the foundation of life, and controlling that flow is what generates magic and ether. Ms. G understands now that to harness the power of the dream beast within her, she must gain mastery over her own blood. As she contemplates how to repay Mr. Lin, she concludes that she must grow even stronger, advancing her rank and capabilities. So far, she's only learned to control the blood within herself. But if she could gather tainted blood from a wider variety of dream beasts, her power would multiply exponentially. Her thoughts turn to her long-term goals. She knows this is just the beginning, that the strength of hunters, those who possess tainted blood, has no limit. Beyond physical power, their abilities could translate into significant political influence. Her ambition is for hunters to rival the most dominant factions in society, such as the Truth Society, the Secret Instrument Tower, and the various churches. But MSG also understands that she can't accomplish this alone. She'll need allies to expand their influence. Until now, she hasn't shared her plans with anyone, wary of losing control while shape-shifting into her beast form. But having proven that she can maintain control even while transformed, she feels ready to move forward. The time has come for the hunters to rise. She thinks this book will become their gospel, and Mr. Lin will be their guide into the future. Cut to Mr. Lin, casually tending to a rather terrifying-looking flower in his bookstore, which, despite its ominous appearance, looks oddly cute now. He enjoys a rare, peaceful day. Back in the mansion, MSG hears footsteps on the stairs. Quickly, she hides the book in a drawer just as a knock sounds at the door. It's her maid, announcing that dinner is ready. MSG exits the room, heading down to join her father. In the hallway, she smiles at him and asks if he has any business to discuss with her. We learn that her father's name is Ji Banong. Though it seems Ji is a family name, we'll continue calling her MSG for simplicity. Banong, her father, asks her to chat with him for a while. She remarks that chatting isn't usually his style, to which he replies that despite everything, he's still a father who wishes to have dinner and talk with his daughter. As they enter the vast dining room, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. MSG raises an eyebrow, remarking how if she truly believed this dinner was just a casual affair, she'd be underestimating him. Someone as secretive as you doesn't arrange dinners just to chat. Especially when you rarely eat at home or send maids to summon me, unless there's more behind us. Her father, Banong, acknowledges her observation with a small smile. You've grown, he remarks. Ms. G, slightly caught off guard, responds, "Oh, you really just wanted to talk?" Her surprise mirrors his own as they settle into the conversation. Banong looks at her for a moment before speaking. Despite how much you've matured, in my eyes, you're still that young girl. But I admit your growth has surprised me. He pauses, adding, as an adult you have the right to make your own choices, but as your father, it's still my duty to offer advice when needed. MSG, intrigued, asks, and what advice would that be? Cutting into his meal, Banong continues, Eve never questioned what you do. Despite knowing that both the White Wolf clan and now the hunters are mere tools, manipulated by greater powers. His words linger, hinting at his own involvement. I assigned Kay and Max to watch over you, thinking that would be enough. But things have changed. Now, you represent our company when you stand before others. Do you understand the weight of that? Ms. G smirks confidently. I do. Her father's demeanor shifts. He slams his knife down, his anger flaring. If you truly understood, you wouldn't act so recklessly. His voice rises in frustration. Ms. J's expression hardens, her tone turning serious. I understand perfectly, she says, and that's why I'm talking to you now. You've probably seen my planner, which is why you called me here, isn't it? She adds, I wrote that intentionally. Banong is visibly taken aback, his voice tense. You wrote it on purpose? To make sure those I assigned to you would report it back to me, forcing me to confront you? MSG calmly responds, I would never be foolish enough to reveal my real plans in a diary. I know my plans by heart. Her father falls silent for a moment, contemplating her words. You've grown up more than I realized, he admits. It was my mistake to still see you as a child. Ms. G grins slightly. If you hadn't, it wouldn't have been so easy to trick you. Banong's expression grows serious again. If that's the case, then you must have the confidence to convince me. What's your bargaining chip? MSG gives a knowing smile. I assumed you already had someone search my room for it, she says, just as a flash of lightning illuminates the room. Surprised once more, Banong asks, how did you know? MSJ's smile widens. She knows she's caught him off guard. You might as well give up, she says, laughing softly. You'll never find what you're looking for. As she speaks, ethereal, transparent magic tentacles emanating from a giant eye begin swarming around the mansion. Barely noticeable but present, she continues. Everything in this mansion is bound by my iron will. If you truly want to know my plans, I'll show you. With one hand, MSG reaches behind her back, and as we watch, her back opens up, exposing her spine. She pulls out the book Mr. Lin had given her. Literally from within herself, another crack of thunder follows. This, she says, holding the book up, is my bargaining chip. Now, we shift focus to Banong, learning more about his immense power and influence. He is a renowned figure in Nacon, as famous as Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark in our world. His vast wealth and strategic alliances with leaders of organizations like the Truth Society, the Secret Instrument Tower, and various churches have ensured his dominance. He's known for his ability to handle every situation with calm precision, never losing his composure, and Lao Resources, the company he controls, has a monopoly on mining in Nakon's lower city district. Not only is Banong connected to the world's elite, but his company is deeply tied to the hidden society of mutants that thrive in the lower districts. Many of his employees are mutants, and his influence reaches into their mysterious world. People in Nacon often whisper about him, saying that if you catch his chrome yellow gaze, he can see right through you, into your innermost thoughts. A flashback introduces us to one of these moments when Banong entered the private gym in his mansion. Following behind him is Max, a mutant with a folded blind over his eyes, someone who had been mentioned earlier. As they step into the room, we see MSG in the middle of a grueling workout, lifting weights, doing squats, and engaging in various intense exercises. Her training is rigorous, a clear sign of her relentless drive to grow stronger, both physically and mentally. After entering the gym, MSG takes a deep breath and pauses to catch her breath. Cake, the character we saw earlier, approaches her, praising her efforts. You've done well today, Cake says with a smile. Ms. G, drenched in sweat, turns around and greets her father, who has just entered the gym, with a kind smile. How have you been recently? Her father, Banong, asks. Nothing's changed, MSG replies. I've been training my body, just as you wished. Banong nods approvingly. Good, he then signals to Max, who is carrying a special package. Max opens it to reveal several injections filled with a red liquid. MSG's eyes widen in surprise. Is this tainted blood? She asks, realizing what the injections contain. Banong nods. Yes, it's time. He steps closer and looks her in the eyes. From this moment on, you will be recognized as a mutant, he says solemnly. Are you ready to take on the responsibility that comes with the power of tainted blood? Without hesitation, MSG replies, yes, father. He explains further, our family, by nature, is ordinary. To become mutants, we must inject tainted blood, transforming us into hunters. But there's a price, it's risky, and there's a chance for corruption, a 10 chance to be precise. Banong's voice is steady, though the weight of his words is clear. I'd do it myself, but I can't risk the entire future of Lowy resources if something goes wrong. He then adds, Eve personally overseen this batch of tainted blood, it's the highest quality. So the chances of corruption are minimized. At worst, you might experience mild lycanthropy, maybe some changes in your extremities or ears. Ms. G listens intently, her heart racing, both from excitement and nerves. Banong reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small object. I also have something else for you, he says, revealing a gleaming stone, a personal gift, a philosopher's stone, pure and powerful. He hands it to her. This is the Tear of Flame, inscribed with a resurrection brand by a white mage of unparalleled power. Ms. G's eyes widen as she carefully places the stone on her ear, wearing it as an earring. Banong watches her closely. I may be barred from the mutant world, but you will thrive in it. He pauses, his voice firm. Do you understand the magnitude of what's about to happen? I do, she replies as she fastens the stone. Satisfied, Banong turns to Max and Kay. From now on, you both are responsible for MSG, protect her with your lives. He gestures for Max to follow him out of the gym, adding, there's something else I need to discuss with you. As they leave, MSG's excitement spills over. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, she tells Kay, her voice brimming with anticipation. Eve asked my father about becoming a mutant countless times, and now, it's finally happening. Kay, ever loyal, reassures her. No need to worry. My lady, I'll crush anyone who tries to harm you. Ms. G smiles, but her thoughts turn serious. It's not that I'm not worried about enemies. It's my father. He's well respected among both mutants and ordinary people. But more than that, he's a businessman, and if there's profit to be made, he'll risk everything, even me. Her voice takes on a more reflective tone. I think he wants me to become a mutant to expand the company's influence into the mutant world. If I succeed, Lowy resources could evolve into something that even mutants fear. Kay listens carefully. This is a test, she replies. The only way to grow is by defeating the weaker versions of ourselves. You'll pass this test and rise to meet your father's expectations. Ms. G nods, her resolve strengthening. I have to mature quickly. I need to surpass the person I am today. Kay, visibly moved, blushes slightly. It'll help you, no matter what, even if it costs me my life. Meanwhile, Banong and Max are having a private conversation. Though we don't hear the first part, Banong's voice becomes clear as he remarks, this is exactly what she's thinking. After all, she is my daughter. It wouldn't be surprising if she's already figured it out. He then turns to Max. Eve gathered information on all the hunter groups within the Truth Society. Have you decided which group MSG should join? Max nods. The White Wolf Clan, led by Helix, is the best choice. Helix is a calm, sensible leader and an excellent strategist. It's the safest option. Banong seems pleased with the assessment. Good. According to my intel, Helix is a sound leader. Shall be in capable hands. His expression softens momentarily before turning serious again. You understand why I'm sending you with her, don't you? Max replies, to monitor her every move. Banong nods but adds, yes, but also to protect her with everything you've got. Max is visibly taken aback, not expecting this level of responsibility. Banong observes MSG with an approving yet cautious gaze. You've always been steadfast, calm, and patient, traits that will make you a great hunter. That's why I'll support you becoming one. He pauses, looking thoughtful. Helping you join a hunter's organization isn't an issue. But anything beyond that, it would be too difficult to manage in such a short time. He then shifts his attention to Kay, acknowledging her strengths but also her impulsiveness. I trust Kay's loyalty and capabilities, but she tends to act on emotion. In situations where clear-headed thinking is required, Max's composure and intellect will be your best weapons. Banong continues to explain the delicate balance required in their world. If a mutant were to run a company as vast as Lao Resources, it would unsettle the other big players. The power struggle would be dangerous, and it would signal the end for this company. That's why I need to be cautious. I have to distance myself from you in public. You can't be seen connected to Lao Resources. Ms. G listens quietly, knowing that this separation is for her protection. The more rebellious you are, the better. If you completely ignore Lao resources and focus on your hunters group, that's the best outcome. Ideally, you shouldn't care about this company at all. Bonong leans in slightly. Lao resources isn't the endgame for you. It's just the starting point. He looks at Max, his expression serious. This is the last thing I'll ask of you, protect her at all costs. Max, moved by Bonong's trust, kneels. I swear on my life that I'll protect MSG. His voice is thick with emotion, a rare moment for the usually composed mutant. After Max leaves, Bonong sits alone in his office. He retrieves a secret book from his desk, a book filled with instructions on crafting an elixir of immortality, the very same used in the creation of MSG's philosopher's stone earring. He thinks to himself, reflecting on the path MSG is walking. I've given her all the protection I can. Everyone eventually grows up and leaves the nest. Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. With a small smile, he wonders aloud, what will she grow into? I'm looking forward to the surprises she'll bring. Back in the present, we return to the dinner scene, with Bonong now frozen in shock as MSG reveals her bargaining chip, the very same secret book her father once cherished. As lightning cracks outside, casting eerie shadows, Bonong realizes he has underestimated her. His thoughts race. I've lost twice now. I used to understand her completely, but now she's predicting my every move. MSG, brimming with confidence, watches her father as he tries to regain composure. He stands, shaking his head. That book has changed you, he says gravely, but you can't convince me with just that. It's not the book itself that matters, it's the origin of that power. Bonong's voice hardens. This plan is too dangerous. It could bring down our company. So what does your plan gain for Lao resources? Or better yet, why is the person behind you, whoever's helping you, doing this? MSG calmly pours more wine, smirking as she quotes him. When there's enough profit to be made, a businessman will do anything. She holds her glass up, taking a sip. Bonong's response is sharp. That's true for an ordinary businessman, but we are different. MSG leans in. I didn't grow more powerful by injecting more tainted blood. I didn't inject any extra at all. I gained all this power from that book. And if that book can be obtained whenever one wishes. She smirks. Father, if you could get the distribution rights, would that be good for the business or not? Bonong stares at her, his mind racing. We don't know enough about this, Mr. Lin. We need to be cautious. Ms. G shrugs. From my experience, Mr. Lin behaves like any regular bookstore owner. If you follow his rules, he's actually quite friendly. She sets her glass down, leaning back. I'm not good enough to negotiate a business deal with him. But you should go there personally, meet him, talk to him, then decide if this is good for Lao resources. Bonong looks at her, stunned by her strategic thinking. Meanwhile, at Helix's headquarters, tensions are running high. His followers are gathered in a heated meeting, the room filled with frustration. At this rate, we're finished, one of them yells. We've lost over 90 of our people fighting the secret instrument tower. Another voice argues back. We can still win. This chaos ensues, the voices overlapping in anger and despair. Helix, come until now, slams his fist on the table, his voice booming. Silence. The room falls quiet as all eyes turn to him. Our objective hasn't changed. We're here to hatch the spawn of the magic mirror. If we succeed, victory will be ours. See, Claude begins by explaining their new strategy for tracking the elusive White Wolf clan. Every time we trace them, they vanish without a trace, so the secret instrument tower has shifted its approach. Instead of chasing shadows, we've started identifying their frequent locations. By connecting these spots, we've uncovered part of their hidden passageways. He notes how this has significantly reduced the White Wolf clan's operational area. Joseph, the ever-cunning strategist, adds, this city is far too old for us to have a complete map of it. The real maps are in the minds of those who've lived here the longest, people who predate any living memory of the White Wolf clan. He tilts his head, thinking aloud. But no one in the White Wolf clan is that old, which means they're getting outside help. Claude, surprised, admires Joseph's insight, impressed by his sharp deduction. Claude then shifts to the clan's recent struggles. In the past few days, we've destroyed 3 of their hideouts and captured over 20 of their members. They're under interrogation right now. But their minds are fragile. Mind spells don't work on them. He frowns. They probably injected tainted blood to ensure they go mad before they could snitch on their clan. Joseph leans back, intrigued. A clever tactic, he muses. If they lose their minds, there's no way to extract information from them. They'll go insane before betraying anyone. Claude nods, frustrated. But it's getting worse. The White Wolf clan's actions are becoming more erratic, less strategic, more chaotic. It's like they know their end is near, so they've just started killing for the thrill of it. He clenches his fists in anger. It's causing panic among civilians. Joseph, ever the pragmatist, comments, the logistics division of the secret instrument tower must be working overtime. The White Wolf clan's attacks make it impossible to maintain public order. After all, to ordinary people, mutant activity is just a myth. He smirks, his tone slightly sarcastic, and we always cover it up with gas leak explosions. Quite the bowling hazard. Claude can't help but laugh a little. Despite the grim situation, Joseph's quip, though dark, lightens the mood. Joseph continues, more serious now, but don't be fooled by the surface chaos. Just because their actions seem random doesn't mean there's no pattern. Remember, the spawn of the magic mirror has the power to influence minds. If they've come into contact with it, their desires and logic might be overridden. It could make them act without reason, just chaos for chaos' sake. Claude adds thoughtfully, they've also been collecting body parts after their killings, probably trying to replicate Murphy's rituals. But we haven't found any clear connection between the rituals and their conditions. Suddenly, Claude's face lights up with realization. Wait, why doesn't the Truth Society just give us a full blueprint of the city's secret passages? They've only ever provided fragments. Joseph shrugs, his expression sly, because just those fragments should be enough for us. With what we have, we can already start uncovering their hidden passageways. Some of the passages were built by the Truth Society themselves. That's why they won't give us the full blueprint. He then teases Claude, grinning. You're not as sharp as you look. If we cracked open your skull, I'm sure we'd find nothing but cobwebs in there. Claude chuckles, a little uncomfortable with the jab, but it's clear Joseph is in a rare good mood today. As they walk through the halls toward the intelligence division, Claude thinks aloud. We're going to have to figure out another way if the Truth Society won't give us the full picture. But what exactly are the White Wolf clan using these secret passages for? Joseph, ever the optimist, pats him on the back. Don't worry. We'll wipe out the White Wolf clan soon enough. But if we ask the hypocrites in the Truth Society for help, they'll give us the same spiel, gathering intel, analyzing evidence, and following suspects as duty as the intelligence division. And if we can't do that ourselves, maybe we should merge with the logistics division. Joseph laughs, his cynicism showing. But once we locate those passages, trust me, the Truth Society will pay us well to keep our mouths shut. As they approach the intelligence quarters, Joseph suddenly asks, what about the Scarlet Cult? Any news? Claude responds matter-of-factly. After Murphy died, the cult pretty much collapsed. Most of its members were zombies under her control, and when she died, they stopped their activities. The remaining black mages either fled or joined the White Wolf clan. He shrugs. The Scarlet Cult doesn't exist anymore. Murphy, once a powerful figure herself, comments nervously that Elf must be extremely strong, even by destructive level standards. She single-handedly crushed me and my entire cult. Her voice trails off, eyeing Joseph with unease. She then adds, but I suppose you're stronger. Of course, you're the strongest destructive level in the world. Joseph, unfazed by the flattery, shifts the conversation to something more impressive. What's even more remarkable, he notes, is that this elf calls the bookstore owner her lord. That means the entire Irish family, her family, is willing to serve Mr. Lind. Claude chimes in, explaining not many people know about the bookstore owner, but those who do all share the same attitude, submission and fear. Joseph nods thoughtfully. Anyone with sense should have that attitude. We should be grateful Mr. Lind took care of Murphy before she could cause more destruction in Nokken. He pauses, contemplating his next move. I'm going to offer him my sword, Candela, as a token of thanks. As for those fossils in the Elder Council, they'll probably decide soon whether to interfere with the bookstore, though they won't dare send anyone right now. His expression darkens as he remembers the Murphy incident. The Truth Society was useless during all of that. They may as well have spent their time catching fish for all the good they did. His frustration evident, Joseph tells Claude to return to his duties. After Claude leaves, Joseph checks his inbox and finds an email from the Elder Council. His eyes widen in disbelief. They've denied his request to transfer the Candela sword to Mr. Lind, but even worse, they've sent someone to investigate the bookstore. His mouth tightens into a thin line as he reads the final line. If your claims about Mr. Lind are accurate, well, reconsider. The scene transitions to 28th Street, where a striking, white-haired woman strides confidently. This is Lucy Caroline, sent by the Elder Council to investigate Mr. Lind. As she approaches the bookstore, her thoughts swirl. The bookstore looks ordinary enough, she muses, but Joseph classified it as indescribable. The elders had discussed how this seemingly unassuming bookstore owner had played a pivotal role in the fall of the Scarlet Cult, the decline of the White Wolf clan, and the mysterious project involving the spawn of the magic mirror. Joseph had even recommended him as a worthy successor for the cursed blade Candela. But the elders, ever cautious, could not rely solely on Joseph's word. They needed to gather more intelligence about Mr. Lind's identity, goals, and most importantly, his power. We can't send an ordinary spy, they had reasoned. Lucy, with her unique abilities and impressive credentials, was deemed the best candidate for this mission. As a harpy-blooded agent, she possesses mind control abilities, making her ideal for a covert operation of this magnitude. We return to Lucy, now standing in front of the bookstore, her mind abuzz with thoughts. Her list of accomplishments is almost as long as Pablo Picasso's full name, and she's confident in her ability to carry out this mission successfully. Her strategy is to act like an ordinary customer while quietly filling out the 0113 file for the Elder Council's review. Lucy takes a deep breath and steps inside, reminding herself that she needs to remain calm and blend in. She has no intention of antagonizing Mr. Lind, knowing full well that if he is truly an indescribable level entity, he could conceal his power effortlessly. She has heard rumors of how he even incapacitated Joseph without him realizing it inside the bookstore. She's greeted by a warm, inviting atmosphere. Mr. Lind is sitting at a table reading a book. She cautiously approaches him, her every movement calculated. Finally, she sits across from him, smiles, and says, "Hello." Mr. Lind closes his book. Looking up at her immediately, he feels his face grow warm. He's blushing. What an impressive woman. He thinks to himself. Her smile is professional yet natural, perfectly executed as if honed over years of practice. He can't help but admire her elegance and poise, convinced she must have spent a long time refining such a beautiful yet authoritative presence. As Mr. Lind's thoughts swirl, he starts connecting the dots. She's not here as an ordinary customer. This woman must be a professional, probably here to sell me something. And not just anything, something important. Despite his blush, Mr. Lind maintains his composure, even though he can't help but notice her striking silver hair, a feature that instantly catches his attention. Another silver-haired woman. He thinks, I suppose I have a thing for silver hair. Unbeknownst to Lucy, Mr. Lind's thoughts are a blend of professional respect and personal attraction. She continues smiling, unaware of his inner musings as she carefully plans her next steps in this delicate investigation. As Lucy sits across from him, still tense but trying to maintain her composure, Mr. Lind thinks to himself, she's already exposed herself. He suspects she's here for business purposes, likely to sell something or conduct a survey. Growing slightly irritated, he thinks people like her waste others' time, even if they know full well nobody's going to buy anything. Despite his growing frustration, Mr. Lind decides to treat her like any other customer, planning to keep her off balance by controlling the conversation. He's certain she isn't here to buy, borrow, or even read a book. In his mind, she's just here to push her product, but instead of letting her control the rhythm of the conversation, Mr. Lind thinks he'll reverse the situation and unsettle her. When Lucy opens her mouth to speak, Mr. Lind anticipates her next words and, with perfect timing, says, "Are you the bookstore owner?" At the exact same moment she does. This uncanny synchrony sends a shiver down her spine. How did he know what I was going to say? She thinks, eyes wide with shock. I didn't sense any mind-reading magic. The timing was too precise to be a coincidence, and Lucy interprets this as a warning, a clear sign of Mr. Lind's immense power. She starts wondering why Joseph called him friendly, because to her, Mr. Lind seems terrifying. On the other hand, Mr. Lind is pleased with himself, thinking, I've exposed her without any effort. He believes that showing her how easily he's read her intentions imposes his will on her and disrupts her flow. If this were a video game, Eve already taken half her health bar, he muses. No matter how well she pitches her product, she won't be able to sell if she's nervous. He mentally praises his strategy. Years of experience as a life teacher and soul healer have honed his ability to throw people off balance quickly. As Lucy grows more rattled, Mr. Lind sips his tea, thinking how these salespeople rely on psychological tricks. But if you ask them enough questions, they can't keep up. In his mind, controlling the rhythm of a conversation is simple. Just make sure they are the ones answering questions, not asking them. Lucy, now visibly sweating, is inwardly panicking. He already knows everything. She thinks he's warning me because Eve annoyed him with my recklessness. She's terrified by how easily Mr. Lind dismantled her confidence without even raising his voice. Joseph was right, he's not just powerful. He's utterly terrifying. Trying to salvage the situation, Lucy nervously apologizes. I'm sorry for bothering you, Mr. Lind, she says, wiping her brow. But I still have a few questions I'd like to ask. If you could answer them, it would be important for Knockin'. Mr. Lind, impressed by her persistence, thinks to himself, she's still trying to gather information to sell me something, even bringing the entire city into it. Brave. He'll give her that. He nods and says, what kind of questions? Let's hear them. Lucy feels a bit of relief wash over her. At least he's not evil. She reassures herself as she takes out her pen and paper, hoping to carry on without further incident. With her voice slightly steadier, she asks her first question. Why did you set up your bookstore here? Mr. Lind is taken aback. This doesn't sound like a sales pitch question. Maybe she's doing some sort of survey after all. He wonders, but he realizes he can't answer truthfully. He can't very well tell her that a demon helped him come to this world, and he's selling books as part of his new life. So instead, he responds with a vague but believable answer. My own interests and faith brought me here. Lucy writes this down. Analyzing his response carefully, she looks back at him and asks her next question. What's your opinion on the recent events that happened here? She's referring to the intense battle between Doris and Murphy, but Mr. Lind misinterprets her question. She's talking about the gas explosion. He thinks maybe this is part of a survey about renovating the area. Unconcerned, Mr. Lind leans back and says, I think they're probably just preparing to renovate. The explosion was just a gas leak. After all, Lucy, who knows the truth behind the gas leak, starts to question her entire mission. He's not even faced by it? She wonders. Maybe Joseph exaggerated, but if he's downplaying the entire incident like this, he really must be beyond our comprehension. With every answer, Lucy grows more bewildered, while Mr. Lind remains convinced she's some sort of surveyor or salesperson trying to waste his time. Both of them are locked in this subtle battle of misunderstanding. Neither aware of how far off the mark they are. Lucy's fear of Mr. Lind deepens with each passing moment, while Mr. Lind continues to amuse himself by thinking he's masterfully throwing her off her game. Mr. Lind, still completely misreading Lucy's intentions, thinks he's got her situation figured out. As he reflects on her questions, he concludes that she's conducting a survey related to the recent explosion and potential rebuilding of the area. He decides to use this opportunity to promote his bookstore, reasoning that since she appears to work for a large company, this could be great for business. So, when Lucy asks her final question about his purpose here, Mr. Lind delivers a heartfelt, yet somewhat self-promoting response. I provide suitable books to suitable people, helping them take another step on their paths. Even though I don't make much from it, seeing my customers happy and guided forward is what drives me. He pauses before adding, for example, a person like you who seems troubled by her work life. Lucy, already confused and on edge, is thrown off once again. He's reading me like an open book, she thinks, misinterpreting Mr. Lind's statement as a sign that he knows exactly how overworked she's been due to the White Wolf clan and the Scarlet Cult. Her face betrays her fatigue, and Mr. Lind, ever the observant businessman, sees this as his chance. You don't need to look so shocked, he says with a reassuring smile. Does your company plan to take full responsibility for what happened outside? Lucy, misunderstanding his reference to the explosion, nods. Yes, we have no choice. It's part of my job and I'll do what's necessary. Another corporate slave, Mr. Lind thinks sympathetically out loud. He tells her, poor child. If you don't mind, why don't you take a break here? Read some books. This place could be a sanctuary from your work stresses. Lucy, now truly bewildered, starts to reflect on her life. The weight of her responsibilities and the fatigue of constantly managing crises with the White Wolf clan and Scarlet cult press down on her. He's right, she thinks I'd been overworked, pulled in too many directions as she begins to relax in Mr. Lin's presence. Her mind drifts back to her childhood. We see Lucy as a young girl, realizing early on that she saw the world differently. She could perceive good and evil in people, as if everything around her was in stark black and white, but when she tried to explain this power to others, they dismissed her, claiming she was too young to understand such concepts. Her peers ridiculed her, calling her strange. This rejection from others made her feel isolated. One day a man approached her. He praised her talent and told her that her abilities would greatly benefit the Secret Instrument Tower, a powerful organization that could offer her a place where her talents were valued. This man was a family member, possibly her father. He told her she had harpy blood flowing through her veins and that eagles push their young out of the nest when they are ready to fly, metaphorically. He explained that if those young eagles were weak or useless, they would simply fall and die. These harsh words frightened Lucy, and as a child, she cried, feeling the weight of those expectations. Her father coldly informed her that he would arrange for her recruitment into the Secret Instrument Tower, but that once she was inducted, she was to stay away from him for the rest of their lives. This traumatic moment marked the end of her childhood innocence and the beginning of her life as an operative for the tower. Lucy was placed in the logistics department, where her talents for mind control and strategic thinking were best suited. Over the years, she successfully completed numerous dangerous missions, each one elevating her rank within the organization. But the trauma of her father's words and her early rejection by others never truly left her, shaping her into a driven, yet emotionally burdened, agent. Lucy, still haunted by her past and the harsh realities of her life, remembers how no one ever truly cared about her. Not as a person, at least she was always used for her abilities. And though she achieved great things, she was never praised or appreciated for her efforts. The realization that she had no one to care for her, and that her talents were the only reason anyone ever kept her around, left her feeling hollow and questioning her purpose in life. When she was given the mission to investigate Mr. Lin's bookstore, it came through the usual method, a TV screen, which kept her distanced from the order givers to prevent her from using her mind control abilities. Lucy had grown accustomed to this cold, detached system of receiving missions, where her only purpose was to complete the job successfully. The fact that Mr. Lin's bookstore was labeled as a Class 1 indescribable threat didn't faze her. After all, she had handled dangerous missions before, but this time, something felt different. She was intrigued by the reports, especially by the unique logic surrounding the bookstore. According to the intel she had studied, Mr. Lin behaved just like a normal bookstore owner, with his primary goal appearing to be selling or lending books. However, if approached in a negative or hostile way, his reaction could be catastrophic. Lucy deduced that Joseph had fallen victim to this, likely due to his arrogant attitude. Another report, involving the conversation between Andrew and Doris, suggested that Mr. Lin might possess powers approaching omniscience and omnipotence. The key seemed to be honesty. Any attempt to deceive him or hide thoughts would result in failure or worse. Lastly, there were the books themselves, which, though written in an ancient language, held incredible power when selected by Mr. Lin for his customers. She figured that the small fee he charged for the books was just part of his role-playing, something he did for amusement. As Lucy considered all of this, she recalled the chilling phrase Mr. Lin was known to say, "Sit down and read some books." That line had become infamous because, after he said it, there was no turning back. People who heard it felt as though they had completely fallen under his control, and now, to her shock, Mr. Lin had just said the exact words to her. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. A shiver ran down her spine. This was the moment goosebumps formed on her skin as the surreal feeling took over. She couldn't shake the sense that she was living inside some kind of illusion, as if her soul was being pulled away by a higher, unknown entity. Overcome with both fear and excitement, she blurted out almost involuntarily, "Can I take a look at these books?" Instantly, she regretted speaking. What if I upset him? She thought, panicking. But instead of showing any anger, Mr. Lin smiled calmly, thinking to himself how Head turned a researcher into a regular customer with just a few sentences. He congratulated himself for his subtle business tactics. She must really enjoy reading. He mused whether he recommended a book or let her choose her own. it was all good for his business. As Mr. Lin felt pleased with himself, something peculiar happened. His shadow began to move away from him. This had never occurred before. The shadow, which we now recognize as Inky, detached itself and started gliding silently over the bookshelves, as though searching for something specific. Mr. Lin noticed but didn't comment on it, continuing his conversation with Lucy as if everything was normal. There's no need to rush, Mr. Lin told her, his voice as soothing as ever. Feel free to take your time browsing the books while we chat. Lucy, still feeling disoriented and overwhelmed, found some comfort in Mr. Lin's friendly demeanor. He's not what I expected at all. She thought, now I understand why Joseph wants to give him the cursed sword Candela. He really is kind. Determined to finish her mission, Lucy decided she would complete her evaluation as soon as she selected a book. She stood up to begin browsing, only to be startled when Mr. Lin added, "There are more books in the back. It's much more spacious there." The mention of the backroom sent a jolt of fear through Lucy. Wait, what? She thought, her mind racing. None of the reports mentioned a backroom or an additional space in the bookstore. Does that mean I'm the first person Mr. Lin has ever shown this to? Her thoughts spiraled as she realized that, for whatever reason, Mr. Lin was offering her something no one else had ever experienced. Why is he doing this? What does it mean? Lucy felt trapped, knowing she had no choice but to follow his invitation. I have to see this through, she resolved, her heart pounding as she stepped toward the mysterious backroom. With each step, she felt her connection to reality loosening, as though she was walking deeper into the unknown territory of Mr. Lin's power. The atmosphere in the backroom intensifies, enveloping Lucy in an otherworldly ambience, as she steps into an expansive space that seems to stretch into infinity. Her mind struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the library, recognizing it as a place where the knowledge of the world is at Mr. Lin's fingertips. How is this possible? She wonders, her thoughts swirling with disbelief. The enormity of it all begins to unnerve her, and she senses her grip on sanity loosening. Determined to make a quick escape, Lucy scans the rows of books, her heart racing. The titles loom ominously before her, each one more intimidating than the last. The weight of the knowledge within feels crushing, and she thinks about asking Mr. Lin for a recommendation instead of risking her sanity by trying to choose on her own. Just as she resolves to do that, a specific row catches her attention, a series of books titled Soul Gazing. The name resonates with her, almost calling to her. It's fitting for my job, she muses, but an unsettling feeling washes over her, as if something deep within her is whispering that she must choose this book. Fear tightens around her like a vice. She glances around and catches a glimpse of Inky's eye and mouth peeking out from the shadows, laughing menacingly. But she is oblivious to this ominous presence shaking. She reaches for the soul-gazing book, and the moment her fingers brush its cover, reality shatters around her suddenly. She finds herself transported to a dark realm. Standing on water beneath a colossal red moon, everything glimmers with an eerie glow. Panic rises in her chest. What just happened? She thinks frantically, but as she opens her mouth to scream, no sound escapes her. All around her, lost souls swirl, reaching out for her, their faces contorted in anguish. Her vision blurs as she feels a sharp pain in her eyes. Cracking her eyeglasses, blood begins to trickle down her cheeks, and she gasps in horror. As she turns, she sees two shadowy figures, one resembling a man and the other an ox. Tendrils of shadow wrap around her limbs, constricting her and causing more blood to flow. A piercing pain shoots through her eye, and she realizes she is being controlled by a demonic entity lurking just beyond her sight. Overwhelmed by terror, Lucy screams, but the sound is lost in the void. She collapses to the floor, her vision blackening, and in a dizzying flash, she finds herself back in the library, gasping for air. The familiar smell of aged paper and ink surrounds her, grounding her, but the experience lingers like a haunting specter. Staring at the soul-gazing book again, she notices ethereal souls struggling to escape its pages. Her heart races, and small tentacles begin to grow from her eyes, a grotesque manifestation of her fear. She takes a deep, shaky breath, trying to collect her thoughts. I need to get out of here. She tells herself, I have to talk to Mr. Lin. Just then, Inky's shadow flits over the bookshelves, drawing attention to two specific books, Soul Gazing and Another Call to Live. Now we see Mr. Lin being satisfied with how he's done business with this new customer and just casually sipping tea as we see Lucy, all tired and sweaty, come back and ask if she can borrow this one book. Mr. Lin sees the book and realizes that this book is really difficult and will not help her relax at all after looking at her. He sees that she looks even more tired now after trying to find the book than she was when she first entered the bookstore. He asks her if she is alright, to which she responds that she is, but that those souls did make her feel a bit uneasy. Mr. Lin, of course, misunderstands this, thinking she's referring to the characters in the book as souls, and that's how deeply she dived into this book, he thinks. He then tells her that they should chat a bit to relax, considering how either she is highly empathetic or maybe she sees herself in some of the plot points in the book. Maybe she's both, Mr. Lin thinks, and he figures it would be for the best if he gave her some after-sale service in the form of advice, reasoning that healing his customers' souls will make them regulars and encourage them to come back for more books. He tells her that it's normal to get shaken after reading this book for the first time, but that, over time, she will learn so much from it. Lucy interprets this as Mr. Lin's approval of her choice of book and considers how she might be too weak, as it's normal for someone like her to be shaken by a book of this nature. She tells Mr. Lin that he's right and that it's still difficult for her to understand the reality in this book. Mr. Lin responds, saying this is fine and normal, as empathy is a part of human nature, and he dramatically spins around, proclaiming that life is tough and all lives are the same. So, how are others different from us? He continues, saying the universe is a cruel void and that it has always been like that. But, he adds, not everything is bad, since we are living surrounded by humans with emotions. Lucy considers how these emotions Mr. Lin is talking about are much higher than those ordinary people would possess, thinking that these emotions have elevated him to the height of a deity. She reflects on how there is a reason he is at an indescribable level, so much so that even elves of the honorable Iris family are his mere servants. And all of this is not just because he is all-powerful, but also because he possesses an unending compassion and empathy toward everyone around him. She remembers how indescribables are usually selfish because of the power they possess, and they carry this title because it's hard to understand how powerful they are, and she realizes that this bookstore owner's power truly fits that description. She then asks Mr. Lin, is this why you are doing all of this? He gets a little confused, not understanding what she initially means, but, of course, he figures it out, thinking she means helping his customers. He answers by saying that if he understands his customers' troubles, he feels as if he needs to save them from their suffering, and then thinks to himself that it's good for his wallet too. Still, it has always been in his nature to help people around him. If he can, he then tells Lucy that she shouldn't see what he is doing as something selfless because anyone with a heart would do the same. These words intrigue Lucy because she thinks that maybe he is implying she could do the same as well. Maybe he wants me to help him from within the secret instrument tower, Lucy thinks, and change this situation in Nakin as well. She decides this must be it and realizes this is why he intimidated her at first but then treated her as a customer and even allowed her to glimpse his infinite wisdom. She contemplates how she needs to decide now whether to stand on Mr. Lin's side or not. This decision stirs some unpleasant memories in her, recalling when her father forced her to join the secret instrument tower. She asks Mr. Lin, do you think I am really suitable for this? Mr. Lin smiles, thinking his soul healing session is going smoothly. But he notes it's a problem because she's asking if she can rather than how she can, indicating she still doubts herself and seeks approval from others. He carefully chooses his words and tells her that it isn't about whether she's suitable or not but about how she perceives herself, asking her if she's ever considered what's causing all this self-doubt within her. She is completely surprised by this while Mr. Lin continues, explaining that her biggest problem is her job, as it exposes her to human suffering more than regular people experience. Facing these hardships causes her to feel pity for others, and while compassion can aid others, it does not help oneself. Thus, the stronger she grows in this way, the harder it will hit her as well. He concludes that this is the reason she now doubts her performance and is troubled by her job. She thinks about how Mr. Lin has completely seen through her, reflecting on how her talent has helped her complete many missions but also feels like a leash around her neck, slowing her down and making her life more difficult. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin considers how this girl has become too wrapped up in her job, her entire life revolving around it. He sees it as a common problem of corporate slaves. He remembers Ackerman and realizes that changing her workplace, as Ackerman did, won't solve her issues. What will help is for her to recognize her self-worth. Thank you, Mr. Lin, she thinks, for actually heading in the right direction and maybe really helping your customers. Lucy truly deserves it. He tells her she needs to understand a deeper meaning in the book she chose. He describes how he once witnessed the revival of an ancient civilization, how its people had to endure great hardship to develop the land, unable ever to rest. This book, he explains, is a small feather from that great civilization. He goes on, explaining how the most remarkable trait of that civilization was its tenacity, courage, and unbreakable will to live, a quality embedded in every soul. He tells Lucy this is precisely what she needs right now. Surprised, she asks Mr. Lin, the souls in this book, are they real? He interrupts with a confident yes. They were all real. This realization frightens her a bit as she thinks about how powerful Mr. Lin must be to capture billions of souls within a single book, and to have even witnessed the development of an entire civilization. Her mind starts racing, but she stops herself, reminding herself not to overthink as always. She then asks Mr. Lin if, by reading and understanding this book, she can fix her current situation. Mr. Lin notes how sharp she is to understand his point right away, and he assures her that she's right. The book is a perfect fit for her current struggles if she can fully grasp its meaning. It will help her with all the issues she's currently facing. He tells her that she's been mistaken her entire life. Her greatest quality isn't her talent, it's her entire self. Lucy begins to feel an unfamiliar sense of happiness as she perceives life surging around Mr. Lin, realizing how much he's just helped her. She hears him saying she should shed everything outside of her soul and live her life for herself alone, as only this way will her mind find peace. She then sees a vision of the man and the ox fading away. When they vanish entirely, young Lucy appears before her, looking sad and tearful. She approaches, embraces her younger self, and continues to hear Mr. Lin's voice, saying that when she can face her soul this way, she can truly say she's given her best and feel proud of herself. As young Lucy cries, the illusion shatters, and with it all the trauma Lucy carried within. She starts crying tears of happiness, and Mr. Lin, a bit taken aback, thinks about how much she must lack love if even these simple soul-healing words have moved her to tears. Lucy reassures him that she's fine now, praises the book as incredible, and thanks him sincerely for his guidance. Relieved, Mr. Lin asks, "So, do you know what to do now?" She replies, "I'll understand the book as best I can and use everything it offers." She adds, with a hint of admiration, that from now on, her entire being belongs to him. And so, the harem expands, my friends. Mr. Lin, confused by what she means, encourages her to think carefully about how this journey will change her life for the better. After leaving the bookstore, she sends a message to the secret instrument tower, feeling the rush of new power, marveling at how incredible the power of soul-gazing feels. She reflects on how she can now discern even deeper secrets within people's souls thanks to Mr. Lin, and considers it an honor to serve as his eyes. She recalls her father's words about eagles being pushed off cliffs, the weak perishing, and the strong soaring, realizing that strength or weakness doesn't matter the moment they spread their wings. They are reborn. In the next scene, we see Lucy and Joseph conversing in the secret instrument tower, where she gives her report on the bookstore owner. She shares that even the Elder Council admits they were wrong for doubting Joseph's insights about Mr. Lin, and they have officially approved Joseph's request to present the cursed sword, Candela, to Mr. Lin. Joseph replies that it's high time those old fossils in the Elder Council recognize that lasting peace in Nacon can only be achieved if the secret instrument tower allies with Mr. Lin. Lucy admires Joseph and comments that she's never seen someone as pure white as him, implying his soul is pure. Since she can perceive the good and evil in people's souls, she finds him uniquely radiant. Joseph laughs, saying it's just his radiant night suit, the same one the others wear. Clearly, Joseph has picked up a thing or two from Mr. Lin, learning about misunderstandings from the. Lucy then mentions that the Elder Council will reinstate Joseph as a radiant knight soon. Joseph says nothing in response, only asking for the approval document for the transfer of the sword, Candela. As Lucy leaves, Joseph smiles and asks how she feels now, after everything. Lucy, taken by surprise, turns around glowing with happiness and says, Mr. Lin gave me a new life. She leaves, and Joseph calls for Chloe, who emerges from behind a wall. Embarrassed to be caught, Chloe says he has urgent documents for Joseph to sign, though he didn't want to interrupt, hence his hiding. Joseph teases him, saying that if it were truly urgent, Chloe would have rushed over immediately, and instead suspects he was just curious about Lucy. Chloe admits this is true, mentioning how Lucy always seemed down in the past but now seems like a different person, making people feel at ease around her. He says he hasn't felt this positive energy in the secret instrument tower since the great night, Daria, and then abruptly stops, worried he's somehow insulted Joseph. At first, Joseph seems a bit disappointed, but he soon smiles, calling Chloe pure and foolish. He advises him to always finish what he starts, no matter who he's talking to. This makes Chloe blush, as he realizes Joseph has noticed his crush on Lucy. Joseph continues, saying if you don't say what you mean, you may regret it later. As he reflects on someone who resembles his daughter, he then turns and walks away, telling Chloe to give it his best or risk getting transferred to a different department. Chloe is left speechless but appreciates Joseph's encouragement, realizing it's his way of looking out for him. Determined, Chloe resolves to approach Lucy. No matter how nervous he feels, he decides to start with small talk. Realizing he's never spoken to her before and needs to get to know her before he can say anything more. As he approaches her, he shakily asks if they can double-check the damage done by the Wolf Clan and the Scarlet Cult. Lucy looks at him, and her face immediately turns red, shyly reacting as she reads his soul. To her, it's as if his thoughts are plainly displayed, all saying, "I like you, I love you, you're cute, please go out with me." She manages to tell him the damage report is finalized, then turns away, her entire body flushed, and calls Chloe to her office. "All right, brothers, here we go, you think. If Chloe can muster up the courage, so can we. Let's just hope your crush can't read your soul like Lucy can." As Chloe follows her, he feels elated that his first conversation with her went so smoothly. The scene shifts back to Joseph, who is now in his office, standing before Candela. He reminisces about his younger days with Radiant Knight Daria. In a flashback, Daria tells him she'll be leaving on a mission soon and he'll need to handle dinner. She asks where Melissa is, and we learn that Daria is actually Joseph's wife. Joseph replies that Melissa is probably sleeping, having worn herself out from sword practice. In her room, young Melissa can be seen wiping away tears, overwhelmed by the difficulty of her training. Daria smiles, reminding Joseph that while it's good for Melissa to train, he needs to go easy on her since she's still young. Joseph, teasing Daria, says Melissa actually complained that training with her mom was much tougher. Daria laughs, and Joseph remarks that Melissa still has much to learn. After all, when he was her age. He's cut off mid-sentence by a towel that Daria playfully throws at him, saying, "Bragging time is over, I know you're the strongest Radiant Knight ever. No need to rub it in." Then, with a smirk, she teases him about how funny it is that the almighty Joseph can't even cook. They continue chatting casually, reminding me how single I am as they exchange playful banter. Joseph tries to bring up something about Daria's mission, but he's interrupted by a sharp pain that makes him stagger. Daria is immediately concerned, but he assures her it's just the curse, which is growing more frequent. Daria gently massages his shoulders to help him relax, cautioning him that even his strength may not withstand this curse forever. Joseph brushes it off, saying it's hard to find a worthy successor to inherit the sword, so if the curse only corrupts him but saves more lives, he's willing to bear it. Daria, deeply worried, tells him that if he keeps pushing himself like this, he'll die. Joseph replies that he doesn't mind as long as he can protect those around him. With great power comes great responsibility, he says with a wry smile. "Oh, hi there, Uncle Ben." "Joseph Parker, I didn't recognize you." Daria urges him to make the right choice if he ever finds a way to break the curse, adding that she doesn't want her loved one to suffer so much and wishes he could live for himself just once. Joseph lifts her chin with a warm smile. "As long as you're by my side, no curse will ever stop me." Daria blushes, but Joseph moves closer, touching her forehead. "What's wrong? Do you have a fever?" Daria pulls away, scolding him for being clueless, and playfully hits him while he laughs and tells her to stop because it hurts. Then, with both of them blushing, Daria finally tells Joseph to say he loves her. Embarrassed, Joseph turns away, promising to say it when she returns from her mission. She reminds him they've been married for ages, and he hasn't said it yet. He promises again, saying this time he really means it. Daria kisses him gently. I trust you, then, but after this mission you'll have to say it often. Joseph agrees, saying things will be different when she returns. We flash forward to the present, where Joseph stands, lost in thought, remembering that this mission was her last. Regret washes over him, and he wonders if staying by her side then might have changed things. He picks up the sword, now ready to carry it to Mr. Lin, and murmurs, I love you, Daria, oh my heart, just when I thought last episode was sad. Here we are with Joseph's story. Someone give this man a hug. Now, we find Mr. Lin looking through his book of customers and recalling the unique books he chose for each of them. He thinks to himself that all his customers are so considerate. They return books on time and even bring in gifts. He remembers how he planted a seed in Joseph to turn him into a regular customer, partly because Joseph's daughter also frequents the bookstore. Mr. Lin sighs, feeling bored, as it's been 3 days since that lovely silver-haired lady borrowed a book. He remembers when he'd go for months without seeing a single customer, but now just a few days feels like a lot. It's probably because he's come to enjoy the conversations and connections he's made with them. Just then, Joseph enters the bookstore, and Mr. Lin brightens up, greeting him excitedly. He was just wondering when Joseph would return the book. Joseph apologizes for the delay, but Mr. Lin waves it off and asks if he's made his decision about their last conversation. Joseph replies, yes, and with a decisive slam, places the sword candela on Mr. Lin's desk, saying, this is my decision. Mr. Lin stares, utterly baffled. What's going on? He wonders. Joseph thanks Mr. Lin for the book, and Mr. Lin notes that Joseph seems happier, guessing he enjoyed it a lot. Joseph agrees, saying he's never felt more at ease, which is why he's made up his mind. Mr. Lin is still clueless about what Joseph means by all this and can't fathom why he's offering such an exquisite sword. Realizing Joseph is serious, Mr. Lin inspects the sword more closely. Even as someone who knows little about weapons, he can tell this sword is valuable, possibly ceremonial rather than used in battle. He guesses it's a symbol of Joseph's military career and experiences. Understanding that Joseph likely wants to leave behind the memories and burdens tied to the sword, Mr. Lin asks if he's sure about parting with something so meaningful, noting it might have been passed down for generations. Joseph confirms that, while it has been passed down, he has no one left to pass it to. The sword has become too heavy for him to bear alone, and he needs to learn to let go. So yes, Joseph says firmly this decision is final. Joseph states that if Mr. Lin accepts the sword, they will be greatly indebted to him. Mr. Lin interprets this as a sign of another declining organization, likely due to Azir being at peace and the subsequent lack of military need. Great thinking, Mr. Lin, you're always spot on. As Mr. Lin lifts the sword, he reflects on how this gesture represents Joseph's gratitude, especially considering how he helped with his daughter's relationship. He admires the sword, swinging it around playfully like a child. Joseph observes this with a mix of surprise and admiration, realizing that Mr. Lin's strength allows him to wield such a heavy weapon with ease, even without using any ether, a feat Joseph himself struggles to achieve. What's going on here? Joseph ponders the sword's unique materials, thinking perhaps Mr. Lin's power is connected to the dream world, where the sword was forged. Mr. Lin continues to admire the blade, his face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Joseph. Can I pull the sword out to see it better? Joseph begins to tremble, realizing Mr. Lin has likely sensed that the curse is tied to the blade itself. After King Candela, the original owner, took his own life with the sword, his soul became trapped within it, giving birth to the curse. Joseph recalls ancient texts about King Candela, which state, Candela commanded the lion and the eagle. Millions of citizens supported him. When he raised light and fire, it was akin to a lift in the sun. He broke obstacles, fought against the current, and cast himself towards the immortal who brought light last night. Joseph reflects on Candela's bravery in defending the people against the most powerful immortal of the night, but mourns his eventual failure. The power embedded in the blade is so immense that even the strongest radiant knights have been unable to lift the curse. Anyone who touches the sword will inevitably become afflicted, and while the hilt is designed to suppress the curse temporarily, it only holds for a short time. Once unsheathed, the curse will befall the wielder immediately, and if their willpower is weak, madness will follow. Joseph's face freezes, his eyes and mouth agape as he looks at Mr. Lin. What if this time, I'm the one who unsheathes the blade? He tells Mr. Lin he can take a look, but with a warning to be very careful. Mr. Lin interprets this as a simple caution against cutting himself as Mr. Lin pulls the blade from its scabbard. His eyes widen in astonishment as a brilliant light radiates from the sword, illuminating the entire bookstore. Gazing at his reflection in the blade, Mr. Lin marvels at its beauty. Meanwhile, Joseph starts to shiver as dark forces spill forth from the sword, the true curse of Candela. Shadows emerge from the blade, twisting and writhing like snakes, representing the curse as they lunge toward Mr. Lin, noticing an ancient inscription on the blade. Mr. Lin brings it closer for a better look. At the same time, we see the flower from Doris and the gargoyle from Old Wild trembling in fear. Joseph's heart races. This is bad, really bad, because the curse is about to envelop them, and he still hasn't acted. The fear he feels now is greater than any he experienced in his battles against Old Wild as Joseph struggles to comprehend Mr. Lin's intentions. A colossal demonic being materializes, casting a shadow over the library. In that moment, Joseph is struck by an instinctive dread. He is witnessing an unfathomable taboo entity materializing before him. Dark, demonic forces swirl behind Mr. Lin as he holds the sword, the curse reaching out to claim him. Tentacles of the demonic force extend, touching the diamond embedded in the Candela's sword. The curse reacts in agony, trying to escape toward Joseph. Just as it seems to reach him, it vanishes, leaving behind an uneasy silence in the bookstore. Joseph is completely frozen in fear, struggling to comprehend the surreal events unfolding before him. He realizes that the powerful curse of Candela had just experienced what a victim of a serial killer feels in their final moments, an overwhelming will to survive moments before life is snatched away. Although the room is silent, he can almost hear the curse's dying breaths echoing in the stillness. Only remnants of the curse linger in the blade, but they are enough for Mr. Lin to notice. Peering at the lower part of the sword, Mr. Lin thinks it looks a bit dirty. Lacking anything to clean it with, he attempts to shake the grime off. Surprisingly, he manages to dislodge the last bits of the curse. Behind him, the demonic force conjures a horrifying mouth, swallowing the remnants of the curse. Mr. Lin observes the sword shining even brighter now, pondering whether it wasn't dirt after all but simply a testament to the blade's advanced craftsmanship. "This sword is fascinating," he exclaims. "I thought it was dirty, but it's actually part of the design." Joseph is on the verge of losing his mind. Is this really happening? The curse that has claimed the lives of countless radiant knights for ages has been wiped away so easily, and Mr. Lin jokes about it as if it were merely dirt. To him, the curse seems like a toy, something trivial. Noticing the absurdity of the situation, Mr. Lin adds, "I don't have anything to give you in return for this favor, but if there's any book you want, it's on the house." Meanwhile, the demonic force lingers like a shadow behind him. Joseph replies in a shaky voice, trembling with fear, "No thanks, I appreciate the gesture, but I'll leave it up to you to decide on the book." Mr. Lin thinks about how, after receiving such an expensive gift from Joseph, offering a free book is the least he can do. Allowing Joseph to choose also gives him the chance to showcase his collection, enhancing their rapport. It's not just a free gift, it's good for business, too. "Pick any book you like," Mr. Lin encourages. However, Joseph insists, "You can pick for me." This surprises Mr. Lin, as there's no greater joy than discovering a new book. He urges Joseph to search for something himself, but Joseph remains steadfast. "It's better if you recommend a book." Mr. Lin contemplates how Joseph might become a regular customer like Old Wild, but he's slightly disappointed, hoping to showcase his collection. Joseph, sensing Mr. Lin's disappointment, thinks it stems from Mr. Lin believing the secret instrument tower is too weak to handle the curse. He realizes how ignorant and powerless he feels, haunted by memories of his deceased wife. Still, Joseph believes it's best to rely on Mr. Lin's recommendation. After all, only a fool would try to pick a book independently in such a situation. Just then, Lucy sneezes nearby, an indirect reference to Joseph's thoughts about poor choices in book selection. As Mr. Lin considers which book would suit Joseph best, he selects one, declaring, "This book should be perfect for you and your current situation." Upon seeing the title, "When Stars Align," Joseph is taken aback, feeling an unsettling tremor even in his metal arm. He reflects on the overwhelming power he witnessed moments ago, the demonic being that devoured the curse as if it were a mere treat. That entity had an incomprehensible power, and what frightened him even more was that it had only revealed about 1% of its strength. He wonders if this being could be the most powerful entity in the entire cosmos. The cosmos itself is a chilling and taboo subject, an unfathomable void stretching infinitely. Now, this entity, mightier than the cosmos, is presenting him with a book about stars and the universe. Mr. Lin advises, "Consider the story in this book as fiction, a tale of a lost civilization from another world." Joseph interprets this as an implication that civilizations might exist beyond the universe, their knowledge and secrets captured within the pages. Tentatively, he opens the book, a wave of fear washing over him at the unknown that lies ahead. As he begins to read, he finds himself enveloped in infinite darkness, a sensation of washing over him. "I'd been here before," he thinks, but this time, it feels markedly different. Suddenly, a voice pierces through the darkness, reassuring Joseph that there is no danger here for his customers. Startled, Joseph turns around and yells, "Who's there?" He sees a faceless man sitting in a chair, a book in his hands. "Looks like you've calmed down. Welcome," the man says. When Joseph gazes at the man's face, he sees his own reflection in the mask. The man continues, referring to Joseph as someone who tried to gaze upon the stars in vain. Joseph interrupts, apologizing, "I don't know who you are." The man pauses before responding, "Here, my name is not important. But if you need to call me something, you can call me L." Initially, Joseph thinks of L from Death Note, but he quickly realizes that L stands for Lin. "All right, Mr. L," Joseph says, "can you please tell me what this place is?" L explains that where they are is not truly a place if he had to describe it in words. He'd say it's Joseph's last chance to decide before falling into endless insanity. "If you stay here, nothing will happen. But if you choose to leave, your mind will no longer be protected. Only those whose will hasn't been consumed by the stars can become beacons for lost travelers." He asks Joseph if he truly wants to leave this place and continue forward. Joseph places his hand over his heart. "Even though I don't understand much, I will do everything in my power to prevent further tragedies." L interrupts, "You don't have to decide right away." He snaps his fingers and dice appear. "Let's play a game first." Joseph realizes he is frozen in place. Unable to move, he wonders if this is the game L is referring to and considers the man's power, having rendered him immobile with just one sentence. "What are L's goals?" "It's time to start the game," L announces, instructing Joseph to move with his companion. Suddenly, a humanoid figure materializes next to Joseph. He wonders if L possesses the ability to create life out of nothing. Though the figure is blurry, Joseph senses its vitality and feels an unexpected bond. As if this being is a partner or friend. "Has this man altered my emotions?" L throws the dice and informs Joseph that he and his partner are in an old, damaged building that has been abandoned for some time. As he speaks, the dilapidated structure appears around them. Joseph, still speechless, is awestruck, contemplating how this man can create objects from nothing. Maybe he's a powerful existence from the dream world, he thinks. Or perhaps he's using the dream world to veil reality, suggesting all of this might be an illusion. Perception successful, L comments. Suddenly, your spirit sense notices something strange. You feel as if something is watching you, and your instincts urge you to look behind. L narrates the game in a manner reminiscent of Dungeons and Dragons, but for Joseph, this is all too real. As he turns around, L states, "An unspeakable creature appears behind you." Joseph is struck with disbelief, realizing I can conjure monstrosities with mere words. When Joseph attempts to use his ether, he discovers that L has also stripped him of his mutant abilities, leaving him powerless except for the ability to move. The monster wraps around him, and Joseph screams, losing his grip on sanity. L's voice echoes, saying, "After touching the taboo thing, magnificent and uncanny images fill your mind." As Joseph's surroundings begin to melt and spin, L continues, "The deranged words of blasphemy have polluted your mind. You can no longer separate reality from illusion. You're losing consciousness as overwhelming fear crushes your mind. You feel as if you've fallen into a boundless void, your existence on the brink of being consumed by this mysterious force. With your last remaining sanity, what will you do? On the edge of oblivion, just before the monster swallows him completely, Joseph utters, "I push my companion forward." Reality cracks, and a massive dream beast looms over Elle as Joseph plummets into the void, struggling to grasp what he has witnessed. "You did it," Elle says as Joseph falls, landing on what appears to be the surface of the Black Sea. Lying upon it as if it were solid ground, Joseph rises, reflecting on the fact that he's still alive and no longer hears the voice in his mind. Perhaps the game is finally over. Just then, a wave rises behind him, and as he turns to look, he sees a colossal monstrosity walking, creating the waves with its steps. This creature is the Crawling Chaos, Nyarlathotep, a name familiar to fans of H.P. Lovecraft's works, much like Cthulhu. The creature stares at Joseph with its many eyes and begins to float upwards. Describing what Joseph sees becomes difficult. The dimension around him feels like a twisted blend of nightmares and reality, a fevered dream that he can't quite recall, blurring the line between what truly happened and what was merely a figment of his mind during illness. As Joseph starts to float, he hears a voice reciting a song called Demon Sultan by Thoth. The universe collapses around him, and he gasps for air. Regaining a fraction of his ability to think and move, he remembers his name and yearns to escape this dimension. He wants to scream with all his might, but his head spins, and his brain feels like it's overheating. Clenching his eyes shut, Joseph attempts to recollect his thoughts. Trying to remain calm, he recalls Mr. Lin's words about the novel being fictional. Yet, deep down, he knows it's not fiction at all. Mr. Lin said this to help him stave off panic and preserve a sliver of his sanity. Joseph reassures himself that he's accustomed to surviving under pressure. He looks at Mr. Lin, realizing his earlier assessment of Mr. Lin's power was misguided. The highest strength attributed to someone is Class 1 for the indescribable. Finally, he manages to voice a question, asking Mr. Lin if those great beings were part of that civilization. Confused, Mr. Lin wonders about the question's context. Perhaps Joseph struggles to grasp the book's complexities, which focuses on decisive moments in history. He replies, "They were the monuments of old civilizations, witnesses and makers of history. But nothing is eternal, no matter how great they were. Time ultimately overpowers them." Fear grips Joseph as he contemplates the book holding these powerful entities, like a seal that could be broken under specific conditions. He realizes that summoning them carries great risk. According to Mr. Lin, these beings belong to a once great civilization that fell from grace, sealed within this book by the incomprehensible bookstore owners standing before him. Mr. Lin, still smiling vacantly, seems oblivious to Joseph's turmoil. From his perspective, he believes Joseph's thoughts are ridiculous. To clarify, Mr. Lin reassures him that feeling lost is normal. If he struggles to understand many parts of the book, he shouldn't dwell on them too much. The key is to understand the minds within the book and make them useful. Joseph offers an uncomfortable smile, responding, "Making them useful might be a bit tricky for me." But Mr. Lin encourages him, reminding him that giving Joseph the sword was his decision. Now, let go of the past and face the future with greater resolve. Challenges are inevitable when starting anew, but you can use this book to guide you. Take it as a gift and read it carefully when you return home. Joseph bows deeply, thanking Mr. Lin. "There's no need to be so kind," Mr. Lin replies. "I'm merely passing on the ideas of others." Then he shares a quote, "Millions of people within a nation are always necessary for one genius to come into being. Millions of idle human hours must pass before a truly decisive moment in history emerges. When such a moment occurs, it shapes decades and centuries. When strong personal will collides with historical fate, sparks fly, and the moment forever shines in the sky of human civilization. Each fleeting moment serves as a stage for heroes." After delivering the quote, Mr. Lin reassures Joseph, "You don't need to be a hero, remember, you're just human, and it's crucial to recognize your limits. Don't overestimate or underestimate yourself. Just fulfill your duty when the time comes." Joseph listens, surprised by the wisdom in Mr. Lin's words. "You don't need to shine for eternity." Mr. Lin continues, "Just follow your will and stick to your beliefs. Your existence will be a light, illuminating the night. No matter how dark it may seem, the memory of his knighthood floods back to Joseph. He was just a boy then, swearing an oath to devote his life to justice and fight for the light. Mr. Lin emphasizes that Joseph should never forget the emotions he feels now, hoping that this book will help him fulfill his destiny with newfound determination. Joseph clenches his fist and utters, "I will carry this light within me." Joseph steps out of the library, feeling a nostalgic wave hit him so hard it's almost like a bad hangover. He stops, takes a deep breath, and clenches his metal fist, thinking, wow, been a while since I felt this alive. Not exactly an everyday experience when you're cursed with the candela, which has been wrecking his brain with non-stop whispers for years. It was like having a roommate who only knows how to scream in your head, and those whispers? They weren't exactly ASMR, just maddening enough to push him into rage fits that made keeping his powers in check nearly impossible. Honestly, the curse cost him more than his peace of mind. He lost his right arm fighting some guy named Old Wild. Sounds like a washed-up country singer. But hey, no one said curses were forgiving. Finally, though, the curse is gone, thanks to Mr. Lin, who literally aided Joseph. Still isn't sure how he feels about the mental image of Mr. Lin eating curses for breakfast. But hey, it worked. With that burden lifted, Joseph feels like he's finally stepped off a 10-year headache roller coaster. No sword, no problem. He's got the confidence boost from giving it to Mr. Lin and even scored a mysterious book in exchange. It's supposedly the key to unlocking higher power levels, though Joseph's still a bit wary about self-help books. As he strolls down the rainy street, finally planning to get his life together, he slams into some guy and nearly topples over. The dude, all sharp eyes and brooding energy, mumbles an apology. No big deal, Joseph thinks, until he senses the guy's aura and realizes this isn't just some random passerby. Nope, this guy's a hunter, and not the friendly neighborhood kind. He's got a seriously potent, tainted bloodline, like a high-voltage battery in human form. And hey, race the kicker, even the writers of this Manhwa are calling this guy Ackerman now because we all forgot his real name. Who can blame them? Ackerman sounds intense, memorable, and, well, way better than that mysterious dude in the hood. Joseph sizes him up. Definitely destruction level. He muses no one with that kind of power works for the White Wolf clan. So maybe Ackerman's a lone wolf? Joseph briefly considers asking him what he's up to, but decides not to poke the dragon. When you're dealing with a guy who could turn you into a stain on the pavement, it's best not to pry. And besides, Ackerman didn't give off any hostile vibes. Or so Joseph thought. Little does he know, Ackerman had his hidden blade ready and blood-red eyes flashing like a disco ball of doom, just in case. But he eases off when Joseph starts walking away. Who's he kidding? Nobody likes an unplanned deathmatch in the rain now. Joseph dials up Clody, casually asking how the White Wolf clan mission is going. Clody reports it's smooth, meaning they haven't died yet, and Joseph tells him to research the kingdom of Elfa's language, since the Candela sword had something mysterious scribbled on it and he can't resist a warning. Oh, and watch out for the white-haired hunter who's basically one bad day away from causing an apocalypse. Intel, not incineration. Got it? The universe, meanwhile, teases us by skipping over whatever sketchy rendezvous Clody had with Lucy in her office. Guess we'll be left in suspense. Thanks, writers. Finally, Joseph decides he's earned a break. 1 week off, he thinks. After all, being cursed, battling ancient evils, and babysitting hunters for years takes its toll. He heads home, remembering some old texts on ancient languages gathering dust in his study. As he enters, he mutters something about his daughter Melissa taking after him, but only when it comes to book avoidance. Night duties? Absolutely. Reading? Immediate migraines. Opening his door, Joseph stops in his tracks. Books are everywhere. As if they had a secret late-night party. He checks the clock. Melissa's usual dinner time, but the place is dead silent, and his stomach growls as he realizes there's no savory smell from the kitchen. It's odd because Melissa's usually cooking up a storm by now. Nice, warm meal to welcome Dad home? Not tonight. Apparently. Joseph glances around the room, picking up a book with an overly dramatic title, A Knight's Justice. He squints, recognizing the author as none other than Joseph Winston? Yeah, that Joseph. Joseph the Radiant Knight starts reminiscing about Joseph the author, who also happened to be his old commander. Fired for unsuitable combat style. This Joseph was a rogue knight with a flair for writing about how chivalry is for suckers. And to make matters worse, the Manhwa writers gave them both the same name. As if keeping up with everyone else's backstory wasn't already enough work. Our Joseph remembers Commander Joseph's favorite fighting style, which was essentially assassin mode, stealthy strikes from behind, poisons and blades tossed from the shadows his motto. Knights can kill people but they don't owe them manners. Our Joseph, flipping through the book, also recalls Joseph the assassin knight's first disciple. Please, not another Joseph, he thinks. Thankfully, the disciple's name was Hanayama Kuru, a massive muscle-bound dude with the energy of a caffeine-fueled librarian. Joseph remembers grilling Hanayama about a mission once, only to be lectured by Kuru about training and studying your opponent, which Kuru insisted was what only the weak do. This triggered our Joseph so hard that he nearly punched through a wall. If you don't study your enemy, he snapped, you'll end up as a footnote in their autobiography. Back in the present, Joseph slams the book shut, trying to erase the mental picture of Kuru giving another one of his training is for the weak speeches before his blood pressure skyrockets. He glances over the other books Melissa's been reading, all filled with basic knight training tips useful for beginners, but, honestly, beneath someone like Melissa. After all, Head personally trained her himself. Why is she even reading these? He thinks, tossing a knight's justice back on the floor and stomping toward her room. Inside, he finds Melissa surrounded by stacks of books, looking zoned out as she flips pages. Melissa, he barks, genuinely baffled. She barely looks up and answers flatly. Learning her dad's confusion grows as he steps closer, reminding her that she's hated reading since she was 4. Melissa, with an unsettling glint in her eyes, admits she was ignorant back then and that if she met her younger self now, she'd beat the stupidity out of her. She goes on, ranting about how her limited potential made her miss the joy of learning and that she was undisciplined, weak, and ultimately a failure. Joseph stares wide-eyed. This obsessive bookworm in front of him doesn't resemble his impulsive, let's just wing daughter at all. As he leans in, gripping her head, he asks gently, "Are you feeling all right, kid?" With a maniacal sparkle, she replies, "Never felt better, Father. I've finally understood my own stupidity and weakness. I wasted so much time not learning because your methods were barbaric." "You don't even have methods." Joseph blinks, struck dumb by this speech. Before he can process, Melissa continues, eyes gleaming, "But it's okay. I've read every book in this house now, even though I'm older and behind. I'll carve my own path." Joseph, still dazed, asks if she really read every book. She nods, proudly announcing she'd been at it for 3 days straight without stopping. His patience finally snaps, and he lunges forward, grabbing the book from her hands. 3 days of non-stop reading? He thinks, yeah, this girl's possessed. Melissa's bloodshot eyes widen as Joseph grabs the book from her hands. "Dad, what are you doing?" She stares up at him, wobbles a bit, and yep, down she goes, eyes rolling as she faints. Joseph's reflexes kick in, and he catches her just in time, setting her gently on the ground. But before he can even process what just happened, a glint on her table catches his eye. There, among the scattered books, lies one bound in dark leather with some kind of ominous emblem on it. Great, he thinks, first a library marathon, now this cursed book phase. Lightning strikes outside, because of course it does, and Joseph's gaze hardens. Cut to Ackerman, who's standing in front of the Truth Society's Fancy Pants headquarters, looking as thrilled as a cat at a dog show. "Didn't think I'd be back here so soon," he mutters, wishing for the 100th time that he could avoid this place altogether. As a hunter, he belongs in the chaos and grit of combat, not the polished halls of the so-called intellectual elite. A hunter's life is blood, sweat, and madness, totally incompatible with the Truth Society's obsession with logic, books, and an unsettling air of academic enthusiasm. The place reeks of curiosity, and maybe stale coffee. He strides into Andrew's office, not bothering to hide his disdain for the office's overpriced furniture in gold leaf wallpaper. Before he can even close the door, Andrew looks up, eyebrows raised. "You're late." Ackerman raises a brow and shoots back. Hunters are never late, never early, either. Hunters arrive exactly when they mean to. Bonus points to the readers who caught that wizard reference, by the way. Let me know in the comments below. Browski's Ackerman smirks and adds, "But hey, I'd be on time if I were a lady. Wouldn't I? Sorry to disappoint, Andrew sighs, rolling his eyes. Alright, enough. Are you really giving up on the mission to take down Old Wild? Ackerman shrugs, flashing a cocky grin. Why not? Andrew's taken aback. He could have sworn Ackerman was all fired up about this mission just 3 days ago. Now he's acting like the Old Wild bounty is as exciting as doing laundry. Andrew wonders what happened in the bookstore. Maybe Mr. Lin fed him a truth bomb, or some ether magic gave him a midlife crisis. Andrew's brow furrows, recalling how they checked for any ether spikes or unusual activity while Ackerman was at the bookstore, but nothing showed up. Weird. He thinks maybe Ackerman bailed on this mission before he even went in. But that's nonsense, even for Ackerman. Andrew, trying to be rational about all this, finally speaks up. Ackerman, you know, this case was a big opportunity. If you'd completed it, you'd have been promoted to a destructive level hunter. Ackerman just nods, still looking about as interested as someone watching paint dry. Andrew presses on, pointing out that the Old Wild mission is practically low-hanging fruit in terms of destructive bounties, not to mention the payout is massive. Ackerman interrupts with a dangerous glint in his eye. It's none of your business why I'm backing out, Andrew. I'm not breaking any rules by doing so, and I don't owe you an explanation. His gaze sharpens, and his eyes flash red, sending a faint aura of bloodlust across the room. Are you anxious, Andrew? He asks, feigning concern. Andrew's forced to stay calm, though he's sweating bullets. Truth is, he thinks, I did send him to check out that bookstore on purpose. Now, with Ackerman stepping down from the Old Wild bounty, he risks figuring out the society's real interest in Mr. Lin. Andrew realizes that if he pushes too hard, he might expose their hidden motives. Best to play it cool. He adopts a serious tone, replying, anxious? Of course, this city's been through a lot lately, and we're trying to bring stability back to Nokian. It'd help if you'd finish the mission, that's all. Ackerman chuckles darkly, picking up on Andrew's shaky calm. Oh, he's sweating all right, Ackerman thinks, almost amused. He recalls Mr. Lin's cryptic advice about how the society was just using him as a pawn. Thanks to that old bookstore sage, he can finally see it now. Andrew and the Truth Society were using him to sniff around Mr. Lin's shop under the guise of a mission. Smiling ominously, he thinks, I never would have caught on if not for you. Mr. Lin. Ackerman's smirk fades, replaced by a deadly calm. I don't care about law and order anymore, he says flatly. I'm done with this mission for personal reasons. He narrows his eyes at Andrew. You must know a thing or two about hunters by now. We don't kill for honor, we hunt valuable prey because we're self-serving. He leans back, crossing his arms. Even wild beasts won't risk harm unless there's something in it for them. Thought you'd figured that out by now. Inwardly, Ackerman's already strategizing his next move, building a hunter organization that could rival, maybe even dismantle, the Truth Society. He muses that the members of the society are so deep in their ivory towers, they can't see a force like Mr. Lin right under their noses. With a smirk, he decides to keep his recent discoveries about Mr. Lin under wraps. Andrew is baffled, trying to piece together Ackerman's cryptic remarks about avoiding trouble. If it's not Old Wild and not the bookstore owner, who's the trouble? His eyes narrow, and he considers that maybe Ackerman sees the Truth Society as the problem. But why? Then, a spark of realization hits him. It's the bookstore. Ackerman walked into that place eager to hunt down Old Wild, but after a harmless chat with the owner, he's singing a whole new tune. If Mr. Lin influenced him somehow, that would mean the bookstore owner can manipulate people without lifting a finger. Andrew scowls but tries to keep his cool. Well, he says with a resigned shrug, if that's your decision, then there's no use in trying to change your mind. Just know that since the bounty on Old Wild was made public, so will your refusal to pursue it. Is that fine with you? He raises an eyebrow, watching Ackerman closely. Ackerman's jaw clenches, and his eyes flash with anger. This snake, he thinks. Of course Andrew would go straight for the jugular by threatening my reputation. Hunters, infamous as they were, still had a certain pride, and backing down from a bounty, especially an easy one like Old Wild, could make him look cowardly. But Ackerman quickly composes himself, plastering on a smug smile. Fine by me, he growls, standing up. Typical Andrew, he thinks, taking every chance to keep control, even with old rumors that he was more famous for his womanizing than his talents. As Ackerman turns to leave, he glances back, saying, no need to see me off. Alone now, Andrew clenches his jaw, watching the lightning flash outside his window. his grip tightens around a wineglass, and it shatters, spilling red across his desk. Ackerman, he seethes, just a destructive-level hunter, thinking he can take on the Truth Society. But Ackerman's behavior lines up a little too well with the rumors. The man has legendary patience when he has a target. Could Ackerman actually be planning something against the Truth Society? Andrew considers the bookstore owner again. If Mr. Lin were truly as kind as people claimed, he'd have helped Ackerman finish the mission instead of setting him up to abandon it and ruin his reputation. But then, maybe Mr. Lin has ties to Old Wild. After all, what better way to save an ally than to manipulate the very hunter sent to kill them? With a skull, Andrew picks up the Society's archaic communication device. He needs all the intel he can gather on Old Wild. Starting now, he calls Joseph's office, only to be greeted by Clody, Joseph's assistant. Joseph's on temporary leave. Clody explains in her dry tone, "If you have an issue, you can tell me." Andrew pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath, just his luck. Andrew wasn't exactly known for his patience, and right now he was staring at his communication device like it just insulted his entire family. Clody, ever the polite little secretary, was on the other end, trying to figure out how to sell information about the bookstore without it blowing up in his face. This was a tricky game for Clody. Sure, he was all about the information, but selling it? That took finesse, something Joseph had down to an art. Clody hesitated for a moment before speaking again, his voice brimming with the kind of excitement you get when you realize you're about to drop a bombshell. "Well, Andrew, you're in luck. We've just updated the files on that Class 1 bookstore, very valuable information." Andrew wasn't feeling particularly lucky. "Yeah? How much is it?" he exhaled, leaning back in his chair. He wasn't expecting to get the information for cheap, but he did want some concrete details. Clody, as expected, stalled, his fingers tapping the screen of his communication device like it was a magic wand. "Hold on," Clody said, and Andrew could hear the rustle of papers, or maybe Clody just checking his inbox, because apparently that's how we handle high-stakes negotiations now. Clody's voice suddenly dropped to that apologetic tone Andrew knew so well. "Sorry, Andrew, but, the information's not for sale anymore." Andrew blinked. "What?" Andrew was left completely surprised by this, as he wonders why they wouldn't want to even sell him this information. In the past, the Truth Society and the Secret Instrument Tower have always cooperated because they always needed to revise and update the lists of powerful mutants together, but this time, even though Andrew didn't try to negotiate the price, he was blatantly refused. Andrew also realizes that Clody used the same tone of voice Joseph usually uses when selling him information. However, after just 3 seconds of conversation, Clody said that the info was no longer on the table for sale. This means that if they had concluded the deal 3 seconds ago, Andrew could have bought the information. So, Andrew figures out that someone must have stopped Clody from selling the information in those few seconds, and the only person who could order Clody like that must be Joseph. Now we see Joseph sitting next to his daughter while she lies in bed, exhausted after reading hundreds of books over the past 3 days. Back to Andrew and Clody on the phone. Andrew asks Clody to connect him with Joseph so he can speak to him directly. Clody apologizes and says Joseph is currently busy and can't talk right now. If Andrew has any questions, Clody assures him that he will try to help as much as he can. Andrew then asks Clody why the files are suddenly not for sale. Clody responds that he made a mistake even trying to sell them in the first place because the files' confidentiality has been changed from top secret to sealed, meaning no one can access them outside of the Secret Instrument Tower. "Bro, are you telling me Clody is really a boy with a trunk like this? Come on, look at this. This is a hard test for me to pass," Andrew thinks. Clody continues speaking, saying that if he sold these documents to Andrew, he would be violating the rules and facing severe punishment. He explains that he's been required to take over Joseph's role until Joseph returns, so he wasn't familiar with all the details. He admits that he made the mistake of thinking he could sell seal-type files. However, if Andrew really needs the files, he can talk to Joseph personally when he returns, or speak to the elders of the Secret Instrument Tower. We see Andrew getting really pissed, muttering some bad words, so bad that we can't even see what they are. Andrew realizes that what's making him angry is that he can't find any loopholes in Clody's excuses. Maybe Clody is telling the truth, and if that's the case, Andrew can't refute him. He also notes how every time he speaks to Clody, Clody is always polite, but this time it's making him nervous because it feels like Clody is making a fool of him. He still doesn't understand why the confidentiality of the files changed so suddenly. He exhales to calm down and asks Clody, why did the confidentiality of these files upgrade to seal after half a month of being top secret? These are still the same files. He then starts yelling, the person in these files is the bookstore owner. Why are you refusing to provide information about him? Did he mind control all of you? Clody apologizes again and tells Andrew that it's not only one file in question now, which leaves Andrew confused. Clody explains that after a detailed investigation, a new subfile has been created. The previous file was a regional archive, but this new subfile is a people's profile. Recently, the elders sent a professional examiner to check Mr. Lin, and this examiner came to the same conclusion as Joseph. The bookstore owner is truly friendly and kind. With no obvious motives to his actions as Clody is speaking, we see Lucy sorting books in an office. Bro, are we getting the office in between Clody and Lucy? Come on, Andrew thinks. Andrew then starts yelling again, saying, what if the negligence of the secret instrument tower and their lack of cooperation with the Truth Society causes danger for the citizens of Nacon? What will happen then? He tells Clody, this is not how you are supposed to be responsible for the safety of the citizens. I'm disappointed with how the secret instrument tower is handling this situation, and I will definitely talk to the elders about it later. Clody, relieved, responds, I hope you'll have a fruitful conversation with the elders. Andrew feels like Clody is hiding something, but since he has no proof, he can't say anything. Clody then asks if Andrew has any more questions, to which Andrew responds, I still haven't gotten an answer to why the file's confidentiality was upgraded. Clody responds that he has no say in this matter and doesn't know why or how the confidentiality of the file changed, as Lucy is bringing him some tea. My boy Clody went from a simp to a gigachad in a couple of chapters, even having Lucy serve him tea. Andrew thinks Clody tells Andrew that it would be more beneficial for him to talk to the elders than to talk to him. Andrew, still pissed, thinks Clody inherited Joseph's cunningness. Andrew then comments, he'll personally go to the bookstore to investigate. Clody responds, I hope you have a pleasant visit. Mr. Lin is not only super kind, but he also helps people solve their problems. After hanging up the phone, Andrew pours himself some wine, takes a sip, and comments, sounding like a fashion diva, me, going there personally? Forget it. He decides hell sends some scholars in his place instead. We then see a factory belonging to the Truth Society, or a group of scientists discusses the Clay Child project. They complain about how the project is growing more difficult with each passing day due to a lack of funds from the higher-ups, which is slowing down progress. Since this is a top-secret project, they can only stay and work in the laboratory. A voice interrupts them, telling them to stop complaining and reminding them that it's a great honor to work for the Truth Society. But they continue complaining, saying that if the research follows its current trajectory, everyone here will lose their minds. They talk about how many failed projects they've had, and one of them points out that this is the only successful one they've had so far, as we see a woman floating in a capsule. The scientists comment that she is the best experiment they've conducted, and that with her, they've achieved 200 ether compatibility. However, because of the amount of sage stone in her blood, her lifespan is now shortened to 1 year. After a year, the sage stone will lose its regenerative properties, causing her body to inflate and burst. If this happens while she's still in the laboratory, the explosion will kill everyone inside. They continue complaining about their dangerous and grueling jobs as we see the face of the young girl inside the capsule, her expression empty, yet filled with profound sadness. As she looks up at the moon, she reaches out and touches the glass, causing it to crack. Now we see G standing on a spacious balcony, gazing out into the distance, asking Kay and Max if the men of spiders have arrived. Max confirms their arrival, saying they've gathered all their men in order to attack the White Wolves. Knowing it's probably their last base, G decisively explains that attacking this place would be their final battle with the White Wolf clan, possibly marking the end of the Magic Mirror event and her revenge. She further explains it doesn't matter how strong the new batch of hunters is if they're not acknowledged by other organizations, they won't be able to stand their ground. Kay and Max stand there, listening to G. The conflict between the spiders and the White Wolves is happening because there's no need for two large-scale hunter organizations in Nacon. That's why they have to be exterminated. G adds Miss G recalls how Kaki once told her about the tainted blood formula, the most important thing to the White Wolves. By the way, brothers, this Kaki guy was the one Miss G killed, or rather, found dead in the church when she invaded it with Kay and Max. His name wasn't Kaki, but I don't feel bad about not remembering it because even the authors forgot. They should have given all the characters names like Ackerman from Attack on Titan to make it easier to remember. Anyway, back to the story. Ji was surprised that Kaki wanted to tell her the organization's top secret, despite her being promoted only to the third leader of the White Wolf clan. Kaki, the second leader, had said she might take over his position and that Helix personally ordered him to bring her. After entering Helix's residence, Kaki asks him about the tainted blood formula research, saying he fulfilled his order by bringing Miss Ji. Helix, the first leader of the White Wolf clan, looks at them with a terrifying expression and asks if this is Ji Bongdong's famous daughter. Miss Ji nervously observes Helix, thinking he's staring at her like an evil wolf eyeing its prey. Helix senses her great potential and assigns her to lead part of the White Wolf clan. He then passes her a part of the original formula from the clan, saying she needs it because the fresh blood of the dream beast is very toxic. He proposes she use it to train her subordinates, instructing her to master the formula before creating new hunters. The current formula is harsh and very few survive the first injection, but those who do would see a significant boost in power. Standing on the balcony, Miss G tells Max and Kay about the tainted blood formula. She also thinks about how she needs to cover her source of information so Ryan's soul could have more space for improvement. Miss G finds a way to do it and, wanting to put an end to this, sends Max to investigate and locate the original formula. She tells Kay to order the killing of all the White Wolf's hunters except one. A few moments later, the battle on the 52nd Street started. Meanwhile, there was a heavily wounded man sitting in the sewers, looking as if he couldn't move, while rats were eating his leg. A group of white wolves approached him. One of them stepped on his leg and crushed it, and then another one grabbed his hair and slit his throat like a savage. These white wolves had a crazy look in their eyes, veins popping on their faces with razor-sharp teeth. They looked like zombies. Literally, they turned into wolves and ate the man's flesh until only bones were left. Now we see the chamber where the spawn of the magic mirror needs to hatch. Tainted blood pours into a pool-like hole in the sewers, with body parts falling into it as Helix arrives and stands there, saying that the plan is going smoothly. There's an Amazonian woman, their Issa, who approaches Helix and tells him that they successfully injected excessive amounts of tainted blood into everyone, and now they'll become irrational with only one purpose: to kill. Helix mentions that it doesn't matter if someone is human or not, and as long as the spawn of the magic mirror can be born, he would be prepared to sacrifice as many people as possible. He tells their Issa to prepare new fuel, as she tosses a carcass into the pool of tainted blood. While the carcass is falling, before it reaches the ground, it bursts into green flames. Helix stands and watches it burn, thinking that the altar looks like a huge fire pile. Looking down at the fire, he realizes that everything thrown into it starts blazing immediately, but just until enough energy is provided for the incubation of the spawn of the magic mirror. Helix's heart is filled with darkness as he stands in front of the egg and watches it incubate, hearing the sound of the flames. The egg seems to be incubating healthfully at a fast pace as Helix smiles at the beautiful view. Feeling the whole place shake, he associates this feeling with the heartbeat of the spawn of the magic mirror. He spreads his hands in the air and calls the egg his lord and savior, promising to guard its arrival at all costs. He knows that soon enough, he and his men will no longer have to hide and live like gutter rats. He recalls the words of the snake-eyed mysterious man and realizes that the event is unfolding exactly as he said with his hands behind his back. He proudly watches the green flames blaze, thinking to himself how dark wizards' bodies are indeed good fuel thanks to them. The incubation speed is doubled. The dark wizards lost their hope after Murphy died, and their pride and ego destroyed them in a way that Helix provoked. Then, they were just dumb enough to fall into his trap. These dark wizards he is about are probably the Scarlet Cult, which belonged to Murphy for some reason. All the names are changed. Maybe the translator changed them for this manhwa as well, so yeah, he is probably talking about the dark wizards from Murphy's Scarlet Cult. After falling into Helix's trap, these wizards surrendered, and now here they are, being used as fuel. Helix knew that dark wizards communicate with ether and have a high ether affinity, so their flesh is perfect for this ritual. He is still not sure why the snake-eyed man wanted to help and rescued him, and wonders if he is his life savior. Even if it's some kind of trap, Helix thinks it's still worth stepping into it. Now we know it's a fact that feeding through this ritual is far more efficient than extracting the life force. Even now, the snake-eyed man's words sound a bit scary, as he ordered to burn the whole city of NOC into ashes and bring nightmares and suffering to everyone. He convinced Helix that doing exactly this is his destiny. And now we see the first sacrificial ceremony being carried out by Helix. He caused havoc in NOC and almost eradicated every single dark wizard from the Scarlet Cult, but he knew it was far from enough. He needed to do more. As he couldn't keep his eyes off the magnificent green flames, their Issa arrived, informing him about having no more dark wizards to burn, and asking if they should continue hunting. Though it might be quite dangerous, Helix feels displeased with this information, knowing that even though there are no more dark wizards, they still need way more sacrifices. He puts his hand on their Issa and makes a decision, saying they should stop hunting. Their Issa knew what he was talking about and blushed, standing next to Helix, as if she was ready for whatever awaited her. Their intimate moment gets interrupted by one of his men, who arrives injured and covered in blood, reporting that the spiders have found them and discovered their stronghold, saying they are nearby. As Helix asked if they were finally here, Theresa looked at him as a lover would look at his loved one. With hate and disgust on his face, Helix utters a name, Jujitsu. He says she's more annoying than the Knights of the Secret Instrument Tower. Knowing her arrival means the 52nd Street is not safe anymore. Theresa brings a tainted blood injection, and Helix tells Duogang, the huge man, to take it, as it is the destiny of a white wolf hunter and would make him fear nothing unknown. But Duogang looks at the injection with fear and terror, as if he's not sure whether he wants to take it or not. Helix then calls their Issa, and with excitement and love in her eyes for what's about to happen, she says it's an honor for her to become one with him. She decapitates her head and offers it to Helix, wishing him victory. Helix takes her head, and as the green flame burns the skull, he puts it on his face. Helix knew that everything in the stronghold would be destroyed anyway, and if they wanted to come in there would be no way out. He calls Duogang to come with him as he steps on the remains of Theresa's scalp. Duogang stands up after injecting himself with the tainted blood and follows his master. 52nd Street was in chaos because of the battle, and we can see G and K side by side, fighting fiercely. An explosion happens, and they stop for a moment trying to figure out if that was the place where they could find Helix. Now, after they realize that it's no wonder how the White Wolf clan could escape from the secret instrument tower and the True Society all these years, she notices a gigantic 50-meter deep hidden tunnel. K and Miss G stood at the edge of the hole and took a look down, seeing what G thought was a hellish picture of death. Skulls and arm and leg bones were everywhere, and the longer they looked, the worse they felt. Miss G thought there's no way this was an act of a human, knowing it must be something that only the White Wolf mutants could have done. She turned her head away and started walking, recalling hearing these kinds of stories before about the evil acts done by the White Wolf clan, which included massacres too. What really made her concerned was all the butchered bodies. She never expected they would do that kind of atrocity. She thought that this act must have been going on for some time and that this might be just one of the many sites. Now Duogang appeared behind her from underground and fiercely tried to attack her. Miss G stopped, realizing she made a mistake by not being careful enough, and tried to think of a way to dodge this attack. K screamed, but Duogang slammed his fist towards G, wanting to smash her. We see K swiftly intervene, holding her weapon in the air and blocking Duogang's attack. K starts coughing blood, telling Duo that with her around, nobody should attack Miss G, calling him a fatso. Miss G, seeing what just happened, screams in anger and startles Duogang. She jumps forward with her sword, aiming for Duo's head and piercing his body, making a huge hole. Then, she quickly turns around and hits him with a leg kick in the stomach, despite him already missing one arm and a head due to her piercing attack. Now K looks at Miss G with great admiration as G worryingly asks her if she is fine. K then collapses and Miss G holds her, telling her that she wasn't even a target of the attack, and she didn't have to take on the attack. Miss G also tells K that she'll need at least a few weeks to recover from the attack. Wounded but with a smile on her face, K tells Miss G that it was her duty to protect her, and that she couldn't bear seeing her injured. She apologizes for causing Miss G to worry. Showing great concern, Miss G tells K that it's not her fault and apologizes for the incident. Miss G tells K to hold on and orders her team members to take her to the base for treatment. Miss G's steel mind instinct activates, and she realizes the duo is still alive and might attack them again. At the same time, the enemies are firing tower arrows towards them, so she quickly alerts her team and picks them up, bringing them to safety. The spear seeds Duo and causes a huge explosion. She calls his name, gritting her teeth in anger. Helix stood at the top of a building with his comrades, the sky behind him ablaze with lightning bolts with the mask made of Teresa's skull on his face. He greets G, telling her she's gotten stronger. He takes a step forward and jumps down, slamming the ground with great force, landing right in front of Miss G. He tells her she's been lucky to gain full control over the tainted blood and asks her if that bookstore owner helped her in that endeavor. They stand across from each other, claws out, ready to fight. Helix tells Miss G that Mr. Lin is nowhere to be seen and won't come to her rescue now. He looks at the huntsmen surrounding him, protecting him, and asks what happened to them. Realizing they look abnormal, the demon-like huntsmen stand there, and Helix explains that he used a highly concentrated form of tainted blood, which caused them to go berserk. Their strength increased many times, and they can now remain conscious in their beast form. He continues, saying the only drawback is that if they lose control, they'll explode and die. Raising his arms as if threatening an attack, he declares that, as long as they can move, they're the perfect killing machines. Helix laughs maniacally, complaining that he had to sacrifice his life to gain the power G acquired so easily. He mutters about the unfairness of life. Miss G curses at him, vowing to eradicate him and free those poor souls from their suffering. She looks at him with determination and asks if these are his last remaining men gathered to fight her. She also tells him that she didn't know her one-man-hold huntsman group had such influence, that he had to intervene and fight her. She notes that they didn't even gather like this when fighting the Secret Instrument Tower or the Truth Society. Helix's terrifying demeanor doesn't waver as he tells Miss G that he won't retreat until one of them dies, and the surviving side will be the future of all hunters. Miss G responds by telling him to stop mumbling like a cuckoo. She transforms into a wolf, saying it's time to settle the vengeance and that he should prepare to die. Helix invites her to attack first, and Miss G opens her beast-like mouth, thinking that she can't wait to tear off his throat. Wondering how extreme the taste of his blood will be, they square off and run at each other at the same time, beginning a battle to the death between beasts. G believes she can win this fight, but as the battle progresses, she starts to feel uneasy, perhaps having underestimated his madness. Miss G manages to bite his neck, now realizing that the huntsmen with the conscious blood lack the strength to face the white wolf hunters. They possess the strength of tainted blood. She feels it would be shameless to let her subordinates face heavy casualties while she fights Helix. With that thought, she hits him on the neck with her razor-sharp paw, making him bleed. Miss G wishes to cause as few casualties as possible and hopes that the newcomers will understand her intention to escape as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a girl with blue hair, Pava, runs away from the battlefield with the hope of reporting the situation to the leader. She looks back and starts crying, realizing her leader's intention was to save her and all of her team members. Everything was going as planned as she fought side by side with her squad leader. But a large number of monstrous beings appeared and surrounded them. The monstrous beings screamed at them, causing horrendous sounds and attacking. However, they were too weak to fight back, and the battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Monsters killed some of their team members within seconds, leaving no space for escape. Pava recalled being attacked by one of the white wolf hunters, and just as she was about to be killed, she closed her eyes, not wanting to see the scary monster in front of her. Suddenly, she heard a loud gunshot. Opening her eyes, she saw a cowboy boot and a lot of shells falling to the floor, along with a voice telling her to run. It was her squad leader, Iskar Virgil, a cowboy outfitted in gunslinger's attire. Skilled in handling firearms, he told her that one of them had to survive and promised to hold the enemies back. He ordered her to leave and find their leader. Pava hesitated, wanting him to go with her, but Iskar, with a strange look in his eyes, reassured her. He told her to stop worrying about him. After all, he was the Spider's first battle squad leader, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold the enemies back or even defeat them. After his narcissistic introduction, Pava didn't hesitate. She started sprinting as fast as she could, following his orders. She ran and thought she would never again say. His eyes looked weird. But just then, Iskar was attacked by a red mutant. The mutant stood behind Pava and called her a weakling, causing her to panic. Knowing the mutant would try to kill her, she recognized him and wondered if he was the one Helix had spoken of. She quickly lifted her skirt and grabbed some throwing knives, curling them at the mutant. He deflected the knives with ease and kicked her in the face so powerfully that she flew back into a pile of stones. Pava coughed up blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. The mutant approached her and stood over her. Calling her a weakling, he yawned, bored, and said defeating her had been too easy. He thought it would be a battle of strength. But since it wasn't, he decided it would be better to find MSG and fight her instead. He removed his mask and stuck out his tongue like a maniac, calling her lucky to die at his hands. He was Babur. He continued walking toward Pava, who lay unconscious under the rubble, saying that Helix should give up his position to him since he personally dealt with Pava. Babur's taunts were interrupted when Pava, despite her injuries, showed signs of life. She had set up a trap with steel wires, which surprised Babur. He was intrigued by her sneaky move. Pava told him to leave her and her squad leader alone if he didn't want to get hurt. Babur, amused, called her an idiot if she thought she could hurt him. Babur smiled at her threat and ordered someone named Clara to cut the wires. A greenied midget, Clara, jumped from the wall and easily snapped the wires with her mechanical legs. Pava watched in disbelief. Her last trick had failed. Clara complimented Pava's threading skills but said it was a joke to think they would hurt someone. Clara asked Babur if she could have Pava for herself, to which Babur declined, stating that she was his prey. Clara continued to argue childishly, but Babur grabbed Pava by the hair and lifted her up, asking if she was willing to be his plaything. He promised to spare and her squad leader. In return, he demanded that she say something nice about him. But when she called him a bastard, he grew angry and prepared to strike. Clara couldn't believe Pava would say such things, and Babur angrily swung his trident-like weapon at her. Pava screamed as the weapon struck her, knocking her to the floor with one of her eyes torn out. Babur stood above her, stating that she still didn't fully understand her situation. He changed his mind about killing her, deciding instead to attempt to cut out her tongue for calling him a bastard. Just then, a bullet grazed Babur's cheek, and he turned to find a wounded Iskar, covered in debris. Aiming a gun at him, Iskar was shaken, probably from exhaustion, but he still managed to take a shot, likely missing due to his injuries. The goldfish-eyed squad leader smiled at Babur and told him that he had hurt him with that bullet. Pava, worried for her squad leader's safety, called for him, but Babur mocked Iskar, telling him he was eager to die. He then told Clara to have fun with Pava and that she could torture her for 7 days and 7 nights. Pava, fearing both their deaths, reached out in desperation, wondering if there was anything she could do to stop it. Just then, Babur paused, hearing someone approaching. The voice grew louder, complaining about being woken up and unable to sleep because of the noise Babur and his group were making. It was someone who had finally found the troublemakers causing all the chaos. Ackerman appears behind the wall, leans his elbow on it, and carefully observes the crew that woke him up, asking if they have any manners at all. With one hand in his pocket and smoking a cigarette, Ackerman continues complaining, saying they interrupted his sleep with all the noise and killing someone in the middle of the night. Babur and Clara look at him in confusion, and Babur responds, telling him that he doesn't give a crap about his rest and threatening to kill him if he tries to ruin his business. Babur repeats that he doesn't care who Ackerman is, but Ackerman says he's nobody important, just a wandering solo hunter. Injured Pava wonders about Ackerman's identity as Clara presses her head down on the ground, not giving her any chance of escaping. Babur starts laughing loudly, hearing Ackerman's introduction, and asking if he's joking about being a solo hunter. Ackerman responds, saying he's not joking, explaining what a solo hunter is and degrading himself by saying that, like all solo hunters, he too can't get anything done. Ackerman and Babur keep staring at each other as Ackerman analyzes Babur's identity, saying there are 2 organizations in Nakan, Spider and White Wolf Clan from Babur's naughty attitude and the smell of a beast. Ackerman concludes that Babur must be from the White Wolf Clan. Ackerman says it's eye-opening, seeing that they got hurt despite having 2 panicky rank hunters fighting 2 abnormal rank newbies. Babur feels insulted and grips his weapon tightly, asking Ackerman if he's looking for trouble. Ackerman, still smoking, replies that he's not looking for trouble but is just trying to figure out how to silence the noise they caused. Then he asks which site he should assist to speed up the process of making the area silent again, mentioning that there's no need to choose sites since Babur approached him aggressively. Sites have already been chosen. Babur grits his teeth, saying Ackerman is definitely looking to get himself killed and charges to finish him off quickly. Ackerman just stands there, smoking his cigarette, and flicks it before dodging Babur's attack with ease as the smoke clears. Thinking he hit and killed Ackerman, Babur looks disappointedly at the cigarette, then at the staff, confused about what happened. He looks around, trying to figure out where Ackerman went. Clara feels Ackerman's presence, and a second later, he grabs her face and does something to her chin, making her dizzy. She falls to the floor, unable to move or speak, as Ackerman asks Bobber about her identity and why the White Wolf is after her and her team. Covered in blood but with a look of relief on her face, Clara introduces herself to Mr. Ackerman, saying she's a newbie from Spider's first battle squad and thanks him for saving them. This revelation makes Ackerman concerned as he wonders if the timing of the conflict between Spider and White Wolf is a coincidence or not. Pava, trying to get to her feet, tells Ackerman that they were ambushed and that she was instructed to report the incident to the leader, but was unable to do so because Bobber interfered at the wrong moment. She says she felt helpless and too weak to face an enemy as strong as Bobber, and expresses her gratitude to Ackerman for saving them. Pava recalls her squad leader saying that whatever happens is all part of the plan. Ackerman grows concerned about Pava's statement, thinking that it's indeed all part of the bookkeeper Lin's plan. As Pava tries to stand, Ackerman is deep in thought, guessing that Lin must have helped Lady G start a fight with the White Wolf and unite all hunters. He recalls Lin's guidance to break free from the Truth Society. Hinting that Spider would provide him help, he concludes that the White Wolf's pursuit of Spider wasn't a coincidence, but rather part of Lin's master plan. All the events unfolding are products of Lin's foresight. Ackerman starts to believe that such a plan, though seemingly random, is actually deeply connected. Since he feels like he's part of this larger scheme, he decides to play his part as best as he can. Ackerman injects tainted blood into Pava's shoulder, and she heals in seconds. Feeling her strength return, he stands in front of her, explaining that the tainted blood is necessary for all experienced hunters and that her tainted blood isn't that bad since she healed quickly. Ackerman decides that, since he's already helped a few spiders, he'll help a few more. He guarantees Pava and her team's safety, saying that leaving so many prey alone is not the way of a hunter like him. Ackerman then tells Pava to give his greetings to Miss G, and Pava rejoices at his words, wondering if he really means it. Suddenly, a few syringes fall to the ground as Bobber appears, injecting tainted blood into his neck. He mocks Pava and Ackerman, calling them trash and saying they have no idea how to maximize the blood's power. Bobber's hand becomes hairy, as if he's turning into a werewolf, and calls himself a genius. He explains that the best way to use tainted blood is to increase brain control without going insane, maximizing its effects. He praises himself for his genius use of the tainted blood as he holds his staff and is now completely covered in hair, looking exactly like a werewolf. He threatens to kill them, and Pava warns Ackerman, advising him to be careful since Bobber has become much stronger using the tainted blood. Ackerman isn't afraid of Bobber, saying he's just a wild dog barking in the face of defeat, wondering why Pava thinks Bobber is strong. He thinks Bobber's mindset is weak. Ackerman starts taunting Bobber, saying he's not even close to a genius. Bobber responds, asking if Ackerman is looking down on him. Ackerman answers that he's not looking down on him, but rather he pities him since Bobber is trying so hard to control his sanity, and if it weren't for the current situation, he wouldn't even bother looking at him. Bobber goes crazy, charging at Ackerman with his staff, wanting to kill him for belittling him. Ackerman realizes how fast Bobber is and, knowing he can't dodge the attack, stands still. Bobber pierces Ackerman's chest area. Iskar and Pava watch in disbelief, and Clara makes it obvious that Ackerman is a fool for making Bobber use that move. Clara explains that this attack causes internal organs to burst, meaning it doesn't matter how good one's recovery is, they would die from the damage. They stand there for a few seconds when suddenly, Ackerman grabs the staff with his hand. Everyone is shocked, mouths wide open, wondering how he's still alive. Bobber missed Ackerman's heart, and Ackerman tells him that if anyone else were Bobber's target, they would have definitely died. Ackerman mocks Bobber, saying he doesn't have enough experience for killing and his talent just isn't enough. He calls Bobber a puppy and explains that next time, he should aim for the head if he wants to kill someone without messing it up. Shocked, Bobber realizes that he didn't hit Ackerman at all. In fact, the spear disappeared into Ackerman's chest, into a black hole. Bobber tries to remove the spear but realizes he can't move it. Some white tentacles start crawling on Bobber and Clara's bodies, and Clara begins to panic, begging Bobber to help her. Ackerman smiles, telling them that nobody can save them now. He then tells them that they are the first offerings for hell, saying their life, strength, talent, and future are the best nourishment for them. Babur begs Ackerman to release him, but Ackerman sends him to eternal darkness. Babur arrives in a strange, dark place, screaming for someone to let him out. He thinks it's some kind of trick and wants to leave as soon as possible. Strange, sticky black matter appears on his palm, and he hears the sound of sheep, but instead of a sheep, a monster-like head with sharp teeth appears in front of him. Babur is petrified as the monster tries to swallow him alive. Meanwhile, a white monster, which Ackerman has transformed into, traps Clara as Babur carries the squad leader. Looking at the monster and not blinking, wondering what it is, the monster, or rather Ackerman, looks like a skeleton with one red eye. Ackerman controls his body, feeling great that he's able to transform into this creature without losing his sanity. He feels pleased feeding Babur to the demons, hoping for some kind of reward. Clara recognizes Ackerman's new form and calls it a ghoulish white, commenting that it's impossible, as no one can control this beast. She believes Ackerman will definitely die trying to tame such a form. She wonders how a hunter could retain his sanity while controlling this kind of monster. Ackerman hears her words and responds, telling her that increasing her knowledge before death is a good thing. He promises to fulfill her parents' wish by showing them a real nightmare. Iskar and Pava watch the events unfold before their eyes, and suddenly Ackerman's voice speaks to Pava, telling her to find her leader and explain that staying close to him is not a good idea at this moment. He orders her to tell her comrades that tonight, the gatekeeper ghoulish white joins the hunt. As he opens his mouth, he devours Clara in an instant. Pava, seeing what just happened, immediately starts running, holding the squad leader's hand. We then cut to Mr. Lin, who is looking out the window of his library, reflecting on how the weather in Nakan has become stranger. Hoping the rain will stop soon, he places his hand on Kendall's sword, feeling uneasy about having it on display. He decides to bring it to the bedroom and considers getting a soul holder later. He leaves the sword on the table across from the bed, thinking of it as an evil warding talisman. While the slaughter and chaos continue in the city of Nakan, Lin goes to bed, hoping for a peaceful dream. As he falls asleep, the dream catcher that Old Wild gave him activates once again, signaling that he will have another lucid dream. As Mr. Lin drifts into sleep, he notices a raindrop falling and a flash of lightning streaking across the sky slowly. He opens his eyes, realizing he has woken up in a dream. Taking a few steps forward, he mutters to himself, "Another lucid dream." Since it's one of these dreams, he wonders where the beautiful silver-haired elf might be. He had been waiting so long for another lucid dream just to talk to her, but now, she's nowhere to be found. Sighing softly, Mr. Lin reassures himself not to worry too much. After all, dreams are beyond his full control anyway. As he ponders the kind of dream he's in, a thought strikes him. He recalls Freud's work on dreams, where Freud suggested that dreams often interpret subconscious desires. Could it be a video game dream? Mr. Lin speculates ever since his journey to Nokon, a world too ancient for advanced technology, he hasn't been able to play video games. Yeah, that must be it, he nods. His subconscious must be yearning for the pixelated adventures he once loved. Feeling confident in his theory, Mr. Lin congratulates himself. Of course, I'm always right, probably this time too. He chuckles, the logic aligns perfectly. Nokon, being an ancient city, lacks the technological marvels for gaming. No wonder his mind crafted a video game-like dream. He imagines an epic scenario where he fights a massive boss, complete with dramatic action music thundering in the background. Picking up a stone, he notices strange engravings on its surface. Glancing around at the ruins, he marvels at what must have been a once majestic landscape. Inspecting the stone further, something clicks in his memory. It resembles the engravings on the sword Joseph had given him. Man, I'm good. Mr. Lin smirks, impressed with himself. Normal people could never make these connections, but then again, I'm not normal. He attributes his deduction skills to his past life as a professional folk sculpture examiner. Clearly, his subconscious is blending recent experiences into this dream. Driven by curiosity, he decides to explore the ruins further. Let's see what surprises my subconscious has cooked up this time. He muses as he wanders. He recalls his last lucid dream. The area back then was much smaller and less detailed. This dreamscape, by contrast, feels more expansive and realistic. Examining the ruins, he remarks aloud, This place has suffered so much damage. Reaching out to touch a nearby wall, he's startled when it immediately crumbles under his fingers. Moments later, the entire structure collapses. Surprised, yet oddly satisfied, Mr. Lin likens the sensation to popping bubble wrap. Grinning mischievously, he decides to topple a few more buildings. Why not? It's just a dream. After all, he thinks as he explores further. He notices something unsettling. Corpses scattered throughout the ruins. The deeper he ventures, the more bodies he finds. One particular corpse, better preserved than the others, catches his attention. Kneeling beside it, he notices the bodice ears elongated. Unlike a human's flipping the mangled form over, he cringes slightly as one of its eyes spills from its crushed skull. Undeterred, he casually tears off one of its ears to examine it. An elven ear, he mutters, intrigued. Even in a dream, ingenious despite the gore, Mr. Lin remains unshaken, noting how savage this dream is compared to his usual ones. He even recalls Doris, who had recently donned a remarkably realistic elf costume, definitely a mix of recent events. He deduces, impressed by his subconscious creativity. Feeling like a folklore researcher again, Mr. Lin conjures a pen and notebook because, of course, he can in a dream, and begins jotting down observations. He resolves to sketch these ruins after waking up. As he ventures toward the heart of the ruins, a bright light catches his eye. Pausing for a moment, he squints at the source, a lone figure illuminated in the distance. Moving closer, he sees an elf kneeling with a sword driven through his chest. As if he had committed seppuku, Mr. Lin's curiosity deepens. This must be the opening cutscene, he muses. Approaching cautiously, he recognizes the figure as King Candela, an ancient warrior of unparalleled strength. Suddenly, the elf lifts his head, his eyes faintly glowing at last. Candela says, his voice resonating with a deep sorrow. "My savior has come." Mr. Lin, momentarily confused, quickly deduces this is part of the dream's game. Savior is a classic trope, after all. He theorizes that some catastrophe must have struck this place, and Candela either caused it or failed to stop it. As he draws closer, Mr. Lin notices the sword piercing Candela's chest. It's the very blade Joseph had given him. Wow, Mr. Lin thinks, impressed. My subconscious is a storytelling genius. Candela continues, his voice heavy with regret. You've made the blade shine again. But this is the third unforgivable sin Eve committed. Mr. Lin instantly connects the dots. The blade, the one I cleaned up. My subconscious is really running with this once again. He can't help but admire his own brilliance for creating such a compelling scenario. Even in a dream, Mr. Lin sits on Candela's throne, surveying the kneeling elf before him. These types are usually burdened with immense guilt, isolated from the world. Their loneliness makes them desperate to unburden their souls, which is probably why Candela mentioned his sins in the first place. He wants me to ask about them, Mr. Lin concludes. Playing his role perfectly, Mr. Lin leans forward, a picture of benevolent curiosity. Tell me about these sins, he says. Start from the beginning. What did you do? Candela looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and relief. Bowing even deeper, he replies, it will be my honor to tell you the tale of this sinner. Mr. Lin nods sagely, thinking, this guy's dying to monologue. Classic villain move. Must be my subconscious padding out the story before the big boss fight. Candela begins his tale, his voice trembling with the weight of millennia. 1,000 years ago, I committed the sin of arrogance, he says. In my pride, I sought to slay one of the immortal rulers of the cosmos. But merely gazing upon its infinite form shattered my mind. Classic overreach, Mr. Lin thinks, trying to punch above your weight class. Candela continues, his tone darker. Now my second sin was betrayal. In my madness, I turned on my people, those who followed me, trusted me. I slaughtered them all with this blade, the sacred weapon of the elves. He pauses, his voice breaking. I built this kingdom with my own hands, and with those same hands, I destroyed it. Mr. Lin strokes his chin, pretending to weigh the story's significance while inwardly marveling at his subconscious. This is some steer writing. The sword, the sins, the tragedy, it all connects. Well done, brain. Candela lowers his gaze. My final sin was ignorance. I was blind to my own weakness and arrogance. I sealed my fate with this blade, thinking I could end it all. But instead, I was cursed to remain, a prisoner of my guilt. Mr. Lin tilts his head thoughtfully. I called it. He thinks smugly I pretty much nailed the whole backstory from the start. After a pause, he asks, why do you call me your savior? I haven't saved you or your kingdom, it's all in the past. Isn't it? Candela trembles. His composure cracking, tears begin streaming down his face. You are kind, he says, his voice quivering. I never thought anyone would listen, let alone offer to help. Mr. Lin watches Candela's breakdown with mild amusement, thinking, wow, this guy's been bottling it up for centuries. Poor dude's crying like a kid getting scolded. Still, Mr. Lin feels a twinge of sympathy. Is there anything you want me to do, he asks, half out of curiosity and half to see if this triggers the quest line. Gotta be some hidden reward for this, he thinks. Candela shakes his head, still trembling. You've already done so much by simply listening. My kingdom is long gone. A forgotten point in history. I have no right to ask for more. Mr. Lin studies the weeping elf and thinks, man, this guy is way too hard on himself. He's acting like I saved his entire existence by just showing up, but hey, if it boosts my NPC reputation, he'll take it. With Candela kneeling and crying before him, Mr. Lin reflects on the absurdity of the situation. This is one weird dream, he thinks, but at least it's entertaining. As Candela kneels before him, trembling with the weight of his self-imposed exile, Mr. Lin decides it's time to drop some of his soul-healing wisdom. Straightening his posture, he crosses his arms, tilts his head slightly, and says with a judgmental look, Candela, you've already realized you're sinful. That's great, but refusing to atone for your sins? That's running away from responsibility. Is this really the outcome you've chosen? To sit here for eternity, wallowing in self-pity? If so, then you, my friend, are a true coward. Candela's eyes widen in shock. But Mr. Lin isn't done. You're so powerful, yet here you are doing nothing. Did you even think about the survivors of your people? What are they doing now? How are they coping? Candela stares at him, his expression frozen as if struck by lightning. Mr. Lin continues, his voice rising. You should have stood in front of them, faced their anger, their pain. That would have been atonement. But instead, you condemn yourself to this pathetic existence, waiting for someone like me to show up and pity you. And after 1,000 years of waiting, you've learned nothing. You're just sitting here hoping for forgiveness to fall into your lap while the survivors of your kingdom suffer more than you ever could. The sheer force of Mr. Lin's tirade sends Candela reeling. Tears stream down the elf's face as he whispers, you're right, I was so blind, so ignorant, I didn't realize. Mr. Lin, feeling a mix of righteous fury and smug satisfaction, places a hand on Candela's trembling shoulder. The only person who can save you now is yourself, he says with a stern but comforting tone, thinking to himself, wow, that was profound. I should write this down later. Candela collapses in front of Mr. Lin, sobbing. You've opened my eyes, he cries, but what if I make the same mistakes again? I'm afraid, Mr. Lin. Please, guide me. Mr. Lin raises an eyebrow, internally baffled. Is this guy asking me to be his boss? He quickly connects the dots. Oh, this must be a dream quest line where I recruit a super powerful NPC. Cool. An ancient elven king as a party member? Plus a cursed sword that's probably op? Jackpot. Clearing his throat, Mr. Lin says, have you really thought this through, Candela? Are you sure you want to follow me? I mean, I'm not sure how long this dream will last, but hey, it could be good practice for me to inspire others when I wake up. Candela nods fervently, his tears turning into determination. Your right, words alone won't change anything. I need to act. All the sins Eve committed, the years I've wasted, they mean nothing if I don't take initiative now. You've given me hope, Mr. Lin, and I won't let it go to waste. Mr. Lin leans back, nodding approvingly. I'm so good at this. These words aren't breaking him, they're guiding him to greatness. Truly, I'm a motivational genius. Candela clenches his fist. Eve used the hope of forgiveness as an excuse to escape my responsibilities, he admits, but no more. You're right, I have no rights, but that also means I don't have the right to stay weak any longer. Candela rises to his feet, his tall, imposing figure now filled with resolve. I will return to my people, not as their king, but as an exile, the same as they've always known me. My kingdom may be gone, just a forgotten point in history, but there are elves still living in these lands. They deserve more than my silence. Mr. Lin nods sagely, even though internally he's starting to panic a bit. Oh, this dream is getting a bit deep. I just wanted to poke around ruins and smash some walls. Now I'm leading a 1,000-year-old elf king on a redemption arc? Candela continues, his voice steady now. Even though my land is no longer a kingdom, and even the mightiest elves and titans have become nothing but legends, I cannot let their stories end here. The hatred bound to the cursed blade, intertwined with my soul, was forged by my sins. But now, thanks to you, that hatred is gone. He looks at the ruins around him and clenches his jaw. I won't disappear quietly. If there's even a spark of strength left in me, I'll use it to ignite something greater, for the sake of those who remain. Mr. Lin watches as Candela's resolve solidifies. Okay, this is getting serious, he thinks. I might actually want to stay in this dream a little longer. This is getting good. Candela kneels once more, placing a hand over his heart. Mr. Lin, allow me to follow you. Not as a king, but as a soldier. Let me wield my strength to serve you and to right my wrongs. Mr. Lin stares at him, utterly dumbfounded. Bro, this guy is one of the strongest warriors in history, and he wants to be my follower? Am I op or what? He coughs awkwardly, masking his inner smugness well. Candela, Mr. Lin begins, if you truly want redemption, it starts with action. Don't just listen to my words. Live by them. Your sins won't vanish overnight, and neither will your regrets, but if you take the first step, you might just create a path worth walking. Candela bows deeply, his face glowing with gratitude. You are wise beyond measure, my savior. I will do as you say. No longer will I sit idle. Mr. Lin grins, thinking, yep, nailed it. Another life changed thanks to me. Maybe I should start a motivational seminar business when I wake up. As Candela kneels, he speaks solemnly. There is one last thing I must entrust to you. Mr. Lin leans forward, his curiosity piqued. Finally, the real quest begins, he thinks. I hope it's not fetch quests. Please don't be fetch quests. Candela continues, I ask you to take this sword, the very sword that has pierced me, and use it to slay the immortal being from my past. Mr. Lin's excitement fizzles instantly. Slay an immortal? His face freezes in disbelief. This is the first quest? Are we skipping the level 1 tutorial and jumping straight to Dark Souls endgame content? Candela explains, I tried to kill this being long ago, but when I stood before it and gazed into its infinite eyes, I lost my sanity. My kingdom paid the price for my arrogance. And though thousands of years have passed, my ambition remains, not for glory, but for the sake of the land and its people. Mr. Lin stares blankly. Okay. Plot twist. This isn't a dream, it's a nightmare. Before Candela can continue, Mr. Lin raises a hand. Listen, I appreciate the dramatic gesture and all, but I'm just a humble bookstore owner. Fighting isn't really in my skill set. Candela tilts his head, confused. But you've cleansed the cursed sword. Surely you are capable of wielding it in battle? Mr. Lin inwardly groans. Why do dream NPCs always assume I'm a hero? This is why lucid dreams are tricky. You're still stuck with your real-life limitations. Sure, I can summon books and recite inspirational quotes, but swinging a sword? Not my forte. Also, let's not embarrass myself with clumsy swordplay. Sensing Mr. Lin's hesitation, Candela takes off his crown. Fear not, my savior, I will be your strength and your sword. Mr. Lin blinks. Is this guy proposing to me? Candela holds out the crown. This is my most precious treasure, though I am no longer a king, and this land is no longer my kingdom. This crown symbolizes my acceptance of the past and my commitment to let go of it. Please take it. Hesitantly, Mr. Lin picks up the crown. It's surprisingly light, woven from what looks like laurel branches. Before he can comment on its rustic aesthetic, the crown suddenly glows, vanishing into his hands. Startled, Mr. Lin looks at his arm. Intricate golden engravings have appeared, wrapping around his wrist like a bracelet. What just happened? He asks, examining the markings. Candela smiles faintly. This mark represents the King of Elves. It is my way of expressing gratitude, for you have given me a path forward. Mr. Lin stares at the mark, unimpressed. It feels like someone drew on me with a gold marker. I don't feel any different. Candela's expression remains serious. It is not the power you feel, but the symbol of trust that matters. Before Mr. Lin can argue further, Candila's body begins to radiate a golden aura. Rising to his full height, easily twice that of Mr. Lin, Candela grips the sword impaling his chest. Take it, Mr. Lin, this blade and I are yours to command with a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Mr. Lin places his hand on the sword's hilt. As soon as he grips it, a blinding yellow aura engulfs the blade. Candila's body begins to crack like glass, shards breaking away and floating into the air. What's happening now? Mr. Lin exclaims, squinting against the light. Candila's voice echoes, calm and resolute. This is my farewell through you. My soul shall find purpose once more. As Candela shatters completely, the fragments morph into scenes from his life, moments of joy, triumph, and despair. Mr. Lin sees a young Candela being crowned, holding the blade aloft in battle, and finally, his descent into madness compelled by an unseen force. Mr. Lin steps through one of the shards, emerging into a surreal vision. Before him stands the immortal being Candela described, a towering, ghastly figure with crimson eyes and limbs like twisted shadows. Its core glows with a searing light, pulsing with malevolent energy behind the being. Mr. Lin sees Candela, his sanity frayed but his resolve unbroken, charging with his flame-imbued sword. Watching the scene unfold, Mr. Lin feels a pang of admiration. This guy, even in madness, he fought for his people. He didn't give up. Brave or insane, I can't tell. Suddenly, lightning cracks across the vision. Mr. Lin finds himself in a new place, a vast, glowing battlefield. He glances down at himself and freezes. His voice sounds deeper as he mutters, "What the?" Looking at his hands, he sees they're no longer his own. His reflection in the sword's blade reveals an elven face, complete with sharp features, flowing hair, and pointed ears. I look exactly like Candela? The bright sword in his hands burns with golden flames. He swings it experimentally, and though he lacks training, the blade moves with unnatural ease. Okay. Calm down, Mr. Lin mutters, trying to steady his nerves. This is still a dream. It's just a game cutscene, right? But deep down, he knows the fight is only beginning. Lin figures out he is in one of the scenes from Candela's memory, seen in the broken glass, thinking this must be a dream in a dream. Lin turns around, seeing a huge griffin who seems to be friendly. Then he tries understanding Candela's life by stepping into his shoes, realizing that Candela was powerful but also afraid of these immortal beings. So he begged Mr. Lin for guidance, and then used his sacred blade to defeat the demon immortal. Petting the griffin, Lin proudly sees himself as Candela's savior, guessing he is now in control of Candela's soul. He pets the griffin and thinks about getting a pet cat in the shop. Because it's so comfy to pet this creature, he snaps out of his cute interaction with the griffin and starts focusing on the main task, remembering that Candela's main goal was to protect his people, getting ready for a battle. He holds his sword gently, thinking that the atmosphere is definitely a boss-like one, and looks around for some kind of a huge boss to appear. Lin grips his sword, knowing that Candela became a spirit of his own sword and feels like having it as a weapon is very exciting. He flexes his sword in griffin, hitting some poses, and hears a rumble in the distance, wondering if this is the immortal being that Candela mentioned. Just a few seconds later, a huge hand holding an axe emerges from the fog, illuminated by the lightning strikes. Now we see another rumbling. Not in Lin's dream, but in Nakin's tweets this time. Miss G in her wolf form breathes heavily in a stance of alertness, thinking to herself that white wolf mutants are too strong. The blood starts dripping from her body as she stares at Helix, thinking that he and his team are here just to kill and they aren't human anymore. They're just beasts. Helix attacks her but misses, hitting the ground and causing great damage. He then turns towards Miss G's direction, looking at her jump over a hole filled with tainted blood. She gets a bad feeling about Helix never moving away from the hole and pushing all the dead hunters' bodies into the hole, as if he's benefiting from doing so. Miss G then figured out that he definitely defended the hole on purpose, and exactly at that moment, Helix changed his form back into a human again and yelled at Miss G, saying that the offerings he provided are more than enough. The tainted blood shines brighter, and G finally understands the reason why they don't care about the injured beasts, and just throw them into the hole, Helix's plan being to create as many corpses as possible. The ground starts shaking and a strange symbol appears in the sky, as the incubated egg cracks and blasts, giving Miss G chills to the bone. We see a monster appear in the sky, and we know that this is the spawn of the magic mirror, finally hatching and coming to this world. And what's more strange is that this same monster looks like the monster Lin is about to encounter in his dream. Helix, now in his human form, welcomes the monster, calling it his lord, the Lord of the Rain. Helix looks at his lord with great admiration, looking exactly like Candela when he encountered this monster, and says that he finally did it, thinking about successfully summoning him. He stands in front of him and celebrates, screaming on top of his lungs, saying, "Foolish mortals, rejoice, he is born." We see the spawn of the magic mirror appearing in chaos that follows it, while Miss G, still in her wolf form and petrified, looks at this being, realizing his power level is of immortal level, and how if she didn't use her ability Iron Will, the pressure she's feeling now just from watching this being would cause her to lose her mind and go insane. Then we see Helix uttering words of an unfamiliar language and himself going crazy as he's maniacally laughing while the tentacles are growing all out of him. His body starts swelling and exploding limb by limb, as he's watching at Cthulhu and praising him in his last breaths. Miss G, looking at Helix, feels sorry for him because the magic mirror mind controlled Helix into worshipping this being, and this mind control stay in his mind until his last breath. Thinking how Helix has sacrificed so much to summon this being to this world, and after summoning it, Cthulhu didn't even notice Helix at all and just caused him to die miserably. Miss G decides to run away since her power level is destructive and Cthulhu is probably even stronger than indescribable, and we see blood oceans covering Nakan as she's running away. As Cthulhu is running rampant over the streets of Nakan, we can see Ackerman observing these events from the distance, thinking how they actually did manage to summon a being from the dream world with the help of the mirror egg. But he also realizes that a normal dream egg can do something like that, and how it needed huge amounts of sacrifices to actually be able to summon a dream entity as powerful as Cthulhu. Ackerman also figures that the barrier between the dream and the reality has been cracked, and both are seeping into one another. Brothers, if the dream is merging with reality right now, and Mr. Lin is in a dream right now, this ought to be good now. As Cthulhu keeps on marching, causing oceans and oceans of blood, followed by rain and thunder, Ackerman realizes he needs to run away as well so he doesn't become its prey now. Now we see an emergency meeting being held in the Truth Society, where they just got approval to activate the Destruction Star Cannon, as we see Andrew trembling in fear knowing what this means. Now we see a knight organizing members of the secret instrument tower in order for everyone to be on their positions and be ready to clean up and fight dream beasts leaking into reality after the Truth Society fires the first round of the Destruction Star Cannon. And we also learn that this knight is Winston Grimsham, captain of the Secret Instrument Tower's combat squad and one of the currently active Radiant Knights. We see Claude shaking in fear, thinking about what Joseph would do, as Vice Captain Claude interrupts Claude and explains that normally, it wouldn't have been possible for the mirror egg to hatch so quickly, and how they never expected the White Wolf clan to sacrifice its own members in order to speed up the hatching. Claude keeps on crying and sobbing, saying how Joseph is not here to help them, and just then, Vice Captain Claude tells Claude to raise his head up, and as he does, Claude slaps him like a little bitch. He is acting right now, and yells how they need to be brave now and how long ago Joseph taught him that if you are a man and a knight, even if you think you are weak, you always need to stand up no matter how many times you fall in order to protect the others. How he receives slaps from Joseph as well. While getting yelled at that the tears he is crying right now will not help him maintain peace in Nokon, so he needs to always stand up and continue training until he becomes strong enough. Then Claude starts yelling at Claude, saying that even if the Knights of the Secret Instrument Tower cannot stop this chaos happening now, and even if they can't win, they need to do their best in order to try and protect people living in Nokon. Claude gets invigorated, yelling that he'll do his best to help in any way that he can. Just then, Joseph calls Claude on his phone and tells him that going after the Dream Bees directly is a suicide, and they just have to wait here and clean things up, ending their hype in an instant with these words. And by the way, brothers, I just realized out of the two disciples that we know Joseph has, one is named Claude, one is named Claude, I see a pattern going on here. Now we go back to General Winston, who after receiving this report and news from Joseph, was also left surprised because he never expected orders like that. Winston starts wondering why Joseph is so confident, and just then an explosion happens in the air because the first round of destructive star cannon has been fired. Winston, first surprised that they fired it so soon, realizes that that's not actually the destructive star cannon, as he wonders what it could be. Now we go back to Andrew's office, who's thinking how because the Truth Society underestimated the White Wolf clan, Now they have to use a destruction star cannon and pay this huge price because they made a small mistake before. He thinks that even though the Truth Society might be able to deal with the immortal level threat, it's still a huge problem even for the Truth Society. As he slams his fist into the table, breaking the table and his fist starting to bleed, he thinks how recently many things have not been going according to the Truth Society's plans, and he thinks all of this must be a plot of the bookstore owner, and no, not even him. Andrew actually thinks that the bookstore owner is a cover-up for some kind of other unknown character. Oh, my boy Andrew is actually pretty spot on, so as Andrew is thinking all of this, he gets a sudden report about something else going on, and as he turns on the screen to see what's going on, he sees the same bright light that Winston confused for the destruction star cannon a couple of moments ago. Now we go back to Cthulhu causing chaos and this light flying towards him directly, and as we zoom into the light we actually see this as Mr. Lin in the body of Candela, riding his griffin with his sword glowing so bright and flying towards Cthulhu to kill him once and for all. We can see the determination and focus in Mr. Lin's eyes, and seriousness on his face as never before, as he lifts up his sword like he's lifting up the sun itself, and swings it at Cthulhu, literally splitting its head in half with a single blow. Cthulhu's body starts falling apart as its pieces are falling down on the floor, and we can see Mr. Lin descend from heaven like an angel, which left everyone witnessing this legendary event in complete awe and lack of words. And at this moment, the view that was engraved onto the eyes of the people is of the King of the Elves, who was shining as bright as the sun, giving out glorious brilliance, and his form was the one of an immortal himself. Oh pros, if this manhwa is not GOAT manhwa, then I really want to find out which one do you think is better than this one. Now as everyone keeps staring at Mr. Lin baffled and still speechless because they don't understand what just happened, Winston receives a call on his communicator, asking him what should the secret instrument tower's next move be, because the dream beast is dead. Winston orders them to proceed as planned originally, because the fight isn't over, and he tells his subordinate Tifa to get more intel about who the angel-looking guy is, because what Winston is thinking now is that maybe this creature, referring to Mr. Lin, might be a threat to them as well, since they don't know its intentions and how it probably is another dream creature because it looks like it seeped out of the dream and came to this reality as well. Then Winston remembers the legends about King Candela, thinking how this event that just unfolded in front of his eyes reminds him of the legends of the King Candela, where he battled the great, evil immortal to save his people from its darkness, but in the legends, Candela failed, while this guy in front of them easily ended this dream beast in a matter of moments. He proceeds to think that maybe someone reawakened Candela's spirit, but figures that it would take extraordinary power to do such a feat, as he notices that Mr. Lin is holding the sword Candela in his hands and realizes that this sword used to belong to Joseph. So he immediately calls Joseph communicator, not a phone communicator, and Joseph responds by saying he saw everything and how he is on the battlefield right now. Then Joseph thinks how he expected Mr. Lin to do something, but never something of this magnitude. Joseph then tells Winston that Sword Candela was just given away a couple of days ago, and that this was also approved by the elders of the secret instrument tower, and Joseph tells Winston that the person flying on the griffin right now is actually King Candela himself, and Joseph says he knows this because he's been listening to Candela's whispers for a lifetime now. Winston completely loses it as he starts yelling at Joseph, asking to whom was the sword given to, and Joseph in a relaxed voice answers to the Class 1 bookstore owner. Mr. Lin Winston relaxes a little bit after realizing this, and asks if Joseph knows what Mr. Lin's next move is, and how did he even manage to summon Candela here in the first place. Winston suddenly realizes something as we see Mr. Lin, still on a griffin, raising his sword as some purple light is advancing towards him from a distance. Tifa yells how it must be the Truth Society's destruction star cannon and how they didn't cancel it, and now we go back to Ackerman, who has given out the order to shoot the cannon at Mr. Lin, because even if he has slain the dream beast Cthulhu, he is also from the dream world himself, and because of this needs to be stopped, while other members of the Truth Society are trying to calm Andrew down and make him recall his order. But he gets completely furious, saying that there is no way this apparent King Candela is on their side, and they need to fire the cannon as soon as possible, because this being came from a dream and dream creatures feel no human emotions and have no remorse towards human life. Andrew continues yelling, saying there is no justice when it comes to dream creatures, because their sole existence is a game of hunter and prey, where they try to hunt down weaker targets, and how this King Candela dream creature is a bigger threat than Cthulhu since he basically one-shot Cthulhu, and Andrew yells to fire the destructive star cannon now. We see members of the Truth Society making everything ready to fire, And as we see this destructive star cannon, we can see that it looks like literally some weapon out of Star Wars movies. But calling a phone instead of a communicator would be a problem. They continue preparing everything that needs to be done in order to fire the cannon, and then the countdown starts. 3, 2, 1, fire. As we can see a huge laser-like beam fired out of it and flying straight towards Mr. Lin, who's just casually waiting for it, thinking how maybe this is a second phase of a boss fight he is in right now. And as his face literally turns into Saitama's face because how powerful he got, he thinks to himself that no problem, if this is a second phase, it'll just cut through this beam like a piece of cake, like Saitama would in the first place as well. Then references in this manhwa are wild like old wild. Now we see Mr. Lin thinking to himself how he did a good job in this dungeon and cleared it completely, but regrets not knowing what actually happened to King Candela in the past, since this is all a figment of his imagination and not the actual reality he thinks. But then suddenly he turns around as he sees a group of people in the distance, and as he gets closer to them, he realizes that they are the people of King Candela, who was yelling at them, saying that they deserve to die, as they try to calm him down, saying that he did try to beat this immortal and failed, but how that's not the end of the world because they have a plan to save their land, and they explain to Candela how a small sacrifice is necessary in order to survive. Then they point to zombie-like elves, saying that these are all people who willingly gave their lives and power for the kingdom to be saved. And after Candela sees a child, he gets even more furious, yelling that at least they shouldn't be children for their wicked experiments. He leaves the palace, saying hell fight the dark immortal once again. After returning back for the second time, Candela's people are barely surviving, asking him if he managed to do it and saying how their failure is not his fault, how he was actually a really good king, but that his people were actually bad. And as this elf is crying, he begs Candela to fulfill his last request. As the camera zooms out, we see these elves becoming half-monstrosities themselves after failing their experiments, and their final request was for Candela, their king, to end their suffering and just kill them. Candela agrees and starts swinging his sword, ending the remaining lives of his people. Then we see Candela climb on a snowy mountain amidst a huge blizzard, and as he barely reaches the top, he falls down on his knees, saying he'll give anything to save his people and let them live on. As we see that he is talking to original witches who symbolize the eternal power of this world, and they agree to Candela's request. Candela gets happy as he swings his sword one last time, but this time to strike himself down. Mr. Lin suddenly wakes up, as we see him lying down in front of Lady Silver, who's covering his eyes, and leans in close to his ear and whispers, "Long time no see." She pulls back Mr. Lin, placing his head upon her thighs, as he blushes after realizing who this is, and responds back by saying, "Ah, long time no see," and thinks how her skin is so soft. He calls her name, saying Silver, and she laughs, answering he is right, and explaining that he got caught in her dream. So he asks her if the reason for that is because they are friends, to which she answers in a flirty way, "If you say so." Mr. Lin then comments, saying this feels as if it was her plan, and she asks him if it was, would he like it, and Mr. Lin answers that he would love it. Silver comments how Mr. Lin looks more tired now than when he came to her last time, and asks him what did he saw on the previous dream. Mr. Lin, still lying in her lap, answers that he saw a history of the self-proclaimed criminal, King Candela, and then Silver asks him why would Mr. Lin call Candela like that, and does he think Candela was not a criminal. Mr. Lin answers that from what he knows this is his opinion, but how he doesn't know the entire truth, and comments that Silver looks like she knows the complete truth. Silver happily answers that she does and asks Lin if he'd like to hear it, and Mr. Lin thinks how both Candela and Silver are parts of his subconsciousness, meaning whatever she would tell him, he should probably know already, but he realizes that lying in her soft lap and listening to this beautiful lady tell him stories is definitely a heavenly experience. He then tells Silver that he listened to the truth she has to say, and Silver starts explaining that Candela and his people faced an overwhelming darkness that would cause anyone who just lays their eyes on it to start mutating. But how this isn't their curse. What brought their downfall was their greed, because after mutating they wanted to control it to gain more power, so they started doing experiments, but they needed a huge amount of test subjects so every innocent person in their kingdom would become their lab rat. But after a while, they lost control over this mutation, and every single person on this elven island was affected by it. So in order to stop this mutation, their king raised his sword against his own people, and after killing all of them, he ended his own life as well. Lin then says that if this is the truth, Candela is not the one who went crazy, but his people, and how Candela probably suffered the most while killing his own kinsman. But if a kingdom ever comes into a situation where its king has to lead the kingdom to its downfall by killing all the people in the kingdom, the king is also a maniac, and how Candela's soul now has to carry the sins of all of his people. It's a sad fate, Mr. Lin comments, and then he explained that Candela actually exiled himself because as a king, it was his duty to protect his kingdom at all costs, and how now he's just willing to suffer forever because of his failures. Silver responds by saying that no matter if he was crazy or not, his name will never be cleared, because this history has turned into ashes many ages ago, and how it will never be made beautiful again. Mr. Lin conjures the sword Candela next to himself, commenting how from his perspective, after all is said and done, he still thinks Candela is a good king, and how Lin will remember him like this forever. Silver then comments how because of that, Candela gave Lin this mark, which symbolizes a king of the elves, meaning that he crowned Lin as one now, and if Lin is able to find descendants of the elves that followed Candela, they should be willing to take Lin as their king. Mr. Lin comments how he could never do that, because he's just a normal bookstore owner. He can look after the books easily, but never after the entire nation of people, plus he doesn't want to end up the same way as Candela. Silver giggles and comments how she knows Mr. Lin is lazy, as she gets surprised and realizes that the dream is disappearing right now, how she doesn't want it to end. But they have no choice and have to say goodbyes for now. She lets Mr. Lin get up and finally remove her hands from his eyes, saying that they should witness this together, and we can see the barrier between the dream and reality broken, as Silver comments, saying that this is the result of what Candela protected with all of his strength. And as we look down below, we can see beautiful grassy plains, as Silver comments that Candela's land has survived for over many millenniums past. We see members of the secret instrument tower witnessing Mr. Lin casually splitting the destruction star cannon's ray in half, and just stopping it there, and as they are looking at this scene, they are trying to not lose their minds, but this is not going their way. As Winston tries to calm them down and tell them to follow the orders, he realizes that it's near impossible now for them to do so, because of the fear running through them, and thinks how even he, a radiant knight, still has a cold sweat over his back because of what he just witnessed, thinking and comparing the dream creature King Candela to Kratos basically. He then gives an order with his communicator, telling his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. As we can see, sunray spears the cloud, and the terrible rain is finally over. Winston relaxes, exhales, and thinks how it's finally over, and how this bookstore owner, Mr. Lin, seems to have quite a temper, as he gets surprised hearing Joseph approaching him from behind and saying how that's quite normal, because if you imagine a wild dog invading your living space, you would also lose your temper easily. Winston asks Joseph if what he means by that is that these all-powerful dream creatures are wild dogs, and how they are the good guys, to which Joseph responds by saying that all of them are nothing but tiny fleas. This irritates Winston, who thinks that he should punch Joseph in the face, and if this is not the cutest irritated face of an army general you've ever seen, then you must have seen some weird things in your life. However, Winston exhales again to relax, thinking how as a general, he needs to keep his cool as he tells Joseph that it doesn't matter anymore and how what's important is that this thing came to an end. Then Joseph responds by saying how it's still far from over because the secret instrument tower spent so much time trying to find the magic mirror egg, but didn't manage to do it at the end, meaning that there is probably some bigger mastermind behind all of this, who threw these demon beasts into knocking. As we see a blonde man and his levitating sword somewhere on the mountains, and we can see that he's carrying a medallion with a green symbol on it, and he giggles, thinking everything is going according to his plan. Who brothers is getting interesting. There's a new villain appearing soon. It seems now we go back to Winston and Joseph, while Winston is thinking that it has been such a long time since he last saw Joseph confident like he is now, as he remembers an interaction they had in the past 10 years ago. Now we go back to the past and we see Winston approaching Joseph and yelling at him, because Joseph was sending Winston's people to do his missions, which is causing trouble for them, and saying that if he doesn't have a good excuse for it, not even the elders of the secret instrument tower will be able to save him. Joseph responds by saying how he's sending Winston's men on his missions, because they are trained well and come quite in handy, as he winks at Winston, which makes Winston completely lose his mind. Winston then gives mission papers to Joseph, saying he should complete these tasks, as Joseph is leaving dissatisfied because there are too many missions. Winston asks him about Delia and asks if something happened because he is not used to seeing Joseph without her by his side. How cute. Joseph answers how she went on a mission by the tower yesterday. But probably it's not an important mission, Joseph thinks, because he wasn't sent with her. Joseph then comments how he hasn't seen her in a while and she should be soon, as he also says how he's starting to miss her. At that moment, The door slams open as one of the subordinates rushes in, and while fighting for breath, yells that Delia is dead. Silence suddenly spreads throughout the room, as Joseph is first left shocked, but then charges straight through the wall to go rescue Delia. Winston and other subordinates go out to follow him, while we can see Joseph returning back already, carrying the dead body of Delia in his arms, and Joseph, with a cold look in his eyes and a blank voice, asks Winston to help him get a vacation because he has to bury his dead wife. Winston is left speechless and sad, as he's looking at Joseph walking in the distance and carrying his wife's lifeless body. Brothers, I feel so bad for Joseph. He even started missing his wife, and he even promised her before that after she returns back from this mission. Hell, tell her he loves her. No, why you gotta do him like that? Now we skip a bit into the future, where Winston is ordering extra people to go with Joseph on the mission because ever since passed away he wasn't himself completely, and how most of his free time he would spend in his room doing nothing and just torturing like a prisoner. How when he first returned to the secret instrument tower after Delia passed away, he started training like crazy and completing missions like a robot. And Winston thinks how even though others still see Joseph as a bright life fighting for peace,